There we go. And we should be live. So, hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm going to burn through some names here real quick and say some hellos. I want to thank everybody, my co-host Chattanooga Ed and Bob of Steamfod Aquatics and John, of course, from KG Tropicals for coming on. No introduction needed, but I appreciate you guys showing up. Let me burn through some hellos here. Griffin Fish Room, Sailfin Aquatics, hello, welcome. Lots of back and forth here.
Someone has their audio on. I can hear it in the background.
Not coming out of mine. I do have my notifications on my phone. I'll kick that off. I had that just in case there was an issue with somebody getting on. I wasn't ignoring them. Allie Patton, JT Aquatics, Sailfin. Again, hello. Through here, Mike, the Fish Tank Barn. I appreciate you coming in. Young Fish Master, Rockford Fish Keeping, 54 Punchy. Hi, Pam. The Zen Ginger. All right. That was easy enough to do. So before we get started, I just want to say this is, as I put in the description, not another fish talk. We may talk about fish at some point, but that's not the goal and purpose. It's just kind of to hang out and shoot the breeze. Basically, the only rules are going to be no religion, no politics. Everything else is a go. And, of course, Bob and John were generous enough to come over today. So we are going to split all the super chats between them today. That was their request for compensation.
Actually, John said before the stream that he was going to match all super chats. So
is that what I said? Yeah, that's what
sure. Absolutely. That should be easy since we don't have that little gray button. So
if John's going to do anything, it's going to be wreck the stream like I did my own stream the other day.
If it happens, it happens. And this may very well digress into just you and Bob going back and forth. And if it does, I'm okay with that. Yeah. So
no, never mind.
I don't want to talk to Bob.
Yeah. Well, Bob can just ignore you. It'll be okay. You can just talk at Bob. And you can do the point down thing at him. That worked out well on the framing.
Yeah, that is nice. I can poke you right in your head.
So I know we talked a little bit before, but for those that don't know, Bob, you are a snow camping fan, and you're planning on doing that. I've never gone snow camping before. Of course, I've gone camping.
Actually, this will be my first year snow camping.
Okay. All right. So I think you mentioned you take a mat to sleep on, but that's about it.
Just a couple tarps. That's all I'm going to do. Well, a sleeping bag, but yeah, sleep on the snow.
Very cool. You're going to have to let us know how that turns out, and I'm sure you will. But I'm looking forward to hearing about that. Hello, Candy and HC Aqua and Katie Mad Dog 1, Miss Griffin Fish Room, and Chris from Multi Tank Addiction. Sorry if I missed anyone else. You all are welcome to throw questions in the chat. It's not specifically a Q&A, but you all know how that goes. So, John, how are you looking with things in the fish room transition down to the basement? You still working on a timeline for that?
Well, they move out next weekend, or they're supposed to be anyway. They settle on their house, I think, on Friday, and they'll be moving their stuff out. So the way we're figuring it is they're going to do the bulk of the move out next weekend, and they'll probably leave a bunch of junk. And then the following weekend, we'll be down there cleaning things up because they're not going to clean it up. Right. And then the following weekend after that, we'll actually start moving tanks down there. So it's probably going to be end of the month. We'll start moving stuff down there and let the games begin.
Awesome. I know you're looking forward to that. Have you had any more playtime with the drone lately?
I haven't. And today was weird because it was 70 degrees, but it was so outrageously windy.
What are you putting in the basement? What are you gonna? What's your plan for the basement?
Everything.
Like, how many tanks are you gonna have down there?
Well, we have 18 running now. She will probably.
How many beta tanks?
Oh, that's on her. I don't even know. She'll probably get another 20 or something. Good job. Just completely interrupting the conversation about drones too, by the way. a real polite guy.
Well, you're not even using it, so no one cares.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was halfway through a story and you had to be a jerk, but my side is only going to have like 3 tanks on it. These 2, and then the 75 that's in my garage or my office. So I'm going to have to add some tanks on my side, but Lisa's going to have all the small tanks plus the 2 125s. She's probably going to add a rack of another 20 little 10 gallons or something like that. So, but you know, the first job is to get everything that we've already got down there, which this one is going to be.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop having nightmares about that until it's actually moved and safe and full of water and not broken. So, you know, once all that's down, then we can start talking about new ones.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, you know, not that you're complaining, but I think Lisa, you were getting the short end of the stick on that one, and Lisa was getting the master bedroom, if you will, on the setup.
I don't know. I haven't measured them exactly. I think we're probably going to end up with about the same amount of square footage. Okay. But hers is a perfect square where mine is more of a long rectangle. So, but you know, it wouldn't matter anyway, because I would rather have like 5 or 6 really nice tanks that are simple instead of having 78 little teeny tiny tanks. You know, I love the little tanks, but for my side, I want it to be a little bit more streamlined. So she can have more square footage than me. It's fine.
There you go. No, I think that's going to be fun to watch. To indulge the people, but I'm also curious myself. Bob, where are you at on tanks? I've been listening to your live streams, but I can't remember the last time you had I heard a count.
I don't have a count. Maybe 30-ish.
Okay. I was just curious because, you know, with the business, which I'm sure somebody will drop the link for Steamfight Aquatics because Bob doesn't like to promote himself. What it took, you know, to do what you're doing tank wise.
I probably have like 30 just for the business. Yeah. Ish. Okay. I just put 5 or 6 more 10-gallon tanks up, and I'll be putting about a couple more 20-gallon tanks up.
Very nice. So yeah, I know that you're.
Oh, I'm also sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you go right ahead.
Cool is that I'm going to be getting a lot of Project Pieba fish in, like a lot of them.
Nice.
So I'm pretty excited about that.
Very nice. Yeah, as you know, I'm a fan of the Project Piaba fish, and I actually just saw my my LFS owner in here, Aquatic Marine, mention that he moves tanks when we were talking about John's tanks. It's a little bit far away from Knoxville to Virginia, but that's one of his businesses is moving, setup, and maintenance on top of the fish store. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I'm glad you got involved in that from the community standpoint. And I know that your goal has been slow growth, and as John has mentioned in the past, that's the best way to do it, to not rush into expanding, you know, before it's holding you back.
Yeah, well, and I also have to, you know, decide this year on, do I want to go full scale or do I want to just keep it small? Do I want to go like Dan's Fish and go all out, or
right?
I think I'd rather just keep it small. And, you know, stick to like Project Pieba fish, hobbyist bred fish, and you know, promote more of that stuff.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that, you know, and I can definitely respect that, and, you know, also understand it for, you know, I don't have to do the shipping part, but just simply from a maintenance part, you know, trying to keep up with that many tanks, and then you having all the fish coming in, going out, processing orders, and all of those things, I'm sure can be a handful for somebody that, started a business not to work.
It's a lot of work.
I know I've heard you mention before, you know, no, I don't want to sell any fish right now. I'm trying not to work.
Well, the nice thing is, it's like even when I am selling fish, it's just Monday and Tuesday is like I get up at 4 to 5 and I'm working. Like Monday, I work till after 6 o'clock on my live stream. It's just all day packing and shipping. And same thing with Tuesday, and then like the rest of the week is just maintenance and administrative work.
Well, that's not too terribly bad then. But John, did you want to tell us about the drone?
But, I mean, it depends on if Bob's going to let me or not.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
the jerk, will interrupt.
No, I mean, I haven't really been able to do anything with it. My work week this week was absolutely out of control. And then today would have been the perfect day, but we were filming all day. It was 70 degrees here, which is so weird, but it was so windy, I wouldn't have wanted to take it up anyway. So hopefully tomorrow, Sunday is my day where after 12 o'clock, I'm off. And the computer's off, and I get away from I try to get away from my phone. And so hopefully I'll get to fly it tomorrow. That'll be fun. If
Awesome.
Bob will let me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, do you think if you weren't doing YouTube, would that still have been something that you went and made that purchase? Or did you kind of help to justify it with the fact that it could be used for your videos?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Because I mean, I guess my answer is yes, because I don't even know how much of the drone footage I'm actually going to use in videos anyway. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's like some waterfalls and things like that I can find, or some nice little streams, but I don't know what I can put on there that's not like historic buildings. And nobody's really going to care to see that.
Take it to restricted airspace.
Oh, there's plenty of that.
Yeah.
My yard is restricted airspace. I can't even take off in my yard. So, I don't know. I mean, I think I probably would, because they're just so cool and they're so fun.
Right.
And you can do so many things with them. And I've already had ideas of little places that I'd like to go to with it that you can't get to walking. I'll give you a great example. There is a guy in Fairfax, Virginia, which is like an hour and 15 minutes from me, that has a full-scale X-Wing fighter in his yard.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you've ever heard of the YouTube channel Adam the Woo. He went there one time, and you got to walk through the woods like 2 miles, through this creek, down this hill, and up this mountain, and you can get to this guy's backyard where you can see it, but you can't go through his driveway to get to it.
Right.
So I thought, well, maybe I'll go to the trail and I'll send the drone up, and I'll send the drone over there to get that X-Wing on drone. I don't know. I mean, little things like that I could see doing whether I had a YouTube channel or not.
Gotcha. So if we hear the drone got shot down, it was because you were flying it over this guy's property. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I know
the guy's really cool about it, but he doesn't want people coming through his yard. Because I think, I could be wrong, but I think it's like a movie used piece. Like it's the real deal. I don't think it's Luke Skywalker's X-Wing fighter, but I think it was actually used in the movies. So he tries to keep it, he doesn't want idiots walking through his yard to get to it.
Yeah. I can understand that, not that I have people that want to walk through my yard, but I can certainly understand wanting your space to yourself.
Well, and I mean, how much money is that thing probably worth? It's probably outrageous. So people go back there and start messing with it.
Yeah.
But anyway, look at the Adam the Woo YouTube channel, and you'll see he went there. It's really cool.
I will have to do that. That sounds pretty cool.
It's a great YouTube channel too, by the way.
It is. I watch it every day.
Love that guy. Absolutely love that guy.
So Ed, did you have any questions? I know you tend to stay quiet.
Well, I love using my drone for killing yellow jackets. If you get a chance, John, you got to do that.
Oh,
when they get a real big one up at the top of your house and they attack, it's great. You got to clean it off afterwards, but it's well worth it. Sorry to all the yellow jacket lovers.
Is your drone a $1,200 drone that you're killing bees with?
No, mine's a $56 one.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I really want to send mine up to do that, but a $50 one, I would do it. Yeah, that's
great.
Yeah, I could see Lisa might flip out a little bit if you came home and went, "Look, Marie, I kind of killed the drone chasing bugs."
Your Christmas present to me, I kind of wrecked it. Yeah, that wouldn't go well. I just wouldn't tell her. I'd just act like it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's right behind this guy's fence. John, you should totally just go film an intro standing in front of it and don't even say anything. Just act like it's nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I would love to do that, but apparently it's like a 2-mile hike, and I'm not like you.
2 miles. Whew.
I'm not into the hike. I'm not into that.
I told you got to go all out for YouTube, man. It's for YouTube.
Yeah. I would like to go and see it. I would, and maybe someday I will. Maybe I'll find it with the drone, and then I'll
just park on the street, fly the drone 2 miles in.
Yep, that I might do, but I don't know about the hike.
So,
I'm sorry.
If you had something, go ahead.
No, it's your show. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Disregard me. We're all here for you two. I was just going to ask in terms of, I've heard both of you all in the past before mention some reluctancy in terms of filming in public, looking like that guy. Do you all still, I guess you could say, have issues with it or find it uncomfortable, or have you kind of adjusted as you progressed?
I don't really care anymore. I didn't like filming because of the other people, like if they didn't want to be on film, but I don't care anymore. They're in public, they can be filmed.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Yeah, I still have a problem with it. I don't want to do it.
It was weird the first couple times, but no different than doing my first couple videos on YouTube. Those were weird the first time.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The way I look at it, when I see people taking photos of themselves, when I see people doing this selfie poses and all that, it drives me crazy. I don't care if it's my own kids. It just drives me crazy. I'm like, you're all self-centered and all you care about is yourself. So if I go out there and I'm walking through a crowd filming myself, I'm that guy.
Right.
So it's not even really a fear thing, or like, sure, I would feel weird doing it, but it's more like I don't want to be that guy. Just because I would make fun of that guy.
Yeah.
So, but it is weird. I mean, if it's a fish event, no problem, because there's a chance that the people that see me, if it's at a fish event, there's a chance they might know who I am. So that makes it a little easier. But out in the public, no.
I think people are used to it now.
Yeah, but they make fun of it. See, that's the thing.
Yeah. And I think
people make fun of you even right now. What's the difference? People make fun of me right now. Who cares?
Oh, well, whatever.
That's what community is all about.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I helped or hurt myself, but kind of to that point, I really felt like that guy with like a selfie stick or a cheap tripod, that type of thing. So I bought, one of the little rigs to try and not feel quite like that guy that's trying to get the Instagram photo. So I think that's made me a little bit more comfortable, because I don't look like somebody that's just taking a picture for Facebook. I look like I'm actually doing something and being creative, if you will. But it is definitely still weird for me in public.
I mean, if I was going through the shopping mall and I saw some guy with a Joby Pod and he was doing his thing, I'd be like, look at that a-hole. Look at him. And I'd be pointing at him.
You're missing opportunities, man. I'd go photobomb and be in his video, get a shout out.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You never he might have 300,000 subscribers. You don't know.
That's a good point.
That's fine.
You're absolutely right.
And even if he only has 1,000, those thousands probably don't know who you are. Now they would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go somewhere together, Bob, and let's see if you do that.
I would do anything.
All that
I
talk.
don't care about nothing.
I can see Bob doing that.
Yeah,
Bob's in public at a fish event. He just stands there and stares at the ground and walks around.
I intervene when needed.
You do what?
I intervene when needed.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, and then goes wandering off by himself in the middle of the city at night, if I heard correctly.
He does. Yep. Yes, he does.
But see, I think that would just kind of be like an adventure, because none of us here are really drinkers, if drinkers at all. So that's kind of the wander off, do your own thing when everybody else is getting smashed at the bar.
Well, there's a lot of that at these events too.
Yeah,
it's like a vacation for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I'm using my vacation time for this year. So,
for which event?
I'm hoping to get to both of the Aquashellas.
Nice.
Because I get 2 weeks vacation, so with it not being full weeks, I should be able to work that out to do both. Hopefully,
see, I have verification right here. Multi-tank addiction. I have to say, Bob did just walk up to me when I was recording at AGA.
There you go.
All press is good press.
Well, Chris doesn't know what he's talking about.
So forgive me if a lot of the questions or things I'm curious about are production driven, but I spend a lot of time thinking about these things, and I have a lot of people that ask me questions about those things and YouTube growth and stuff like that, even though I'm just a little guy. But do you have, now I'll get to you in a second, John, because I know that you've got some things that you're doing cinematically with your channel. But there's the old school, wait for the flip phone.
Are you serious? Did you just seriously pick up a pager?
He did.
It went off. I had to check who it was.
Is the flip phone next to it? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's.
Yes.
You have a pager?
And a razor.
Who doesn't love a razor, man?
Oh, goodness.
A razor is one thing, but a pager? Come on now. You really are a pimp.
Well, that's for the ladies who doesn't want to have the flip phone number. He gives them the beeper number.
Sorry, that's really funny, Bob. I will be messaging you about that later.
You know, it costs like $10 a year to have a pager. It's just worth it just for the laughs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, God.
Well, and of course, if you know the, I forget what the numbers are, but the old calculator trick you learn as a kid of spelling boobs on the calculator. So he's got ladies just texting him boobs, and he flips his pager upside down to look at it.
No, when they text me boobs, that's when I get out the razor because I know take these pictures.
Oh, goodness.
Anyway, you were asking Bob what?
Oh, I was going to ask him in terms of his filming, do you just kind of, and I watch your videos, but I don't know what your perspective is as the creator. Do you have any, I guess, desires to try and go more cinematic? That's another phone going off. Or to change your style any, or are you kind of in the, I'm going to shoot it, edit it, and I'm done messing with it?
I think he was asking you, John.
I'm 100% positive he was asking you.
I was asking you, Bob. I'll get to John. I know what some of his ambitions are. I'm just
sorry, I was distracted. It really depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes I'm just going to film it and not even edit it and throw it up there. And then sometimes I try to do the fancy transitions and the fancy intros and the music. It really just depends on what kind of mood I'm in. I've been spending a lot of time learning After Effects lately. And once my new computer is set up right now, I can go through After Effects and I can do like some basic stuff. Once I start doing the more advanced stuff, then my computer melts down and then I'm done. So once my computer is up and my new one is up and running, then I hope to be doing a lot more advanced stuff. And we'll see. I don't know. It's definitely fun doing the cinematic stuff. It is, but it's time consuming.
Yeah. Now
I got to get you to do an intro for me, Bob. Once you get your, I can be your guinea pig for your After Effects stuff.
I'm my own guinea pig.
I can see Bob doing the intro, whipping out the flip phone. John, is that you?
Yeah. I love that flip phone.
Now, do you find that really impacts your views in terms of that? I know that you've had like crazy things like what you call like dumb videos, like your PetSmart video will blow up when it's just something that you didn't put anything into, and then you put your heart into one and it just flops, so to speak.
So the ones that I put like my heart into, I don't really care that much if they flop. I mean, it's disappointing. Like, you do put like your soul into these videos and they get like 2,000 views, which is a lot for some people, but
right,
for how much work you put into it, it is kind of disappointing. But in the end, I really don't care because I'm still proud of it. And then there's just like, I think I did one on the Zis filter, and I did a lot of stupid Lord of the Rings graphics and effects on it, and I got like 10,000 views, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, like the stuff that does well is like the stuff that I just rush together, and like I don't even care. And it's like, boom, like that a beta video has 250,000 views. It took me like 5 minutes. Like, what? I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, and
I mean, I get it, but I don't know what resonates better with viewers. Because like Jimmy's videos are obviously like super cinematic, and then I get people telling me, well, I don't relate to that. You know, I like the more raw footage, and so I think it goes both ways. In the end, I think you just got to do what you enjoy.
There you go. That's wonderful advice. Absolutely. John, I know that you were super excited, you know, leaving last year with your secret project and releasing that. I do have to say that your character I have deemed D-Bag John. That is just, it fits when I see you.
You just wait.
Oh, God. But I think it's interesting how you're putting that perspective or that twist on some basic topics that have been kind of done to death, like going into the nitrogen cycle and things that.
The real question is did the ladies love it? Did they dig this?
Yeah.
The chicklids.
It's been a lot of comments on that video from ladies. So
you know what? No, but you said you were having the chickadees coming over to look at the chicklids.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, that's private, man, and you have to talk to Steve about that. I don't know. I don't follow his.
I thought his name was Fred.
Fred.
Yes.
I swear, I think the very first comment on that video was, "I thought that was Fred Durst." I did not do
even
that.
though he was still alive.
I did not do that on purpose. Yeah, that. Did you have a question, James?
No, you're fine. I was just curious if that was something that just kind of came to you, or if it was something that you did a lot of, you know, planning for that specific idea of filming it. And
well, both. It originally, the idea was to just act out these scenarios. You know, not be characters, but just it's me and it's Lisa, and we act it out. And one week she can be the educator, and the next week I can be the educator. And I pitched it to her. She loved the idea, but then she was like, well, you know, we could do this and we could do that. And then the conversation just evolved into these characters. But originally, I was trying to talk about this on my stream, but I don't think it went through. I was originally going to totally go all in with the Uncle Rico kind of thing. I was going to put on an Uncle Rico wig. If you don't know who I'm talking about, it's from Napoleon Dynamite. One of the best characters ever. I was going to wear a wig, and I was going to wear a shirt like he does in the movie, and I was basically going to be a guy trapped in the 80s, which is what Uncle Rico is. And when I said that I was going to do that, she said, okay, well, I'm going to do an 80s girl, and I'll get a blonde wig, and I'll get my hair all poofy, and I'll wear leg warmers, and that was going to be a whole thing where we were going to be kind of like two people trapped in the 80s.
And then they wussed out.
And that, well... there's a little bit of that, yeah, but it was also, we just couldn't get it there. We just couldn't get it to work. And the characters that we've created now is just kind of like a last minute thing, and it worked. So we're gonna stick with those.
Well, I like them. I think they work well, and I love the sass that Lisa's giving you. You big dummy.
Yep. And that's the thing. I think that we're going to stick with, and we have so far. We've shot 4 of them. I'm editing all of those. That's what we're filming all day today. And in every single one of them, I'm the idiot, and she is the person who knows what she's talking about. And we're going to stick with that.
Most people would say that's fitting. So I mean,
yeah, absolutely, no doubt. It's very natural. That's why it's easy to believe, because it's very natural.
So, Bob, I know you had mentioned on your other channel, on one of your other channels, I don't even know how many you've got at this point, that you thought that you had decided you wanted to go ahead and try and hit 1,000 subscribers on that. Was that still something that you're wanting to try and do?
It's something I'm going to do, but I still haven't started promoting it. You know, I'm the worst self-promoter in YouTube, I swear.
Well, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
But yeah, I would like to get there. I mean, now that I guess YouTube is half of my full-time job, I have currently, Steamfight Aquatics. I have another channel that's monetized. So if I could get 3 monetized channels, that'd be even better.
Gotcha. And it's the Big Steen Candy. Thank you for throwing that up. Your gaming channel.
It's a gaming channel. It is definitely rated R, just to warn people.
Yeah, but it's a good time. And I know the last time I was in there, you didn't have music, but I've heard a lot of times you have music going in there.
Yeah, the music is on and off. Sometimes I try to see how many copyright strikes I can get in one live stream.
Right. That seems like something you would do. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're not monetized right now, so what do I care? Obviously, I won't be doing that when it's monetized.
Right. So, I guess let me ask you all, if you want to answer this question, if you want to do a pass on it, you can. But do you find, like on Steamfod Aquatics and on the KG Tropicals, that sometimes you get held back from doing what you would like to do because of how the subscribers would react to it in terms of content or things of that nature?
I don't think so. I don't know that there's ever been a video that I shot that I was like, I'm not going to put this on here because no one's going to like it, or it's not fish related. Like my reptile videos do awful, absolutely terrible. But I know there's also like a couple thousand people out of my subscribers that like to watch them, so I still throw them on there. I still do them. So absolutely. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I try not to go away from fish on the channel. So, I've talked about doing drone stuff. We'll see what happens there. But
gotcha.
I haven't been held back as far as fish keeping content goes. But I'm not gonna. If I was gonna go way off, I would do what Bob's done, and I'd have 9 channels, one for every interest that I have.
Right.
Rather than trying to bunch it all up into the KG Tropicals channel, because it's true. I really do think that if you do go way off, like if I was to just start doing drone content every week, I think there'd be a lot of people that would bail, and I wouldn't blame them. You're not giving them what they signed up for. So
right. Well, and I know you used to get a lot of backlash in the chat on your Saturday. We needed talks. Talk about fish. Where's the fish talk? This sucks. Talk about
yeah.
And breaking up. There's an echo. I can't hear you. Your internet sucks.
No matter how clear we tried to be that, hey, we might not talk about fish at all. And Bob, when you were on with me, I don't think we talked about fish, not even for 1 second the whole time. But when Jason Adams was on with me, we talked fish the whole time. And
right.
When Lucas was on with me, we talked fish the whole time. But that's a little bit different, because it's like we put it out there up front. Hey, we might not talk about fish at all. But I'm talking about like from an edited video standpoint.
Yeah.
I haven't really ventured too far off.
I think you have to be like Jimmy, who's been like he does his vlogs. He's done other stuff on his channel since the day he started his channel. And so people accept that with Jimmy when he does like a vlog, or like when he went to Hawaii. Whereas if I just said I'm going on vacation, here's a vlog of my vacation, people would be angry. But since Jimmy's been doing that since the start, he's got like his vlog series, his travel, fish, whatever. He can get away with that. So that's good that he did that from the start. But
I think you could get away with it too, though, Bob. Because you've got 40,000 people that appreciate you, and if you're going to go and do something, they would want to know what you're doing. So the videos might not do really well because people that are not subscribed to you might not watch them. Just like if I was to do the same thing, but I think you'd still get some love from your subscribers. You know
what you could do, or what I could do, anyone could do, is go back and look at Aquarium Co-op's videos when he used to do like his travel vlogs, and he would just film sitting in an airport. Well, I'm waiting for my next plane, and he would just talk. I wonder how those videos did.
That'd be something to look into.
That's a good.
But of course, everything Corey touches turns to gold. So I don't know if it's a good way to gauge whether it works or not, because Corey could take a dump and it would get 100,000 views. I'd watch that.
Real quick, something popped up in chat that caught my eye. Donald Fish Vibes was asking, can Ed speak? Just asking, first time I'm seeing him live. Yes, he can. He likes to play a supportive role and pop up when he's most needed.
Yeah, I generally speak a lot, but I'm just letting the main guys talk tonight. I do have a question, though, for John. And it's not fish related, because I didn't realize we were going to talk so much about fish stuff. Totally makes sense. We're all fish geeks. But I'm also a fantasy baseball, fantasy all sports. But I'm in a fantasy baseball league that I've been in. It's a dynasty league. We've been going for over 20 years. And you get to save one guy every year. And one of my favorite upcomers, I like to hear from a guy that'll probably pump him up. but Juan Santo I got. Now, can you give me some love on him? Just make me feel really good.
Well, the most love I'm going to give you is his name's Juan Soto, not Santo.
Soto.
So you're welcome for that. This kid is, I'm not going to say he's the next Mike Trout, but I'm going to tell you he is the up and coming absolute top 5 superstar in Major League Baseball. I mean, the kid's 20 years old and he's going out there putting up numbers close to, the MVPs and stuff like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. What he's done at his age is superior to what Bryce Harper did at the same age. He's breaking all these records. If you have him on a fantasy league, bravo to you, because he's probably he's not Mike Trout or Christian Yelich, but he is an absolute money in the bank player, and he's only going to get better. From a bat standpoint, come on. I mean, he's going to compete with the best of them, but in the outfield, he's 20. He's got some work to do, but that kid's a stud.
All right. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is fantasy baseball as boring as baseball or more exciting than baseball?
Well, see, I pulled Bob on that one because you two started talking and I was just like
falling asleep.
Well, I only like to really go to the games, and I'm from Missouri, so it's either Kansas City Royals, which is my team that I love, or I've seen probably more Cardinal games because I lived in St. Louis most of my life. But watching TV is pretty rough, unless it's but I love fantasy. It's great. If you like to do numbers and stuff, every day I set my lineup and what pitchers are going to go up against what lineup. Oh my, it's great. I love it. I used to love football, but football's only 17 weeks of the year. Baseball's all half the year. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really drag it on, don't they?
Yeah, as long as you're not a Nats fan, I mean,
What did you say?
Just kidding, John. Just kidding.
No, baseball is one of those things. It's like NASCAR. You either love it or you look at it and you say, I can't understand how anybody watches that.
We're going to go fast and turn left.
Turn left. You're either that guy or you're somebody that is hardcore into it, going to every race and all of that. So you either love it or hate it. With age, Bob, you'll get it. You'll understand.
Well, it makes
Cole Trickle is my favorite NASCAR driver.
It makes sense you like baseball because, you like baseball. You're an Apple guy. You used to drive a Mustang. I mean, I'm kind of feeling like Bob here. All the things that I can't stand are just all lining up. I'm starting to agree with some of these people. I don't know how Lisa tolerates you.
She doesn't know how lucky she is. I'll tell you what. No, you can't blame me for being a Nats fan. I live in the D.C. metropolitan area.
No, and I think that's awesome. And
I'm 45 years old, and I had a 91 Mustang. Who didn't want a 91 Mustang?
I still want a 91 Mustang.
You see what I'm saying? And it was a GT white with red interior. Beautiful car. Nice. Just like Vanilla Ice's, except not convertible. Yeah, come on. People can make fun of it all they want.
I look for 93 GTs like every other month.
93 is the last Fox body?
Fox body, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good car. I'll take it. I love my 91. I'm so sad that I still don't have it.
You can buy one for like $5,000, drop another couple thousand in there, and you've got like 700-800 horsepower.
I'll talk to.
That's awesome. I'm a Hemi guy myself, but there are certain Mustangs that I'll say are tolerable, if you will. Speaking of Vanilla Ice, and I know you all like movies as well. On Netflix, I noticed the other day a little bit of nostalgia. They have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 and 2 on there.
Nice. Go Ninja, go.
Yeah. So
I will tell you, just a little self-promotion, Vanilla Ice, a mention of Vanilla Ice does happen in a future episode of Tanks of Our Lives. It happens.
I'll be looking out for that one.
That's not this week. It's the following week. Yep. It's coming.
Ed, you look like you got something to say, buddy.
Well, one thing I wanted to throw out there was Bob Kaler is a good friend of mine, and we were wondering where John gets the keychains that they wear. Everybody in Virginia seems to wear those big long keychains on their legs.
Not this guy.
And, we were wondering where you got your.
You talking about the lanyards?
No, he's talking about wallet chains, like
Like
strapped to the belt.
people.
He
still
did a
do that?
stream with Rack about a year ago where he said all the guys from Tennessee wore those chains. And we laughed about that for a while. So
I see a lot of them in Virginia, but not me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that out. I figured Bob would.
I mean,
The
those
other
went out
Bob
of style back with flip phones and beepers.
Yeah. I was going to say, Bob literally just said the words, people still have those, and the dude's picking up his pager and his razor.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, my pager's off grid. There's no GPS in that.
I love that.
So we've got about 20 minutes left. You all were courteous enough to offer me an hour of your time, and I appreciate that. I figured if it's fine with you all, we could take some questions from the chat since I have ignored them. But I don't know if that might have been a
I
nice.
can go till like 30 after, but I'm streaming at 7, so I need like a 30-minute break to feed my dogs. I don't have to quit right on.
I don't have to quit either. I'm good to go. I'm having fun.
Good deal. Well, I'm glad to hear it. But I figure since we haven't had super chats to pop up and stop conversation, if anybody wanted to throw some questions out there, you're welcome to do so, and we can pick those up. Since normally I don't neglect my chat, but I've just enjoyed talking with you all. Yeah.
Boy,
Yes.
was I ever ignoring my chat on Thursday. Woo!
Oh, I'm sure. I could not believe that you went that long. And forgive me, but I use you as an example a lot because, like, I found almost my micro niche or niche, however you prefer to pronounce it, is not just fish tubing, but it's the YouTube aspect of fish tubing. So I spend a lot of time talking about, equipment and YouTube and getting started and all that. And I love to use you as an example of,
What
even,
not to do?
yeah, well, no, like even you have issues, even you have technical difficulties. Even Corey flubs up. It's going to happen if you're going to be on camera. It's just part of it.
There is
John's best video he ever did or live stream was the blackout, and you were doing it from your van. And everybody kept coming up and telling you that the power was out.
Yep, that was fun. I mean, I couldn't believe anybody even watched that. It was a blast. Yeah, that was a good time.
I had a great time that night.
It absolutely is true that you can't avoid it. I mean, Bob's an IT guy, and he runs into issues sometimes. Everybody does, and when it's something that you can't control, though, it just burns me up. And then you have people in the chat making sure to remind you over and over and over that it's happening. It makes me.
And then you have people like me that message you afterwards, like, "Hey, your
But
screen's
see,
messed up."
You're my friend. It doesn't bother me, and I really don't pay attention to what you say. But when you just see it over and over and over again, it's like, come on, do you really?
I messaged Candy, and I was like, "You think it's too soon to kind of give him a rib, a couple of shots?" She's like, "Don't do it." I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing it."
I turned it off. I turned off the chat because I was like, all I keep seeing is the word lag. And I'm like, it was similar to the echo thing when that was happening. I was like, I just can't do it.
So I'm going to
way
grab
too much money to have all of this crap going on.
right. I'm going to grab a couple things from chat real quick since I opened that can of worms. Bipolar Aquatics asks future projects for you guys.
Bob, you go first. I've been talking too much.
Oh, I'm still just slowly setting up tanks. Excuse me. Tomorrow I'm going to be insulating the garage fish room. Supposed to have a big 7-day snowstorm next week, and so I went out to Home Depot and bought a bunch of insulation. So I'll be working on that, getting it kind of steeled up a little bit more, and then I got to set up my water change system, not auto water change, but as far as draining. So I went out and got all the pipes for that. I got a sump pump, a pretty big sump pump, and I actually bought a fire hose for it. So that should be pretty fun.
Nice.
But yeah, so that's pretty much what's going on for me.
Awesome.
And for me, it's the basement. I mean, that's the big one. That's going to be like the project of 2020 for me, and it's probably going to be the entire year because I'm not going to rush it. We've got a good setup going on down here. In here, we can use this as long as we need to. So little by little, I'm going to go down there, and I feel like having done this multiple times and having the experience that I have and the knowledge that I have on how to do this, I feel like I know the steps to take to do it right. So I'm going to take my time with it, and it'll probably be the whole year. As far as fish keeping goes, I do still plan on doing a big saltwater tank this year. I'm pretty much adamant about that.
Fowler, or is it going to be a Fowler or coral?
What's Fowler mean?
Fish only.
Yeah.
Fish only. Yeah. I'd never heard that before. See, it shows how much experience I have in fish keeping or saltwater. Yeah, fish only. I mean, I might do live rock and then.
I think it's fish only with live rock. Fowler.
Yeah, FOWLR. Yep.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, there you go. That's exactly what I want to do. So yeah, that's the plan. And I don't even know what fish yet. I just know I enjoyed having a fish only saltwater tank. It's not as much work as people think it is, and I'm not trying to say it's easy, but. I enjoyed it, and I do plan on doing that this year. That'll be probably my big fish keeping project this year.
Well, yeah, I've got a salt video that that I'm going to be putting out that I know I'm going to get crapped on for because I don't have the sump and the protein skimmer and all the things that everybody's like, oh my God, you're going to die without. It's just a basic butt ton of live rock and a snowflake eel and a lionfish. I mean, it's
not a lionfish because I love those, and my story goes it was arowanas and a lionfish.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Yeah, so didn't you? Weren't you?
Yeah, I missed that live stream. Yeah, and
So yeah, I thought about a lionfish, but I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how it goes. There's a lot of really cool.
Chat jumped on me. That usually doesn't happen in my streams. I'm not complaining. I know
it's got to be me. It's me. It's the fact that I'm here.
It is. Well, it's people crapping on Bob too.
Oh, so I've got that's nothing.
I'm just kidding, buddy.
I'm also building a studio in the middle of all this as well, from like the ground up. Like yesterday I ripped up all the carpet, so really to start from like just bare walls. In a room here. So I'm going to have like a dedicated studio. It's going to be really nice. And I'm going to be able to have guests on. It's not going to be as nice as like, Corey's, obviously, back when he was doing Real Fish Talk. But it should be pretty cool. I'm building everything, even the desk. I'm going to try to do from like a living edge desk. And it should be pretty cool.
Very nice. So, Young Fishmaster, I'm about to get to your question, but before I do, we did say no holds barred. So Priscilla MK Art says, can you ask John when he started turning bald? Make sure to tell him I asked.
Early 20s, it started to retreat. And I mean, it's back here now. But yeah, it was early 20s that it started. I started getting the horseshoe, the Jerry Seinfeld kind of thing. But I didn't shave it bald until I met Lisa, and I was 34 then. So,
and normally I wouldn't have thrown that out, but I know you know Priscilla, and there's no ill will there. Yeah. Young Fishmaster does have a fish question. Can I put a pair of convicts in with an Oscar, Jack Dempsey, and Pike cichlid?
None of those are my area of expertise. I have no idea.
I've done it. The only one I haven't done would have been the pike. So I can't answer when it comes to the pike, but convicts, as long as they're not breeding, I mean, I've found them they go with anything. And Oscars and Jack Dempsey's are the same thing. You might get one that's a demon, but I mean, I've got severums with Oscars. So, but yeah, I'd say you should be good, but I check on the pike cichlid because I don't know about that one.
Gotcha. JT Aquatics asks, hey guys, what fish would you recommend for a 16-gallon tank to just set up my first tank?
Bob, you're the nano guy. Go for it.
I would go with a pair of Apistos and maybe some dillerfish.
That sounds like an awesome idea. I've been.
I'm gonna win some brownie points tonight, and so that maybe I get lucky tonight. I'm gonna say 5 female betas. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
That's going to be John's new suggestion for every tank question. What should I stock?
That's
Beta
right.
sorority.
5 female betas. Yes, every time.
I was really hoping that Corey was going to troll the internet and put one betta fish in his 800 gallon.
Oh, man.
I was hoping so bad.
That would have been nice. Wait a minute. Priscilla's starting stuff. I caused him to lose all his hair. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. There might be some truth to that. No, Lisa, you allowed me to do it. Others didn't because, whatever. That just got weird. But yeah, you were okay with it. That's why I was able to do that when I met you.
Bob's number one customer, Ginger Graves, says Bob's future plan is to ship me more fish. I want me some green dragon plecos.
I have lots of longfin green dragon plecos.
I'm when the time comes that you start shipping, I'm going to be all over that.
What's funny is I haven't even told anyone how much I'm selling them for, and people are like,
Right.
I want 3, I want 6. And I'm just like, all right, well, I'll just $50 each.
Yeah. He said, just give me your credit card number before I actually tell you what I'm charging for them.
I don't know why. I mean,
Or-
they're out there. You can buy them right now, and I don't know. Maybe they're more rare than I thought, but I feel like they're pretty common.
Ginger's cooler in person than she is on YouTube. Also, she's a really awesome person to meet.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing her in some of your guys' videos.
Yeah, I sadly had to work, so was not able to attend that. But I look forward to meeting her in the future. Hopefully, when we do that East Tennessee meetup.
Yep, for sure.
I want to go to Tennessee, so of course I want to go everywhere. Who am I kidding? But Tennessee is on the list too.
We got all sorts of good stuff.
You got cheap land. That's what I love about
I
Tennessee.
do. Yes.
It depends on where you're coming from.
If you go to Tennessee and you don't go one state over to Virginia, Bob, shame on you.
How dare you?
That's right. Where is this East Tennessee meetup going to be? I'm assuming the east of Tennessee, but where?
Oh, yeah. You knew I was going to give you a Bob answer. Yes, it's going to be in East Tennessee. We're looking at the Knoxville, Gatlinburg area. We haven't specified exactly where. But of course, I'm in Knoxville, and that's pretty close to Gatlinburg. And there's some good fish stores here and some things that are kind of a must-see. So I'm hoping that at least part of it will come through Knoxville. Check some things out, and then I think part of the plan is to go up to the aquarium, Ripley's Aquarium in Gatlinburg, but we haven't actually solidified anything yet. It's still in the works, but it'll be somewhere around the Knoxville, Gatlinburg area.
I've been to Knoxville. It wasn't that bad of a drive. So let me know what it is.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
you
it'd be great.
got all those tanks from years and years ago.
Yep.
I say that like I'm not sitting there. This is where.
Yep, that's right. I mean, I couldn't even tell you where it was, but yeah, that was in Knoxville, and we drove 3 U-Haul trucks back full of tanks.
That is crazy.
No, 2 U-Haul trucks and my pickup truck.
Chris, multi-tank addiction. I'm going to try to go to as many shows as possible, but it's really going to depend on how many fish I sell, on if I can afford to go. Yes, if I was going to go to ACA this year.
Yeah, that's what I was about to. Yep.
I'm going to Chicago 100%, and I want to go to the American Libraries Association in Florida. So that might prevent me from going to Dallas, because I think they're right next to each other. I think Dallas, Aquashella, and then 2 weeks later is the American Libraries Association. So I cannot travel back to back like that. So I have to pick one. And I'm kind of leaning towards Florida instead of going to Aquashella twice, just for some variety. But like nothing's decided yet.
I can understand.
ALA is, I mean, that's only like a $200 plane ticket, so that should be pretty doable, I hope.
And I just have to talk Ed into driving me to all these things and let me pay for gas. It'll be good.
Yeah, I can pretty much go to everything. You two are about the only 2 YouTubers I haven't met. It's kind of crazy.
Well, we're meeting right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's awesome. Thank you much. And well, we've all said hi over the chats. Like, John, do you realize you invited me over to Rax when you set up his tank?
Yeah, I know. I remember that.
I keep forgetting to tell Rack that I'm invited.
Yeah, you are my +1. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't even know when that's going to happen, but yeah, I'd like to get over there if he ever gets off his butt and gets that tank.
Yep.
Yeah, that I guess I'm going to be Ed's +1 and Bob is my +1, so we're just going to keep +1ing onto that. Bob with Kaler's Aquatics. Let me clarify since we have multiple Bobs here.
Is Bob?
Yeah, and I noticed that we are growing in numbers lately.
Yes.
Yeah, Bob Kaler lives about 40 minutes from me.
Okay.
And we go once a week out to different shops. We went to Atlanta last week, or maybe it was Nashville last week. I don't know. We have a good time.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to meet up with him a couple times. Even had the honor of Bob Kaler buying me lunch the last time they were up here.
How about that?
He is, of course, everybody knows Bob Kaler is a pillar of the community, but he's a really cool guy to hang out with and just shoot the breeze.
One of the most generous people on the platform. I know that.
Oh, yes.
He's on my list of people to meet, like I would want to meet for sure.
Yep. He well, technically I met him and Ed at the same time, so they were both my first. But you know, that was awesome. That was back, well, it's only been a couple months ago, but I think I had like 60 subscribers and they were like, "No, come on, cool, you can meet up with us." And I'm like, "This is awesome." I get starstruck though, I guess you could say. Like the first time I was live streaming and Bob Steen popped in at 3 a.m. or 2:30 in the morning, something like that. And I was like, that's got to be Steenbot. And I'm like, nope, that's actually Steenbot. And then you popped in on us on the Aquamate stream, I think it was, John. That's still a blur, but that was another pleasant surprise.
I'm always lurking.
Yeah, I think you'll find that a lot of us lurk like everywhere. Like sometimes it's not live. Like I was just I had Aquamate's live stream on like a couple hours before we started. Obviously a replay, but I always try to lurk when I can. Definitely, it's always fun.
Oh yeah, well, and it's understandable for you all, which I know you don't consider yourself, big channels, but numbers comparison versus the majority of us that are in here putting out content. If we jump into a room, we get 24 hellos. If you jump into a room, you're probably going to get a hello from everybody in the chat, and then the questions ensue. And I know a lot of times you all don't want to derail the chat, so to speak, even though we're already in the gutter far left, gone.
I used to message Corey. I'm like, hey, come in this live stream and say something. I'm like, let's just to get a reaction. Come and say something. I'm sure he would probably just shake his head every time, but you would.
The hardest part about that for me is not being able to say hi back to everyone. That bothers me.
Yeah, I always feel bad. I do.
It's one thing to hijack someone else's stream, which you're pretty much going to hijack anyone's stream except for maybe Corey's. But it's like I'll say something and it'll be hi John, hi John, hi John, hi John, and I can't say hi back to everybody because then it's just highs back and forth. So I'll always just type in hi to everyone who said hi to me.
Yeah, that's what I do. Like I'll just pop in and I'm like, hey everyone, and everyone's like, hi Bob, hi Bob, hi Bob, and I feel bad that I don't say hi like to
every single one of them.
I said hello everyone. I don't know, it's not the same.
Yeah. Well, and I can understand that, 'cause not that I'm anybody, and not saying that you all think you are anybody, but if I watch a lot at work. I have YouTube running in my back pocket and an earbud in, and sometimes I feel bad if I just pop in and say, hey, I'm lurking from work, and then I flip back in there a couple minutes later and 15 people have said hi, and I'm like, crap, now I feel bad because I haven't addressed everybody. So I
actually, when I was working, that's when I used to watch all my YouTube.
right.
And now that I'm doing my own thing, now it's just not as convenient. Like I can't always come in, or I can't always watch everyone's videos. Like I'm so far behind. Whereas before, I work 4 10s. I got 10 hours a day to watch YouTube.
So Just Shrimp Granny is calling a spot on my couch for the Tennessee meetup. You're welcome to it, but the kids might try and run you off of it. So let me ask you again. This is content creation, but that's half of what I enjoy. I love the fish, but I also love the creator aspect of it.
My absolute favorite thing to talk about. So please.
Well, I just went totally blank on that.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
Congratulations. No, you're fine. Lord. Oh, how do I want to phrase this? In terms of, like I've noticed we're getting a lot more of what I call passive creators that aren't really trying, that have no plans for YouTube. They're filming videos and they're putting stuff out, and I think that's awesome. Like I've said many times, I encourage everybody that wants to put a video out for whatever purpose to put it out there if it's what you want to do. But then we do have some people that are actually trying to make a go of it, if you will. There's no expectation that any of us are going to get rich on here. I guess I know that Bob kind of thinks that there's bound to be an end to YouTube, and that you, John, kind of feel like it's not going anywhere. But with all of the changes in laws and things of that we never know what's going to pop up. For somebody that is trying to make a go of it, would you recommend, I guess, more of a branding than just being a YouTube creator, if that's something that you're going for? Like, say, if you want to be like, okay, 10 years from now, I'd like this to have led somewhere.
Are you asking me or Bob?
Both, because I think you're both going to have slightly different answers.
Well, no, I mean, my answer is, if I wish I was doing, look at him. You look like the Brady Bunch intro. You're looking up at me. Anyway, I wish I was doing what Bob's doing right now. Because I do think that it's important to have something that is outside of YouTube, your own brand, your own thing to, you're using your YouTube channel to promote it. But it's another income stream. I mean, I think that's critical. I used to have that. I don't have it anymore. So this is why I still fix furniture. I mean, I just being blunt, I make enough from KG Tropicals where I probably could survive on just that money, but I refuse to do it because it's just so unpredictable. I sincerely don't think YouTube's going anywhere for quite some time. But I think anybody out there that has a YouTube channel that has some size to it, usually they have something else outside of YouTube. And if they don't, they're very nervous because, like you were saying, you never know when the next adpocalypse is going to happen. You never know when the next rule change is going to be, where laws are in effect that ruin everybody's income. You just never know. So I think it is critical to have something outside of it, but I would not discourage anyone from starting up. I think it's an amazing community. I think it's an amazing outlet. It's an amazing addition to the hobby. And it's made the fish keeping hobby that much more enjoyable for me, just to be able to share it and hear what people think about it and all that kind of stuff. So anybody that wants to do it, whether you're trying to become the next Corey McElroy or the next whoever, do it, because it's a lot of fun.
I agree.
I would say if your intention is to do it for a living, then I would absolutely recommend something else. Some sort of other business, like John said, to help promote your business. Right now, you could, as John said, he could probably support himself off YouTube. It's certainly possible. Even at my size right now, my YouTube income is a big part of my income right now. But there's a lot of factors in the analytics and as far as like CPM, and you really have to, if you're going to make a go of it and have YouTube be like the only part of it, not a business, then I would recommend to learn everything possible, read everything you can about CPM and how to maximize your CPM, because I've helped channels that have hundreds of thousands, even like 1 million subscribers that make less than my channel. So some people are just not knowledgeable on CPM, and there's a lot you can do to raise your CPM and help yourself. So that's what I would master if you're not going to do any type of like side business or any other business.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because even, different viewers from different countries count differently. Somebody from overseas might count as a quarter of what one American view counts as in terms of YouTube. So,
yeah, as far as CPM. And I think the last channel I helped had like almost 600,000, but their monthly income was about a quarter of mine.
oh,
And
wow.
their views were almost double of mine. So it's not like they weren't getting a lot of views for their channel, but they certainly weren't maximizing the views that they had either. So there's definitely a lot to it. And I don't know, maybe I've focused too much on that, but I feel like if I'm maximizing CPM for myself, then YouTube is going to like me more because it's maximizing their CPM as well.
Right. It is a business after all. Granted, they allow us to put content up for free, but they're in business to make money. So if you're making money, you're making them money. They're going to help you do so. Yeah.
I just saw in the chat, Carrie Nature, who we all see in all the chats all over the place, said YouTube didn't mean to make millionaires. That probably won't happen just with YouTube from this point on. I totally disagree with that.
A lot of people making millions of dollars on just YouTube.
Yeah, and that's going to continue, and there's going to be new ones every single day. How long that's going to continue, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen in fish keeping. I mean, right. I just don't. I don't think you're going to have a guy that just keeps aquariums that's going to just absolutely explode and become the next Logan Paul. It's not going to happen. But there's going to be new millionaires that's just from AdSense revenue every day on YouTube. How long is that going to continue? I don't know. But those people, I just hope they're not young kids, which most of them are. I hope they're smart and put some of their money away because it won't last forever.
Right.
But yeah, the system is set up to make millionaires. I mean, it really is. And YouTube wants to make as many millionaires as possible because if a YouTuber's making millions of dollars, YouTube's making tens, 20s, 30s of millions of dollars off that one YouTuber. So they want as many of them as possible.
Right. Well, and like you said, we're not really in the niche or the niche to do that. I'm more likely to have, if I do a video about five YouTube items or 5 items to purchase to shoot a YouTube video, I'm more likely to do better on that than I am, 5 things for your aquarium.
And have a higher CPM on it too.
Yeah. We're not in the market for that, even though there's definitely a market out there. But
I think it's coming though. I've said it before and I'm not going to go on a whole rant. I do think it's coming. I think that these companies are finally starting to figure it out and it's coming, but it'll be a while.
Right. Yeah, and it takes time for business to transition over sometimes when they're stuck in the old ways. But like you said, I think companies are finally realizing, hey, there's something to us investing in these creators on YouTube versus sticking with the standard, advertising and marketing and dumping the money into, other promotions like they do.
We just made 2 sponsorship deals. These are not big money deals, folks, so don't anybody freak out. But we've already announced the one with Extreme, and we did one with API. These are 2 old companies that have been around forever. And if those companies understand it now, if they're getting it, that we actually have some pull in this world of fish keeping, then the rest will follow. It's just going to take a little time.
Yeah,
it's going to be obvious because where are these people where are these companies advertising? It's not like they're putting commercials on the radio or on TV.
Yeah,
there's no publications that rarely exist anymore.
I think that's what
it shows where a couple thousand people go and they're spending $40,000 on a booth. That's not smart money. That's
what they're doing, though. I mean, and that's the thing, and they're figuring out. I mean, look, Aquatic Experience is gone now. I think a lot of that has to do with people are figuring it out that. Those shows are great if you're a YouTuber, but if you're a retailer or a manufacturer, are you going to really get an ROI out of that? Probably not. So magazines are going to be dying away, even though I hate that because I love magazines. There's a lot of, that's where they're putting their money, and hopefully they're figuring it out that they should be paying it to people like Fish Room Fever.
Okay.
John,
I see Bob. Sorry, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
I'm going to just ask a real quick question about Extreme Fish Flakes. Do you know, can they or will they ever sell like 5 or 10 gallon buckets?
They have the larger, I don't have one here handy that I can grab. They have the container that's like 2 of these. I don't know that they sell it in gallons though on a retail level. I think you'd have to be more at a wholesale level to be able to do that. And like where you're buying like a big bag of it, which you're going to then probably repackage and sell it on your own, which I don't think you're looking to do. But I don't know. I think the biggest one that they have, let me see if I can grab one.
While he's grabbing that, I was
so
just
tired of running out of fish food all the time.
No, that doesn't happen to any of us. What are you talking about? I see, Bob, you did not get your Under Armour sponsorship since you've got a different hat on today. So we're still
Under
working.
Armour. No, I don't know that I would ever take a sponsorship. Simply because I like to. I mean, I don't know. I don't see ever taking a sponsorship just because I like to be able to say what I want when I want.
Right.
Like if I'm sponsored, then I got to watch what I say because now I'm representing a company. So.
Well, and I think oh goodness, I've lost wording. Words are a thing. They really are. The example that you used previously was, well, if I'm wearing a co-op hat and I'm actually sponsored by them and I drop an F-bomb by mistake, then I make them look bad because they're my sponsor.
And even when you notice I don't really wear the Aquarium Co-op hat that much anymore just because I don't want to accidentally drop an F-bomb while I'm wearing Aquarium Co-op hat and then make Aquarium Co-op look bad.
Well, see,
even though I'm not sponsored by them, they don't give me any money. It's still part of the community. You know, it's not like
right
when I wear an Adidas hat and I drop an F-bomb, everyone's going to go message Adidas. No one's going to do that.
Cool. I'm going to have to send you some of the Fish Room Fever merch that you can drop F-bombs in all you want to, buddy.
It's the F-bombs Fish Fever.
Yeah, Fish Room F-bombs. There we go. On the extreme topic, I think it was Dr. Black that mentioned that they are pulling out of Australia.
Really?
I believe that's what I saw, but you've got something to show us, sir.
Well, I thought I had one of the big containers. I don't, but I have the equivalent in a big bag. They sent me a whole bunch of stuff to try out and stuff like that. And these are the big bags that they have. But they also have them in the containers that are like twice the size of this one. But I thought I had some, but I don't. So I don't know if that answers your question. They sell them in bigger containers, but maybe not as big as a giant bucket like you're wanting.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And all the people over there talking, I know that I can get other foods in large mass, and by the pound or whatever. I just wanted some extreme because it's good stuff. And I just realized my power cord came out.
Bob, do you need to let your dogs out?
No, they're just fighting.
Well, see, and that's the thing I wanted to mention about what you were saying before, Bob. That you want to be able to say what you want, and you don't want to have to say certain things because you're sponsored by a company. If you believe in that company, you would do that, though. An example would be Aquarium Co-op. Okay.
Yeah, I totally believe in that company. So,
right, that's what I'm saying. If probably wanted to sponsor you financially,
get out of here.
You would do it, and you would just watch your mouth and not drop F-bombs. Yeah,
but it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah. That's one of those cases. I think it's more worried about making them look bad from our side than it is about having to say what they want to say, when we truly believe in them. But yeah, I've started ordering the 2.2 pound bags of Hikari off of Amazon because, like Ed said, fish food is just constantly running out.
Oh yeah.
And I try and support my LFS, anywhere I can. And I've got a phenomenal, mom and pop fish store. But some of the things, they can't compete with Amazon. And I'm sure you, having run a brick and mortar, understand how that goes, even though it wasn't as big back then as it is now with online shopping.
Oh, yes, it was. I mean, it was in its infancy. But for us, we didn't really, that wasn't really our thing. We were focusing more on fish, so Amazon wasn't really hurting us. But people were still doing that. I mean, I still had people in my store that, you know, we would sell Extreme, and they would look it up on their phone while they were in the store. Like, oh, I can get that on Amazon for $2 cheaper.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then go get it there. I mean, what do you what do you think I'm going to say? Oh, well, please don't do that. I'll take $2 off. No, go there and get it.
Yeah, well, and that's my thing. So let me ask you before I say mine. Do you have, like, say if you're in an LFS, you know, mom and pop, someplace you want to support, do you have like a percentage that you go, okay, well, this is within this percentage of what I'd pay on Amazon. I'm willing to pay that amount more to support the local guy?
I am old school when it comes to, look at this, when it comes to purchasing things.
Yes.
There it is.
All right. So for those of you that asked me to create a wish list for you all to buy me stuff to feed to the fish on live streams, I'm adding that.
I don't know how to open this.
Is that a 5-gallon bucket or 2.5?
Looks like a 5-gallon bucket of
5-gallon bucket.
That is a 5-gallon bucket of flakes. Wow.
Oh,
Of
Take
the
a
Sarah
bath.
Bite.
Lumpy Dog said that's Bob's cereal bowl.
Yeah. It smells good.
But to answer your question, though, if I can go to a store and physically buy something, I'm going to do that. That's just the way I am, and it's not because I don't want to put money in Jeff Bezos's pocket. It's not because it's just because I prefer to do it that way. I don't want to wait. I want to go and get it. I want to have it in my hands, and I want to bring it home. And if that's the case, I'm not really looking at the prices. It's not like I have so much money I can just, you know, throw it around and I don't care how much stuff costs. It's not like that at all.
You do. You've got 2 sponsors.
Well, okay, but
No.
if I'm going to buy a can of fish food, I'm not going to be like, I drove all the way to the fish store, which in my Ram full size Ram pickup truck probably cost me $16 in gas.
Right.
I'm not going to buy this fish food because I can order it from Amazon and get it in 3 days and pay $1 less. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I drove there. They have it. I'm going to get it. Usually when I order stuff online, it's there isn't somewhere where I can go get it. I mean, that's just the way it is. Camera stuff, which I really wish you would ask camera questions, because you said you like gear questions. I love that. But like with cameras and stuff like that, there's no B&H Photo near me. Where am I going to go if I want to buy a specific camera? I'm going to order it online. But if I can physically go somewhere, that's what I'm going to do.
I'm afraid to start the Nikon debate with Bob in here. Wasn't it?
Bob's a Sony guy.
I had the Nikon. I love the I don't remember the model number, but it has the 90 times optical zoom.
Nice.
I love that camera.
Nice. So yeah, so I film on my phone. I've got a Note 8, and I do my filming on there. And yes, I do it in 4K, which I know you've talked about how that's pointless, but I enjoy it.
I really wish I had done a better job explaining why I think that's pointless. But anyway.
Well, no, I understand. A lot of it goes to the fact that most people don't watch it in 4K, and it takes a lot of space. It takes more time to upload, and that makes sense. I don't know. I just enjoy having the option, given that a lot of stuff that I actually watch, I'm watching on my television. So a lot of that does run in 4K if it's available. I think JH has fallen asleep on his.
Oh, look at that.
I'm a Nikon guy also. So
Yeah. See, Ed. Well, Ed, go ahead. Tell him about your camera experience. This is beyond my level of expertise here.
I was never a professional video guy, but I owned a photo studio for about 10 years. And so I've shot over 200 weddings, and I've done a lot with the single shot stuff. Not that I feel like that's going to translate necessarily great over here, even though I did take a few Comtech classes or, computer classes and whatnot, editing. But that's all VHS tapes, now. So I'm really old school. really, really old school. And I used to use, I printed my own film and everything. Now I use the digital stuff, and I've gone to the Pentax, and I love the Pentax. Or not, the Nikon gears. I just love.
I'm a Jimmy fan. If Jimmy tells me Sony's the best, I'm going to buy a Sony.
Well, that's because you can bug Jimmy at 3:00 in the morning, and he'll make you a personal video and send it to you when you're having a problem.
That's true.
You and Jimmy wearing matching outfits when you play video games.
Yeah.
We're both in the nude.
You know, the
You were like,
friends that
what were you guys?
Yeah, something to look forward to if you
Tim
subscribe
Bears?
to Bob Steenfots Gaming channel. He does it in the nude.
Ladies, ladies, ladies.
That beeper's blowing up now.
911, 911.
So what?
I don't text people 911. They never call me back. So now I just do that all the time.
Nice. So what is your favorite thing to shoot on, John? I know that you had been looking at getting a new camera when you were having issues with a webcam, and potentially were just going to use an old one and upgrade to another one.
I know for a fact now I'm going to buy another camera. After what we went through today, it's not like we had a hard time, but we did something in 2 different shots today that if we had 2 cameras, we would have done it at the same time with 2 different cameras. So I am going to buy another one. I'm not 100% certain on what it's going to be, but I'm leaning towards, it was a 90D, but I think I might go with the EOS R mirrorless. I might go with the mirrorless thing now. I'm a Canon guy.
Anyone would buy a DSLR
Huh?
anymore in this day and age. Buy mirrorless.
Well, the EOS R isn't mirrorless. I just said that.
Well, I know, but your one you use now is a DSLR.
Yeah, and you know what? The quality of video on my videos is just as good as yours with your stupid Sony. So
Yeah, because we only film at 1080.
that's what. Anyway.
I just made your brain hurt.
I wanted to go with the 90D, but I think it's like $300 more to get the EOS R. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. And then, but see, I'm really. This is going to get me in so much trouble with Lisa, who I know is watching.
Yes, she is.
I would almost have to get 2, because if I'm going to have an EOS R, which is, you know, until you go up to the absolute professional grade Canon cameras, that's about as good as you can get on the consumer grade. And then one of us is on a Canon SL2, which is still a great camera, but it's like not really fair. Who's going to get the better one? You know, so you almost have to.
Why don't you just buy a couple GoPros?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is so your point is, or what you're saying, I guess, is that filming on your expensive camera in 1080 is going to produce better footage than 4K footage off of. I'll even give you Apple instead of saying a Samsung product, off of whatever the new Apple is in 4K.
No, I didn't say that. If that's how it came out, whatever I was saying, I hope
I was just curious because I know
That's exactly what he said. So that's why.
yeah, I did not mean to say that. If that's what I said, I didn't mean that. What I've said about 4K all along is 90% of the people that are watching YouTube videos are watching in 1080p.
Right.
And the number one complaint from people that are shooting and editing in 4K is file size and external drives getting overloaded and stuff like that. Well, it's because you've got these gigantic files that you don't need. And then you've got people that are, 4K, it's 60 frames per second. And it's like, why? Why are you making these files so big? I mean,
because we can.
Well, and that's fine. I mean, but it's just kind of, it's like shaving and brushing your teeth before you do a voiceover. It's like, why would you do that? It's like nobody's going to see that you
brush your teeth. I mean, just in general, you should brush your teeth. So why wouldn't you?
I don't brush my teeth. I just take them out and put them in a cup and let them sit in some fizzy stuff for about 5 minutes.
That's going to be me in a few months. I'm going to be doing the same thing.
It makes life easy. You can eat anything you want, though. You don't have to worry about cavities anymore. It's great.
Well, when we're not live anymore, we'll have to have a conversation about that. I didn't know you were one of those. That's me very soon.
So apologies, I don't want to exclude anybody. I've missed a lot of people coming into the chat, but I did see somebody pop in that I've never had before on a live stream. Not that I have any more appreciation for him than anyone else, but I would feel bad if I did not say hello to Lucas Brett. I appreciate you popping in here, along with everybody else that has joined us today and listening to our rambling on. And it is 9:24, so we've got about 6 more minutes before we've got to let our guests go, because Bob needs a break before he gets on his next stream, which hopefully... Is this a game stream? It is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to be sending people to your gaming channel for a stream and you be on one of 27 other channels.
Oh, I'm sure there's fish people streaming, so we should send them to the fish channels anyways.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Bob's got to get off of here so he can stream to all 7 people that are going to watch his stream.
I got over 20 people last time, buddy.
Yeah, I even popped in there and lurked.
I have to. I love to it. It's fun. It's fun to watch. And usually, no offense, Bob, you know I love you, but usually I'm watching it for like 20 minutes and I'm like, it's 20 minutes I'm never going to get back. He's jumping off the plane, he's landing and dying. Why am I watching this?
I don't know. But people do, so whatever.
Well, Bob, do you have a friend that you're going to play with tonight?
I don't know. I haven't logged on to see who's online. And I don't think Jimmy's home yet. He went back today, but I'm sure the last thing he wants to do is pop on.
Now, what system is this on?
PC.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll buy it and I'll play like for 4 hours and get really good, and then play with you sometime. Do you have a friend?
It is one of the hardest games ever to play as far as that genre. But we used to get like Rob from Flip Aquatic and Corey's come on a couple times.
Oh, nice.
I'm giving you a hard time. I know the game. I was just... I know 3 hours wouldn't be enough. My nephews play it nonstop.
We've had 1 vote to keep going. We can't stop yet. I need more of this.
Well, I'm not going to ask Bob to stay any longer. I asked for an hour, and he's already given us an extra half hour. And I would feel bad asking to continue with Bob dropping off unless everybody was okay with that. But I don't necessarily want to ask that live, if you understand that position.
What? I wasn't paying attention.
We didn't expect you to. That's why we've
Bob
kind of
doesn't care.
in a comment.
Bob does not care. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely up to continue talking. I didn't want to avoid Bob, I guess would be the easiest way to put it. But I did have a bunch of gear questions to ask. I don't know.
All in on that.
Yeah.
Fire away, man. Go.
Well, so in terms of, and this is again creating in gear, what I try and tell people to do is, we all want the shiny toy. We all want that awesome camera, this fancy tripod, this super upgraded webcam. But I feel like scaling is the best option, unless you've just got the money to spend on it. Do you see any downside to that? Hey, I'm starting out. I've got a cheap phone. This is what I have. Unless you're like going all in and you've got money to blow, do you see any reason to get gear beyond your means, if you will?
Bob, I'm going to let you answer first since you got to go in a little bit.
So I never have. When I first started YouTube, I was doing it on a $100 camcorder off Amazon. When I started taking it more seriously, I asked Corey, I'm like, what should I do? He told me to buy a Panasonic camcorder, so I did. I used that for a super long time. My next camera was the, it's right here, the G7X, Canon G7X, which is $450. And I bought that probably when I was around 10,000 subscribers. So I feel like that's pretty, average, I guess. And then I used the G7X until I bought a GoPro 7. And I didn't really like the GoPro 7 for everything. Like the G7X, I could do everything I wanted. But like the GoPro, I couldn't do like close-up shots or anything like that.
Okay.
But it's still a really nice camera to have in your arsenal. You can do underwater. It's got, as far as like motion, the stabilization is amazing. And then I recently bought this camera here, which is the A6400. and it's $1,000, which I feel like at 40,000 subscribers, $1,000 is pretty reasonable. But as far as like the $5,000 cameras and that stuff with all the attachments, and I'm not about that. It's just the reason I like this one is because it's really small. It's not much bigger than the G7X. The lenses can get kind of big for it, but I haven't even bought a lens for it besides the one that it came with, and I don't know. I like it. Would it be cool to have Jimmy's $5,000 camera? Yeah, but I'm not even good enough with cameras and editing to take advantage of that. It would just be a giant waste of money for me. So if I had Jimmy's skill, then I probably would splurge, but I don't. So
Gotcha.
I try to keep myself in line with my skill, which is why I bought the GoPro, because it's pretty easy, idiot proof.
Right. Yeah.
Well, before I answer, do you need to go, Bob? Because I don't want you to feel like you're being rude if you leave.
I do what I want. If I want to stay, I'll stay.
I was just trying to be nice to you, brother.
Well, we knew John was going to try and kick you out the door.
And I'm ready for this to be all about me. See?
Yeah.
No, my thing is use what you have. If you're somebody that is just starting out, spend as little money as possible. And you're carrying around a device in your pocket that shoots absolutely adequate video. The audio is going to be terrible. So if you're going to spend money, spend it on audio. Believe me, coming from somebody who had the worst audio on all of YouTube for 5 years, it's extremely important. What I find for me is I always want to be progressing. I want to be getting better. And yes, there are things that the big cameras do that your phone doesn't, or do it better than your phone does, with things like stabilization and stuff like that, and fancy things, and zooming and all the things that you can do, get different lenses. So I do think that there is a benefit to upgrading and getting better cameras, like Bob just said, with going up to his $1,000 camera and all that. But there's a lot of YouTubers right now that are making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars a year using their phones. So
they're not filming fish either. So there's a little bit of a difference.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that. What'd you say?
I mean, not all those YouTubers are filming fish, and there are fish tubers using their phones, but you can definitely tell the quality when they're like zoomed in on a fish.
You absolutely can. There's no doubt. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's a family vlogger or a fish tuber. You can tell when somebody's using their phone, but that's okay in the beginning. I always say, let YouTube buy your camera. Let YouTube buy your microphones. When I bought these microphones, these are $400 a piece. I didn't pay for them. YouTube paid for them. That's the way I look at it. I got my check from YouTube and I bought them. And the same thing is going to happen when I buy my camera. So wait until YouTube can buy your gear upgrades. Until you're making money from your channel, use what you have and you'll be fine. Focus on things that you can do with what you have, with editing and good thumbnails and good titles and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to spend any money for that. So I think everyone gets to a place where they're like, I feel like I need that camera. But you're not going to be there when you have, your channel's getting 300 views a month.
Yeah.
It's not that you'd be stupid if you did that. You could do it and it would improve your videos for sure. But is it necessary yet? Not necessarily. But eventually you get to a place where you're like, okay, I got to do something here. I got to upgrade from what I've got. So
I would definitely say, like, the first couple years of your channel, you should be reinvesting all of your ad revenue back into your channel.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I just said. Let YouTube buy your gear upgrades. But because of phones, now, when I started my channel back in the Stone Ages, the cell phone cameras were not what they are now, and there was no such thing as 4K. So you weren't carrying around a phone. I did have to use a digital camcorder, Sony I had. So you kind of had to do that kind of stuff. But now everybody has a phone that is, the camera on that phone is 100 times better than what I was shooting with when I started my channel in 2012. So use that, upgrade your audio, get some lighting. I just realized I lighted myself really bad tonight. I'm like a big fireball here. I didn't even realize that, but spend a couple dollars on lights, sound, and you're good to go. Spend money on that before you do on your camera.
Yeah. I literally spent a couple dollars on lights. I've got those $7 metal clip up shop lights.
I used those for years. I still
I
have
would say don't let your equipment or lack of equipment or stop you from filming, because if you have something cool, like I'll watch it in 720p, so it doesn't really matter. Don't feel like you need this stuff to be successful on YouTube or just successful in general.
It's not going to happen if your channel has 200 subscribers and you put up a video and it's getting 10 or 12 views. You're not going to upgrade your camera and then all of a sudden get 3,000 views on your videos. It's not going to happen. Your channel is going to grow at a certain pace regardless. It's up to what you're doing on video. It's up to the information that you're giving, how you're presenting what's on there. It's not about the audio or the video quality.
I agree 100%. I think it's nice to hear it from, even though you all consider yourself small, bigger channels, more experienced channels. There we go. I know you like to say younger instead of smaller, so we'll go with older channels. It's nice
whatever you want.
Older channels. And Scott King and Queen Cichlid says, all my equipment I bought used, followed by LRB. Lucas said, content and story beats production any day. Absolutely. Definitely agree with that. Bob, don't let me hold you, but at the same time, don't let me kick you out. So now I'm going to confuse you. What am I trying to do to you here? Am I trying to get you to stay? Am I trying to get you to go?
Should I stay or should I go?
Hey, don't make
I don't
get a copyright strike.
Well, and there's a mutiny in the chat. Lucas has started a mutiny. I think he's discussing going live.
Uh-oh.
And there are a lot of people talking about we can just sneak off and nobody will notice because I have neglected the chat. But it's.
I came this close to wearing my LRB t-shirt.
I will say this, though. I have literally spent hours live streaming nothing but going to people's individual channels and helping them optimize it. So it's not that I normally disregard my chat. It just happens sometimes.
Especially when you have 4 people on here. It's not like it's just one person that can, read chat. We got 4 people having a 4-way conversation.
Yeah. Well, no, that was the big point is, I enjoy both of you all and I like talking to you in the limited amount that I have. So I wanted to hang out, so to speak. King and Queen Cichlids, Scott said, at Fisher and Fever, what camera do you use? I use a Note 8. That is what everything is shot on. That is what it's edited on. It's all done on there. My laptop, even though I got the RAM upgrades and all that, I've tried using a couple different editing softwares, and even Bentley tried to help me out with some tutorials and some suggestions, and the laptop does not like it one bit, so I'm waiting till I get a desktop to
Apple.
Yeah.
Take the advice from the guy that has nothing but technical problems every single week.
Not with the computer. How dare you? Not with the computer.
No. Well, I am curious what both of you all use.
As far as what our
For editing, what you all use when you do edit, which I know, John, yours is. I don't think I've seen raw footage from you, and I don't even know. But
yeah, I'm using. I have an iMac, which I do. That's my primary editing machine. Listen to this guy. I can hear your head wagging.
The Apple logo increases the quality, is what he's saying.
That's right. 27-inch 5K iMac I'm using for editing. I use Final Cut Pro. And then I have a 16-inch MacBook Pro, which I'm on right now, which is a beautiful machine and has been flawless for me. Thank you very much, Bob Steamfot. But when I started my YouTube channel for up until 2016, I used a Dell piece of crap $400 laptop, and I edited with Windows Movie Maker for free. And you can do a lot with those. If you're an Apple guy, you can use iMovie. It is a condensed form of Final Cut, and you can do a lot with that. You can do anything a YouTuber needs to do. Maybe not.
iMovie is great.
iMovie is phenomenal, and you
I've
can.
heard good things about that from some of the other content creators that I watch.
It's phenomenal, and it's a long story, but I didn't use iMovie. I didn't use iMovie and then graduate to Final Cut. I basically knew I was going to go Final Cut, so I got it as soon as I got my first Mac. But I've used iMovie like on my iPad and stuff like that, and it's great. I mean, and it's like I said, it's basically Final Cut with just not as many features. But every YouTuber can make YouTube quality videos on iMovie, and you don't have to pay anything for it. You might not be able to do the color grading and all
for the laptop, but the software is free.
Say what?
It's like a $2,000 laptop, but the software is free.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's no different than Windows. The Windows equivalent would be Windows Movie Maker. I think that's what they still call it, and that's great.
I don't even think you can get that anymore.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's not included with Windows anymore.
I eventually upgraded from Windows Movie Maker to Adobe Premiere Elements, which is like the Premiere for Dummies kind of thing. And then I went to Final Cut. So I don't know what got me on that rant.
I think he asked you what you used.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The question led to your answer, sir.
Good.
Bob, what about you?
When I need to get a video out quick, I use Filmora Wondershare. When I'm actually trying to make a video decent, I have the Adobe Suite, Adobe Premiere Pro, Photoshop, After Effects, all that crap. But Filmora Wondershare is probably like one of the easiest programs you can use for Windows as far as editing.
Okay. In terms of the rendering aspect of it, how hard is it on your setup hardware wise?
It just depends. Like 4K just takes longer, but it depends on how you use your computer. If you're gonna, edit it and then render and walk away, then it doesn't really matter. But if you need to do other stuff while you're rendering, then that can become a problem.
And now you're backing up John's argument regarding 4K video and how it's overdone. Yeah.
Oh, the files are huge. There's no.
No.
I mean, I did a 4K video. I don't remember which one it was, but it was like 20 minutes long, and it took like 45 minutes to an hour to render.
Yep. And in the wonderful upload process to YouTube, you might as well plan the week ahead of time to upload it.
Oh, my uploads are lightning quick. The upload and processing for me is a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
Bob, does Premiere have a thing where you can have the automatic rendering while you're working?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like background rendering?
Yeah, but that's not something that you'd want to check if you don't have a good computer.
Well,
if you have a top of a... Yeah. So for you at work, Wondershare has the same thing, but it'll really bog down your computer anytime you turn on that rendering. So that's for top tier computers, I would say.
Yeah, well, see, and I'm working with 10 gigabytes of RAM, so I would think I would be able to find something that would be decent for that, but it seems like every time I try, the programs I'm using are just not working. So
I don't think Filmora would run on 10 gigs. I mean, I have 32 gigs in mine, and it gets bogged down even with 32 gigs.
Yeah.
Well, your graphics card plays a big role too.
Yeah.
And if you're turning on GPU rendering as well.
It just kills me that I can do the stuff on my phone, yet the laptop is like, no, sorry. Which I know there's a lot more going into the rendering, and you have all the other color shading and options and things. But I'm going to have to get a desktop before I step into the world of computer editing.
Yeah, mine's almost complete. My new one. It's pretty awesome. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I heard you talking about some of the upgrades that you bought for it in the gaming stream. I'm assuming it's the same one, not a different rig.
What's that setting you back, Bob? You mind?
I'm $1,700 into it right now.
That's just the actual tower itself. That's not monitors or anything like that?
No monitors, no.
Yeah, I know.
I don't need them. I already have the monitors.
Nice. See, that's the thing. I need to make the argument for Mac here. My iMac is a 2014. It's the first generation of the 27-inch 5K iMac. And that thing runs today like it did the day I bought it. It was a $2,400 machine, which is expensive, but you're only talking a few $100s more than what Bob's talking about. And it's an all-in-one. It's got it's the monitor, it's everything all included. And so the point I'm trying to make is, if you are somebody that's on a budget, which everybody is, and you want to get yourself a nice computer that'll run like a powerhouse, buy the same computer I have, the same year I have, get it off of, used somewhere. You probably paid $700-800 for it. And and I'm telling you, my videos, which are not 4K, they're, whatever, but when I click share, you have to click share and export. When I export it to my hard drive, it's literally like 4 minutes and it's done. Nice. And I can upload it to YouTube. So, it's nothing. So, and that's a 6-year-old machine, 5-year-old machine. So there's my Apple argument. It just works.
Right. Well, I'm definitely at a disadvantage. I was out of the computer market, if you will, for about 8 years. I didn't own one. I didn't have a need for one. Everything was on my smartphone. And then I wanted to YouTube, and I'm like, oh, I can't do it off of an Android. My my laptop, if you will, tablet convertible thing was Android based, so I couldn't do it off of there. So that's where, like, even thumbnails, I'm still learning because I've been off of computers of any type for a while. But Select Pets, I think it was. There we go. KG Tropicals. Do you use that computer for your streams too?
I use my laptop. It's a MacBook Pro is what I use for streaming. I used to use the iMac, but I don't have to anymore because I have this. But I used to have to carry that out here every time I was going to stream, which it's not easy to carry a big thing like that out here. But now I use the laptop, and it works perfectly fine.
As long as you remember to plug in the internet, you're good.
That's right. I did do that today, and I did that Thursday too. I don't know what happened, but and by the way, both of my computers, the laptop and the iMac, are off the shelf from Best Buy. They're not upgraded. They're the upgraded version from Best Buy. Like, Best Buy sells everything in 2 levels. Right. It's the upgraded one, off the shelf at Best Buy. There's not, super high upgraded RAM and all that kind of stuff. It's just what they sell right there out of the box.
Well, and another thing in terms of content creators and computers, laptop, desktop, whatever preference you have, there's a huge difference between what you see and can do on the mobile platform looking at your channel versus what you can actually edit, customize, and optimize on the desktop or laptop that I didn't have a clue about until after being a month in. And then I bought a laptop and I'm like, oh, that's what my channel looks like if it's not on a phone? That's horrible.
Yep.
Not that it's great now, but, at least I didn't have a bunch of empty spaces after I figured it out. Bob Kaler, Kaler's Aquatic, says best desktop on a budget.
I'm an Apple guy, so there's no such thing as budget with an Apple guy.
Yeah.
So I can't.
Are YouTube millionaires like you?
Yeah, right.
I go to stores and pay twice as much. The really thing you got to look for is something that's going to scale with technology. Something you want to make sure you're buying new technology and not old technology. As far as brands, honestly, it doesn't really matter anymore. They're all Samsung internals anyway, so what does it matter? But I don't know. Without getting into specifics on talking about stuff that hardly anyone will understand.
Yeah, Bob, don't talk. That's what John's here for.
I would just, if you're looking for one, there's lots of desktops on a budget, like $400 or $500 that would do just fine with editing and videoing. Just make sure you get something with a graphics card, not integrated. And just make sure you're buying new technology. Well,
and like you mentioned, part of that is making sure that it's something that's upgradable and it's not maxed out in terms of, being able to.
So like a lot of these desktops, it'll say, I have 8 gigs of RAM, and then maybe down the line you want to upgrade to 16, and you're like, well, the motherboard is not compatible over 8 gigs. So you're kind of screwed. So now you can't upgrade your computer. So that's what I mean by making sure that you can, future-proof your desktop.
Gotcha. I was just asking for clarity for some. I knew what you meant, but some people may not have understood the expandable version.
Just watch YouTube videos. That's what I would say. Just type in on YouTube, best desktop for YouTube, best laptop for YouTube on a budget. You'd be surprised at how many responses you get or how many videos you get. That's anybody looking to buy any kind of gear for YouTube. That's how you do it. What's the best microphone for vlogging? What's the best lens for this? What's the best camera for that? You'll find it. It's all there.
Yeah. I mean, that I don't even necessarily know if you'd call that a niche because it's so large, but that section of YouTube is just massive. You can really get lost down the rabbit hole when you get into there, but it's a lot of good information. Mm-hmm. I learned how to fix my transmission off of YouTube. Dealership wanted $4,000 and I was like, screw that, and found a guy that worked for Mercedes, which I have a Dodge, but it's got the Mercedes transmission from that buyout. And he did a 15-part video on breaking down that specific transmission, and I was like, there you go.
Yep.
So,
I had a kind of a funny story to that, is that the back of my Jeep stopped opening. So, you unlock it and then you hit the latch and it wouldn't, you couldn't take the back latch off. It's a Cherokee. And so I pop onto YouTube. I'm like, what the heck's wrong with this thing? And this guy's like, okay, just left of the license plate, give it a good kick. I'm like, what? So I kicked it and then boom, the latch now works again. Like,
oh, that's great.
Who would have ever have known if there wasn't YouTube,
Yeah. Absolutely.
I have a similar thing. I was thinking about trading in my work van and getting a car. I was going to get a Kia Soul, which I love that car for what I do for a living. And I was curious one day. I'm just sitting there doing nothing. I'm curious. Wonder how hard it is to take the back seats out of that car to, just get them out of there so I don't damage them with all my tools. Sure enough, there it is on YouTube. How to remove the back seats from a Kia Soul. I mean, anything you want to do, it's on there. So, and believe me, I mean, when I've been in the market for things like microphones and stuff like that, that's what I do. What is the best microphone for YouTube? What's the best microphone for vlogging? Yeah. And it's there. And you might spend a few hours, but I like doing that anyway. So,
well, and I would say follow-up is the key to that because, it's kind of like Google. You can find whatever answer you want, generally speaking, on a subject. So if you Google, what's the best microphone, and it says the, Rode, whatever model number you put, then go Google that specific item and watch multiple videos on it versus just the one opinion about the specific item or, how to kick your car.
I watched probably, and I'm not exaggerating, probably 400 videos on just the DJI Mavic Mini and Mavic Air.
I believe it.
When I was shopping for drones. So, I mean, everybody's doing, and I didn't only go to the big channels. I would watch channels that are 300 subscribers or whatever. Even
building my computer now. I watch so many computer videos. It's ridiculous.
Are you subscribed to Linus, Bob?
No.
Oh.
He lives by me too. He goes to the Panera Bread, that's 2 miles from my house all the time.
I thought he lived in Canada.
Yeah, Vancouver. It's an hour north of me.
So he drives to Bob's house to go get Panera Bread?
When he goes down to Seattle, he always stops at the Panera Bread by my house. Oh. It's right in the middle.
Cool. I like Linus.
Scott from King and Queen Cichlid says, at Fish Room Fever, did these guys discuss putting videos out on a consistent schedule? Do they think it's good practice or does it matter? And thoughts on live streaming versus making regular videos?
Schedule is absolutely important. The first 2 years I was on YouTube, I stuck to a very strict schedule, and that's when I got my massive growth. Since then, I have not kept a schedule except for live streaming, and I just kind of upload whenever. And it's had a huge effect on my channel, negative as far as, subscribers. Because, essentially you're trying to train people okay, every Saturday morning, X is going to come out with a new video. And I know like channels that I watch that aren't fish channels, some of my favorite channels. I'm like, okay, Sunday morning, I'm going to get a new video from this guy, and I'm looking forward to it. So I think it's absolutely important. And as far as videos versus live streams, if you're trying to grow, you absolutely have to make videos. I don't think I've ever seen a channel grow on just live streams.
I'm working on it now.
The only time I agree with absolutely, I know this is weird, but everything Bob just said.
I don't believe that.
But
there it is.
If you are a brand new channel and you have, I don't know if there's like a threshold when you can start streaming, or you can start streaming day one. I'm not sure. But when you are somebody that's trying to get those watch time hours to get monetized, I think that streaming is amazing for that, because, people are not going to just watch for 3 minutes. But I wholeheartedly agree with Bob 100%. Growth is with edited content, period.
Right.
And it's, that's when you're going to be at your best, because when you're live streaming, you're like, and you have technical difficulties and people get bored and all of this. Whereas with the edited videos, you're putting out exactly what you want people to see. You're editing it the way you want it to be. And that's what's going to get people to want to see more from you. And schedule, 100% schedule.
Yeah.
Same time, same day, if you want to throw bonuses in, sometimes that's one thing, but yeah, schedule is critical.
Yeah, you'll never see a live stream go viral unless it's like a 5 to 10 minute live stream.
No.
Or unless it's Ninja with Drake, things like that, the mainstream things. But
well, I mean, I thought I was going to have 100,000 subs after this live stream. You guys are just horrible.
Sorry to disappoint you.
The one thing I would like to say about live streams, though, is they bring the community together.
Without a doubt.
I'm like a normal person. I don't consider myself a YouTuber like you guys. And I'm normally out there talking to everybody there. And that's what I love about the live streams. And that's what the hardcore people do. And I know that to get the non-hardcore people, you got to do the normal stuff.
Right.
But the consistent live streams are good. And all the people that are saying that I'm not talking enough, before we started, I said that I was going to be the Ed McMahon in this one. So just
say that.
Well,
yeah,
live
is insanely important for building your brand in your community. And we all have our own community. There's also the Fish Fam, but
right.
Every single channel has their own community, and you can look. You can see the importance of that when you look at like Patreon or memberships. When you see, these people with 3 million members or 3 million subscribers, but they have like 4 members. They don't, they have no community whatsoever. And so it's definitely important, especially since there's just this huge push from YouTube to go fan funding. It's going to be more important than ever. So
James, you're into the YouTube stuff. You may have even heard me talk about this before. Have you heard of Nick Nimmin and his brother D Nimmin?
Yeah.
I told this story on my live stream or somebody's live stream. I don't know.
I was listening to it earlier at work. Yeah.
I went to Nick Nimmin's live stream. They do it every Saturday. They live in Thailand. So it's like nighttime for them, but it's like Saturday mornings when it's on. And it's kind of a thing I do. I listen to them while I'm drinking coffee. And I chatted to them one time. I said something. I don't even remember what it was. And they responded to me. And I was like, ooh, like, oh, that was cool. Like these guys, they saw my, and Nick Nimmin has, I don't know, like 500,000 subscribers or maybe more. He's a big channel. And I was like thrilled with that. So there's no doubt. I agree. Again, it's hard for me to say, but I agree 100% with Bob. It's you make that connection. And Ed, you said it too. You make that connection with your fans through live streaming, no doubt. And it's way more than on edited videos or even like responding to comments on regular videos. Yeah. On the live streams, when you say somebody's name, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I was in Tim Schmoyer's live stream and I asked a question and he read my comment in my name. Totally butchered my name, but I was like, oh my God, this guy just said my name.
See, that would be cool. I mean, Tim Schmoyer, I've been watching forever. and I would get a kick out of that if he responded. That would be
And
nice.
you know,
Never done
most
it.
important thing about live streams, if we didn't have live streams, we wouldn't know Candy.
True.
And
Very
I mean,
true.
she's the heart of everything.
And Bob Kaler too. I mean, I know he has a channel. He's got a few videos. I've never seen him. I don't know what he looks like, but I see him all over the place in the chats. Same thing.
Yep.
I want to nail a few things real quick before I forget them all because they're building up and I don't have the memory of a iPhone. Lisa, KG Tropical said in there, Chattanooga Ed, you're the Lisa of KG Tropical. Yes, I've said that many times. Ed is my Lisa. He even has the cat that jumps on the tank behind him and sits in his lap and all of that.
I do. I shut the door so the cat can't come in.
It's a great Thursday night stream, John. You should check out my in terms of the first off, I agree 100%. And on the consistency, even Joey King of DIY mentioned that YouTube punished the crap out of him when he took a couple weeks off and came back, even as big as his channel is. Also, to your point, I just hit my 4-month mark with this channel, and as of earlier, had 2,000, right at 2,100 watch hours in 4 months. So yeah, it's definitely for the hours grind. Yeah.
That's outstanding. I mean, I know people that have been YouTubers for years that don't have that. So
right. And well, it goes back
really good.
to the community. We actually have a community that will literally sit there and watch the spinning wheel of death on the screen just as long as we can talk to each other in the chat. And it's a wonderful family, and I appreciate it very, very much.
I think the live streams have taken the place of dare I say, like fish clubs and stuff like that. I mean, I don't belong to any clubs right now because there's just none that are anywhere near me. I'd have to drive for hours. But I also don't need to. I hope that doesn't sound mean because I've got the community right here on my lap.
Right.
You know, and so I think that it has become the new way to socialize about whatever you're passionate about, you know, whether it's fish keeping or whatever. And that's amazing. And live streaming is a huge part of that, no doubt.
Yeah. And my last thing, Bob, wasn't your 2-year commitment or your first 2 years when you were on schedule, all that, wasn't that a commitment to Corey, if I remember correctly?
That was
nobody wanted to listen to him, and you're like, dude, I'll do whatever you tell me to.
So here's the thing. Like, there's a lot of people, not a lot, but there's some people that have some bad things to say about Corey because they didn't like the advice he was giving. And so when I first started asking him for advice, I'm like, I'll just listen to you, whatever. Even back then, he only had like 5,000 subscribers. But he was like, you got to treat this like a 2-year internship. You got to reinvest all the money you make in it. You got to stay on schedule. Just commit to it for 2 years. And so I'm like, okay. So like I said, he told me to buy the camera, and I bought the camera. And it's funny because there was somebody that messaged me, another YouTuber, and they were like, what can I do to help my channel? I'm like, well, your video quality is pretty bad. I would invest in a new camera. We didn't like that answer. And literally seconds after asking me, he messaged Corey, what can I do? He's like, dude, you need a better quality camera. And it was just so funny because Corey and I are talking back and forth. And I was like, hey, he just asked me the same thing. So it's like people want advice, but they want it, it's like, I don't know how to say, but
they want you to say what they want you to say. What they want.
It's like they don't want to listen to your advice unless it's something they can do. Well, and it was funny because the person had, it was like, I just can't afford a $400 camera. I'm like, you were just posted on Facebook about your 10-day vacation. Like, if this is going to be a priority, make it a priority. If it's just for fun, then just do it for fun. And so that's when I made the commitment right around that same time to Corey. It's like, whatever you say, man. And we would have, we would stay up to like 3 o'clock in the morning, like discussing analytics and videos and every nook and cranny of YouTube. We would just back and forth all day long for like a year.
And see, that's awesome. That's the stuff I love. That's when I first thought about making a channel, which, part of that was I stumbled onto John before I stumbled onto you, Bob. But Michael's Fish Room was one of those, I'm just a dumb guy with a camera. That really got stuck in my head. The point that I'm just a dumb guy with a camera. I'm like, I can be an ugly guy with a camera. Hey, I could do this,
Anyone can.
Yeah, and so I started listening to like all the people and all the advice and trying to learn the analytics and optimization and getting into the gear and what I had to have. And I think that the gear almost plays in the same position like you would say expanding your business. Don't expand your equipment until your equipment is holding you back, I think is
Absolutely
the best way to put it. But there were some comments about you being, all of us being in your lap, John, and couldn't believe
I saw that.
didn't make a.
That's
comment.
my other troll. That's Scott. He's my other troll.
Scott.
Him and Bob.
I would like to point out that I've actually been in John's lap. So
He has. I have caressed Bob in my arms.
Have you done it without the hat on though?
No.
Okay.
See, if you haven't met Bob in person, Bob's a giant, and people might not know that. What are you, like 7'3", Bob?
I'm 6'1". I don't know why people keep saying I'm so tall.
You're not 6'1", first of all. You're full of crap. He's at least 6'4", at
I
least.
get my yearly physicals. I'm 6'1".
Well, then you're wearing platform shoes because
Well, obviously.
I'm 6 feet tall. You tower over me, Bob.
Wear platform shoes.
Huh?
I have a reputation to live up to, so I have to wear platform shoes.
Well, you must be because you tower over me and I'm 6 feet tall. So anyway, Bob's a giant, but
Yeah.
I don't even know where I was going with that.
Well, and it's funny the perspective that we have, the
Something
image.
about you caressing me and in public, and then you started talking about how big I am.
I wish I could share that picture right here on your stream. I don't know if I could do that.
Oh.
I've got it. Let me see. Screen share. I don't know. We might get into some weird stuff. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
Funny
I
me-
made the mistake I've made of screen sharing some things you didn't want to share.
Yeah, that's not going to happen tonight.
Yeah, that can end poorly. But no, you get this, perception or thought of how you think people look or how tall they are, and then you meet them, and it's like, like when I met Ed and Bob, they're both taller than I am, and I just for whatever reason had it in my head that Bob was, my height or shorter, and it's weird.
You want to know who surprised me? Jeff Rose.
In what way?
He's a little guy. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but shut up, Bob. I thought he was going to be like my size. I'm 6 foot tall, 230. I thought he was about my size, and I knew he had lost weight, but he's probably 4 or 5 inches shorter than me. And he's lost like 100 pounds. So he's, way smaller than I am as far as weight goes. But he's a small guy. He's not like a munchkin, but he's a smaller guy. I thought he was much bigger than that.
We'll see. And honestly, I pictured you about that, but we've also seen, I guess, more of you in the videos, from some of the filming full body shots and things. But I didn't really picture that Bob would have been bigger than you. And if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have had that picture.
Bob towers over me, and he's sitting here telling you lies by telling you that he's 6'1". He's
I
not.
don't know what to tell you. I'm 6 whatever 275.
Yeah, 6'5".
Oh, there it is.
Did you ever dunk, Bob? Could you dunk?
Huh? Yeah, not since high school though.
See,
Well, a couple years after.
no white guy below 6'4" can dunk. It just doesn't happen. So there he is, 6'4".
But it was maybe like a half a dozen times when I happened to take enough steroids or whatever to get that extra inch.
I'm gonna try to do it here.
Dunk.
So Ginger Graves said, at Featuring Fever, if you want to make YouTube money, you got to treat it like a job. That's why I won't be making money. I don't want a second job. Absolutely, I can agree with that. I don't expect to make YouTube money, and I forget who said it and exactly how they phrased it, but basically, it's don't expect to make money off of YouTube. Use YouTube to make money. That's why I've always mentioned what I'm trying to do is like a long-term, multifaceted branding versus, hey, I want to be a guy that makes money off YouTube. I make more off of Amazon affiliate links with 700 subscribers than I'll probably be making off of YouTube in a year. That's the YouTube is not. It's a platform to get a brand out there is the way I see it in terms of the business aspect of it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You've got to put in the hours if you want to try and make it I don't even want to say make it a career path, but have a serious go at it.
It is very true, though. Right? If you want to make money at it, you're not going to luck into it. You really do have to put in the hours. That's absolute fact. But go ahead, Bob. I stepped on you. I'm sorry.
I don't think I was saying anything important. I don't remember.
Picture of me and.
Did you figure out the picture thing?
Let's see here. I thought I had a picture of Bob and I standing next to each other. Let me see here.
I might.
I think it was Andy that said he's 6'4" full of crap. I think I saw that in here somewhere.
No. Oh, forget it. I can't do it. I don't.
So GRB Aquatics. Sorry, it didn't actually highlight because you put the FRF, which is fine, but I did catch it on the scroll through. Said at FRF, when do YouTubers need to declare YouTube income for taxes? So the first thing I'm going to say is check with your local laws, especially because you're in a different country than I am. So I can give you absolutely no legal advice on that. I am not an accountant and don't claim to be. So there's my disclaimer. From what I understand, anything over $800 where I'm at is required to be declared to the federal government.
So you're supposed to declare all income, but they like the whatever is like $800.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Bob's a little guy. Yeah, sure he is.
I can't get it to. I can't do it.
Well, we get the gist of it. We can see the manly bodies enthralled in one another's embrace.
That's me holding him very lovingly and caressing him.
Lisa, I don't know how you got him back after that.
It's all smoke and mirrors. Trust me, I can't pick that guy up. You crazy? Anyway, that got weird. I'm sorry.
It was bound to happen at some point. I even put the disclaimer to buckle up in the description.
I tried to share the screen. I have the picture. It's perfect. It's right here. But you got to go through all these settings and all this garbage. I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah. And Lunar Beta says, don't do it for money. Let your passion for the hobby come first. The money will come later. I don't disagree with you 100. I agree with you 100%. I don't disagree with you at all. But in terms of like what I'm doing, my financial status, if you will, if I can build something, basically it's a 10-year plan. Like we've all said, it's not going to be a get rich quick scheme. That's not going to happen unless you're one of those people that just dumb lucks into, a viral video. But yeah, do it for the fun. But I also do understand people trying to plan a structure around it. That being said, if you're doing it solely for the structure or for business and not for fun, it's probably not going to work out well for you.
Well, and don't be ashamed of making money. I think that there might be a stigma attached to it. It used to be real bad, where if you were somebody that was making money on YouTube, you were like a traitor. Like, how dare you?
Right.
I can remember even getting a lot of heat just for getting products for free. Whereas now, brand new channels get.
Yeah, but your words are paid for by your two sponsors, sir. What does Bob have to say? No, I'm just.
That's right. That's true. Yes.
I would be lying if I said I never got anything for free. I definitely have, but I've never made a video about it. It's just whatever. I'm not going to stop people from sending me stuff, but I'm also not going to be emailing every company and saying, you know who I am, send me free crap.
Right. Well, and Scott from King and Queen Cichlid says, I said I wasn't doing it for the money until the first check hit my account. Then all that changed for me.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In fact, Scott and I had that conversation in person over lunch one day. I said, don't be ashamed of that. It's not, if you do get to a place where you're starting to make money like he is now, and like I am, and Bob is, and if you're making money, that's not a bad thing. It's not taboo anymore. You're not a traitor. You're not a sellout. Don't be afraid of making it. The question that you should ask, and I know what my answer to this is, would you still do this if you were not making money?
Correct.
If the money went away tomorrow and Larry and Sergey were no longer sending me checks, would I still do this? And ask yourself the same thing.
Right.
My answer is yes. Would I put the time into it that I do now? Probably not. But would I still make videos and still be involved in the community? And absolutely 100%, no question.
Well,
So
Well, I think it goes back to the question of, if you want a gazillion dollars, what would you do? Well, this is our passion. This is what we would do regardless. Right. So the fact that we make money on it, isn't that like the goal in life is to do what you're passionate about?
Yeah, well, and that's what I was going to say is it's optimizing your passion. Like John said, yeah, I would still be on here, but, given that I've run my own business and I'm in retail management and, those are all, I'm very business driven in terms of numbers and, what's possible, what's not possible, how to optimize things. I ran at one point the number 12 store in the company out of 15,000 stores. That's where my mind goes to. So when I say, hey, I can do this and enjoy it, but I see an opening from a business perspective that I can start to build something that a decade from now or 5 years from now, on top of my daily grind, can actually turn into something and I can retire at 45, 50 years old. Like you said, I don't see anything wrong with that, even though some people say, oh, that's not right. So I don't see anything wrong with just throwing up videos to throw up videos, but I also don't see anything wrong with, well, if I'm going to throw them up and I think I might be able to make money at some point, I might as well start trying to now.
I think most people that complain about YouTubers making money are complaining out of jealousy. So we said it at the exact same time, Bob. They're complaining out of jealousy. I mean, that's what it is. Because they're looking at that and they're saying, I could do that. I could make videos about my fish. How come I don't make that money? And
what's disappointing to me, and I'm probably going to get some hate on this, is the people that say, I put so much time and effort and work into this. And then you go look at their channel and you're like, really? Like, in the last month, you've uploaded like 1 2-minute video? That's like giving it your all?
Well,
that's what blows me away.
And like you said, there's an entitlement aspect to it where with some people think, oh, I deserve this. I should be getting this. And that's not how it works. If you deserved it, you in general would be getting it because it's all based upon the audience and what they feel you deserve is what you get, typically speaking. But it goes back to Chevy Fish said at Fish Room Fever, what I like is no matter what time of day or night, I can always tune into someone doing a stream or a vlog somewhere. It's great to chat with people, compare notes, and learn things. And that's, what makes it all possible. Is the community.
Well, I don't even feel like I deserve what I get now. I mean, luckily, or thankfully, I guess, December was by far my best month ever because of the views. And it's allowed me to take the last 2 weeks off because I've been pretty sick. So I don't deserve it because I haven't done anything. I feel like I don't deserve it because I haven't done anything in 2 weeks, except for a live stream. And it's going to kill my channel. But, sometimes you got to rest.
Yeah. Well, and if you don't mind me asking, and I wouldn't ask if you didn't mention the numbers yourself on your stream, but did you finally broke even in December, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, no. It was, I would have broke even if it wasn't for the DOAs.
Gotcha. That's what it was.
There was 1 lost shipment and 2 damaged shipments that I still haven't been refunded on by UPS or USPS, but they both sent me bills. So that was nice.
Yeah. So I was just curious because you kind of like John said, you're living the dream with what you're doing. You're kind of living my dream. Not that I want to take over, I don't want to take business from the local fish stores, but I would love to be able to small scale sell fish online while enjoying my hobby and be able to support myself financially in that way at some point. I mean, I'm 33. If I start working on these things now, given the current market and, social media, there's no reason that anybody couldn't make it there in a decade.
Well, I think the thing that is also very important right now is the economy is going absolutely gangbusters right now.
Yeah.
I mean, like to start a business right now, it's like there's just so much upside. But in 10 years, who knows what could happen? Right. I mean, it's like this, and it's just a good time. It was just a good time for me to start it. So it's, it's tough for me to gauge what's going to happen in 2 years or, Maybe even by summer. You don't know what's going to happen.
Right. Well, but like you've said before, you have a solid fallback, like a specialty career, and I've took a career path that I think you've mentioned before, Bob, as well. Dollar stores are one of those kind of economy-proof things. When everything falls to crap, they come shop with me. So I'm
going to go grab a drink real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would just hope that you get stock options and that you've been taking full advantage of that. If you do,
I'm working on it. I need to do better. In all honesty, I need
best stocks on the market.
Let me tell you, 6 years ago, I didn't really have intentions of working for the company. I started because I was bored. I had closed my business down and had sat at home for like 3 months and was like playing video games. I went hardcore on Battlefield 4 beta and beta. Dear Lord, I just swapped the betas. And I was like, I need to do something besides sit on Xbox for 36 hours straight. And then I just have been dumb in that aspect. It's kind of like my thumbnails. I know I need to do better, but I just haven't. If I had started 6 years ago when I started with the company, I would be in really good shape. But I do invest in other things, like precious metals. And I think you may have even talked about that as well. So,
yep. I mean, look at gold's up like $400 over the last year. It's insane.
Well, I'm going to give Ed a chance to talk because I really need to use the restroom because I really didn't plan on holding you gentlemen up.
That's
for
what
that.
I'm going to feed my dogs, so I'll be right back.
Me and you, Ed.
Well, that works. Okay, well, what's the next big event that you're going to go to?
Big Fish Deal.
Big Fish Deal?
Yep, I wouldn't call that a big event. Like, it's not as big as the Aquashellas and stuff like that, but a lot of fun. I went to it last year, and I enjoyed myself. And I think we're going to have a better turnout this year as far as YouTubers go. Last year, there was just a few of us, and I think there's going to be more this year. So it's going to be a good time. And it's only an hour away from me, so got to love that.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about going to that. I think Sean Peck went to it last year and bought a bunch of good wood and stuff. And I thought, I need to go there.
Yeah, he makes the trip every year. Him and his wife, I think, they just like the trip. And yeah, it was good seeing him there. I always enjoy hanging out with Sean. He's a good dude. Just don't ever.
Another Tennessee guy.
Yeah, he is. But yeah, I talked to him like a month ago. I asked him if he was going, and he wasn't sure. But then I guess he's actually said it now that he's definitely going. So that's really cool. Exciting. So we're going to go up there. We're going to stay the night up there, even though it's only an hour and a half or so away. Make a nice little weekend out of it. So it'll be a good time.
Well, I'm going to probably for sure go to that. So I'll wave at you there.
Why wave to me? Why wouldn't you come up to me and shake my hand and say hi?
Well, I'll definitely do that for sure. Okay. And then is Aquashella next, or Bob was talking about the live bearer thing in Florida.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll make that.
You're talking Chicago, not the Dallas.
Well,
is it graduation?
I'd like to do both, but I don't know if Dallas is going to be possible because high school graduation is that weekend. There is the possibility of flying out there after graduation, just getting there later in the day on Saturday and then being there all day Sunday. We'll see. I mean, I might do that. Chicago for sure. Even if we have to drive out there, we're going to absolutely be in Chicago. But Dallas, I don't know. I don't know if Dallas wants me anyway. So,
oh, that'd be crazy. I was planning on doing the Dallas no matter what, because my nephew's having his first son or daughter. Shouldn't have said son. First kid in March. So the first date was much better for me than the new one. But I'll just wait and see the kid a couple months older, and then go to Aquashella.
You said the new date. What's the new date?
Well, the new date's in May.
Okay, well, yeah, that's the May 16th or whatever.
Yeah, that's what messes up for everybody.
Well,
yeah, that's basically why I struggle with it, because graduation is May 16th. So we'll see.
Yeah, the March was much easier.
I did see, I don't spend a lot of time looking at the chat because this is your show and not mine, but I did see another message from Scott. And yes, it is true. It's not a big secret. Scott is my friend. So I'm not giving favoritism here, but it's a very good question. And so I wanted to address that and maybe do it before Bob gets back. He asked, YouTube burnout. Do you guys ever get it? And do you keep and how do you keep going? I experienced really bad after AE, but kept pushing forward. I think it's a great question because we've got channels at all levels of the spectrum here to get that from everybody because we're all doing this and we're all doing this at different levels. So it's a perfect question. That's why I didn't want to miss it.
Absolutely.
So
would you like to go?
My buddy Bob said, Ed, hey, you're only good for a P. What's I don't.
That was
I
not
don't know what that
intentionally
meant.
timed that way. Not at all. That was funny though. Sorry. Sorry, Ed. Go ahead. That was just yeah.
No, I don't know what he was trying to say. But I'm good for anything, Bob.
I borrowed the Mrs. Vape because I didn't want to step away long enough to smoke a whole cigarette. I was joking with her because I shaved this down. You know, I couldn't be the only guy with a head full of hair. I was like, I wish I had a bald cap that I could put on after what Chris did, Multi-Tank Addiction. That would have been fun. But
Yeah.
In terms of the burnout, even as a younger channel, there we go, John. Even as a younger channel, I mean, I have 2 kids, which fortunately, you know, Miss Fever, she stays home. She takes care of the kids. She takes a massive load off there. My job requires me to work 6 days a week minimum. It's not optional. I'm salaried. I have to be there 6 days a week. I often find myself up until 3 or 4 in the morning working on YouTube. And I may have to go to work at 6 a.m. until 4 or 5 p.m. and then come back. And like today, I fell asleep at about 4:30 this morning, was scheduled from 6 to 3. Got home, was doing water changes and top offs while trying to make sure everything was set for here. I really should be editing more content, but I've been pushing my watch hours through live streams versus getting the content out that I should be doing. Because at this point, I'm going to hit 1,000 subscribers, God willing, if the numbers keep up, not promoting myself, but just in terms of the math of it. I'll hit 1,000 subscribers before I'll hit the watch hours. So I've been pushing the streams for the watch hours, and it can be, even at an early stage, if you are going all in, like several people have mentioned in the chat, and you're treating it like a second job on top of a full-time job, you know, even 5 days or like I said, 6 days a week, and then a family and maintaining 40 plus aquariums, it can definitely burn you out.
My burnout, I've experienced multiple times, but it's a different kind of burnout. I'm not going to try to get any sympathy from anybody. The only one that really knows that this is true is myself and Lisa. I work a lot with my full-time job, just like you do. And my day, basically my work days during the week are fully consumed by my full-time job. Thursday nights, I'm usually finishing up my work at about 8:30. And then I'm setting up the stream and I'm streaming at 9 o'clock, which is why I might be a little irritable when I'm doing my streams. So, but YouTube is still, I'll give you an example. Today was going through doing water changes, like you said, to make sure things are right for videos. Excuse me, I burped on live stream. We had to set up a tank with tank, water, filter, heat, light, not a heater, but light, so that we could take one of the Oscars that are in here out and put it in that tank for one of our Tanks of Our Lives videos. Right. Setting up lights, setting up this, printing out scripts, recording the video. It was an all-day thing for Lisa and I. That's still, it's not work to me. It's I still enjoy that a lot. I had so much fun doing it. So my burnout is not from working too much. My burnout is when I run out of things to talk about. That's when I get frustrated and I start to fade. And I experienced that 2 weeks ago, to answer Scott's question. 2 weeks ago, I went through that, where I knew Tanks of Our Lives was coming, and I kind of felt like that was going to be a big thing, and I'm really excited about it, and I think it's going to do really well for us. But I didn't have anything else, and I didn't know what else to talk about. I didn't know what else to make videos on. I don't want to just turn on my camera and say, hey, I'm here. Here's your video for the week. So that kind of frustration is what burns me out. And it's not like being overloaded and, oh, it's so much work to edit. It's so much work to do. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's more, I don't know what to talk about. I don't know what to make videos on. That's when I flame out and burn out. The question is burnout, Bob. Do you experience it, and what do you do to get yourself out of it?
I get burnout after watching one of Jimmy's videos. Like, I'll go down and I'll make a video, I'll be editing it, and then Jimmy will upload a video and I watch it and I'm like, screw this, delete everything. There's no point. No point. I didn't get burnout. I joke, but that is a serious frustration of mine, is filming something and not having the skill to make it look like I want to. And I've said this before, there's been so many times when I've filmed a video and I've just deleted it, and I've never uploaded it, just because it's like, it probably would have got 5,000 views regardless, but it's still just so frustrating to me that it wasn't what I wanted. So I don't know that I would call that burnout. It's just more frustration than anything.
Right. And that's kind of my thing, is, like you said, I do enjoy doing all of those things, but I have almost the opposite problem. Then again, I've done maybe 70 videos versus hundreds that you've done, John. So you've covered a lot more things already. But mine is, I've got 50 video ideas that I don't have the time to shoot, and it frustrates me. And that's the biggest part of mine, is sometimes I get fed up with not having enough time in the day to shoot the videos I want to shoot. Or, like Bob pointed out, the editing concept. I have some ideas, like videos in my head that I don't have the skill to shoot them. And it really frustrates me, because if I could shoot what I'm seeing in my head, it would be beautiful. But I don't have the skill to shoot it and edit it at this point.
Yeah, and I can give you an exact example. I remember, like, the very first time I saw Jimmy do a mask transition, which is where if you, like, open a door, it transitions into the next scene. Like, you're walking into a room, but it's actually the next scene. And I was like, that just blew my mind. And so I spent like 6 hours trying to do that. And this was like a year ago. It was on the Aquarium Co-op. I own this store, or whatever that video was. And I was like, that just blew my mind. So I spent like 6 hours trying to edit it, and it just looked like trash. And I ended up deleting the whole video. I recently tried to do it again with an unboxing video. I'm like, I'm going to be able to like open up the box and do a mass transition into a tank of some of the fish that I unboxed. And again, it was still just an absolute giant disaster. I couldn't get it down because there's a lot to do with, like, you have to have the right frame rate on your camera when you're recording. And then you have to, match that frame rate. And there's all this stuff to do, like a mask transition. And it's really hard for me. And I was so frustrated. Again, I just deleted the whole unboxing video. An unboxing video, those are easy views. But I was like, I don't even care. I was so frustrated. And that's why I have like so many, like I've bought and fished so many times, but I only have like 3 unboxing videos, because I always get these ideas of what I want to do, and I can't make it, on my computer match what's in my mind. And so I just get frustrated and delete it. And then recently I actually did a video. Well, I don't know. Some people know this, but I made a video on the Blaharii rainbow fish. And then as I'm editing it, I'm like, I'm looking at my zoomed in shots and my close-ups. I'm like, this is not a Blaharii. This is some kind of hybrid, because I can see the scales. And I was just like, I just wasted. I can't put out a care guide on a hybrid fish and say it's a Blaharii rainbow fish. So then I just deleted the whole thing. And like, I could have maybe like voiced over and say, and saved it somehow, but I was so frustrated. And that was my Wednesday video, which is why I didn't put out a video on Wednesday, because I got kind of pissed off and just deleted it, to be honest.
Did you put that on your community tab, didn't you? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, for the members. Like, I shared some clip for the members.
Gotcha, yeah.
I'm going to go AFK for 2 minutes.
Absolutely. So GRB has got a fun fact for us. GRB Aquatics says donations to the Australian film industry are tax deductible. Technically, donations to YouTube creators are also eligible for that. And then, chat just jumped on me. Lisa, KG Tropicals, Lisa had made a comment about sometimes you've got to step back and not watch other people's videos. I'm paraphrasing because chat jumped.
I think a lot of people watch, and this is probably going to get me in hot water, but I think a lot of people watch other fish keepers' videos and they feel a competition with those other channels. And me, I look at it for inspiration. Like what you said, Bob, about Jimmy. I'm inspired when I watch him. Like I feel good after I watch his videos. I said it a couple of weeks ago. It's my favorite channel on YouTube when it comes to fish keeping, because every time I watch his videos, I'm inspired. Like I see something and I'm like, I want to do that. Even if it's just shading and color grading and stuff like that. But that might be a really good strategy for a lot of people. Step back and maybe not leave YouTube, but like I did, but step back, stop paying attention to what everybody else is doing and just do your thing. And who cares what everybody else is doing? My God, if you watched what everybody else was doing over the last few weeks, you would hate FishTube. So, I mean, we haven't even gotten into that, thank God. But anyway, yeah, I don't even know where I was going with that. I just start running my mouth sometimes.
You're good. Ginger Graves says, at Fisherman Fever, I buy fish locally that I can, but not all fish are available to me at my LFS. I order online what I can't get at my LFS. Bob Steenfott thanks you for that very much, Ginger Graves. See here. I know that's way back, but I saw a whole bunch of highlighted.
My number one customer by far.
Sure. I've heard you say that, yeah.
While you're looking for another comment, can I tell a quick story that's similar to Bob's? So for my Tanks of Our Lives video last week, where I showed my pose, the contact picture, I sent you the picture, Bob, the contact picture when Lisa I called her on the video. And you see her phone with my picture on it, and it says Virginia, and it says Steve. I've been editing videos for 7 years. I could not, for the life of me, get the mask to work to cover up my phone number. On an iPhone, when you call, I didn't realize this at first, but I'm sitting there looking at the footage of the phone, and it says right there, Steve, and then it says my actual phone number, because we just changed our names on the contacts.
That would have been great.
And so I was trying to block that out, and I spent, I swear, an hour trying to block that out. I watched the YouTube videos about it, trying to figure it out. And it was literally like 4 seconds of my phone number being exposed. And I couldn't get it to work. And so I was going to scrap the whole thing, not the whole video, but I was going to scrap the whole thing with the phone on there. But then I pushed spacebar, which plays the footage, and I realized the phone number eventually goes away, and it says Steve, Virginia for 4 seconds. So I just said, well, I'll just use that. So that's what's on the video. It says Steve, Virginia. I spent an hour. If I had just gone another 3 seconds in the video, I would have seen that it just says Virginia. I don't care that people know I live in Virginia. I don't want people to know my phone number.
Remember when you posted it on Instagram and I was like, hey, dummy. And I started texting you all kinds of random stuff.
Yeah, but see, I don't even know how that happened. I don't even know how that number got on there. I didn't set up the Instagram, so it wasn't my fault.
So for the people that don't know, you can start an Instagram, right? It's all fine. As soon as you change your Instagram from personal to business, it publishes all your info because it thinks you're a business now.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
And they changed their Instagram to a business, and it published.
Not there anymore, folks. Don't go looking.
So I started texting. Just because they didn't have my number at the time, so I had some fun with it.
So Scott King and Queen Cichlids, you're probably already gone, but if you are not, good night. I appreciate you stopping by, and same to Susan, SLC Aquatics. Thank you all for hanging out tonight, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Yeah, we do. I get texts on. People are going to start looking for it now. I get texts on my phone, my personal phone, this one, is this John from KG Tropicals? I'm like,
You've told me, yeah.
what? Like, and I don't answer them. I don't know how it happens.
That's crazy.
Have you got your phone neighbor text? I had somebody message me and they're like, "Hey, phone neighbor." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" They're like, "We have the same phone number except you're one off."
I haven't
like,
that one.
Okay, how's it going? And they're like, "Hey, that's fine. Do you want to play pool?" I'm like, "No." It was just so random.
Yeah.
But this person, we had like this conversation for like a week. We were just talking like, "Hey, what's up? I don't know who you are, but okay." It was kind of funny.
Looks like we're going to share your personal number in the chat here. There we go. So let me ask you all this. I've recently, being a younger channel, have come to terms with having fans, if you will. It wasn't something that I really considered because I don't think of myself that way. But I have people that will call themselves fans of mine. When your channel gets to the point, so like case in point, I had people say, "Well, why don't you have an Amazon wish list?" And I said, "Well, what is that and why would I have one?" And they said, "Well, it's a place where we can buy you stuff." And I'm like, I didn't have it because I didn't want anybody to buy me stuff nor think people would. But I did set one up because I had several people ask. Case in point, the Mega Mod Candy and Training, the Zen Ginger, sent me some Sarah Onip tabs. So I guess the question, now knowing the story, is: do you all see a problem when you have fans requesting you to, or subscribers, members, however you want to phrase it, people that enjoy you and your content asking you to do things like that? Do you see an issue with that?
I think that the issue is that the people that are anti, like, why would I give a YouTuber any money? I think those people don't realize that people want to. Everything I did when I started my channel was because somebody asked me to.
Right.
I didn't start selling merch until someone said, "Dude, I really want one of your t-shirts."
Right.
I didn't turn on super chats till somebody said, "Hey, super chats." I didn't turn on my Patreon until people said, "I want to be a patron."
Right.
And then there's so much negative feedback as soon as you do that. People are like, "Oh, you're just a gold digger. You just want money." But it's like there's people like that want to support you. I support creators. I super chat. I have memberships to other channels. I buy other people's merchandise. And I think that stigma has kind of gone away. When you look at things like Twitch, it's like expected on Twitch.
Right.
Like, yeah, all of Twitch is fan funded. I mean, there's ad revenue, but for a long time, it was like this negative thing on YouTube. And I think it's slowly starting to come around, but it's definitely still out there, in my opinion.
But yet, I'm getting ready to drop a bomb on this channel. Sorry.
Do it.
But yet, there are still people to this day that bring up Joey's GoFundMe. And I've never talked about this before, but I'm going to talk about it now.
I've talked about it.
Because
Good place to talk about it.
I think that it fits this conversation very well with what you just brought up. Joey was in a situation where he was doing a project for FishTube, and understand, Joey cannot stand me. Okay, so I'm not trying to like stick up for the guy because me and him are boys. No, he hates my guts. I'm saying it because it's a principle thing. Joey was in a situation where he was doing a project for his YouTube community, and the money was gone because of the adpocalypse thing. He started his GoFundMe. He said, "If you donate to this, here's what I'm going to do with the money."
Right.
People donated to him, and he did exactly what he said he was going to do with that money.
Right.
And he didn't put a gun to anybody's head. He didn't lie to anybody. He didn't make false promises. A, donate the money. B, will happen. People donated the money. B, happened. Period. Yeah. And so he did nothing wrong by doing that. And yet there are still people right now that comment. I guarantee you it would take me 30 seconds to find a video or a comment on my channel, somebody complaining about Joey's GoFundMe from 3 years ago. So there is still animosity and jealousy towards stuff like that.
Well, that's all it is jealousy.
Well, and I don't think there should be. And I would almost guarantee you that probably 99.5% of the people that complain about Joey's GoFundMe didn't donate money to him to begin with. So what are you complaining about?
Yeah.
So I think that.
Although I'm pretty sure that there was supposed to be some kind of website with a list of all the donors. I don't think that happened.
So what? I mean, who really cares about that? They wanted to see the gallery get done. They wanted to see the fish. They wanted to see the big pond. And guess what? The gallery got done. They saw the fish. They saw the pond. Who cares?
Exactly. And that's exactly what I said, because this came up. Corey and I did a live stream like right after this happened and went down. And of course, it came up in the live stream. And I was like, this dude made videos, whether you like him or hate him, I don't care. But the dude made videos for like 7 years without being monetized.
Yeah.
And so what? Everybody watched him. So you got 7 years of information, and you're going to complain that someone maybe donated $5 when you yourself didn't even donate? Like, get over yourself. Who cares?
Yeah, he even put that book together, and was trying to promote that, trying to earn money. He definitely put his grind in. Kind of like Mr. Beast. He put out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos before anything happened with his channel,
I do think it comes from that place of jealousy. I think that when you see Joey's a normal guy. I mean, I got nothing but good things to say about him, even though he can't stand me. Joey's a normal guy.
Well, me and him have something in common then.
Huh?
What?
Shut up. You're be quiet. Haven't you kicked him off yet? Joey's a normal guy that does videos about fish. I'm a normal guy that does videos about fish. I'm going to be jealous of him because he makes more money at it than me. That's just ridiculous. And that's what it is. People are mad because they can't put out a GoFundMe and make $90,000 in 48 hours.
Right.
You know what? I mean, Joey can deal with it. He didn't lie to anybody. He didn't make anything up. I could totally understand if people donated money and then he just like ran off to Cabo and disappeared and we didn't know him again. Okay, I get it. Be pissed off. But what are you pissed off at? He did exactly what he said he was going to do. But I just think there is still some people that are upset when YouTubers get paid, in something that's other than AdSense. They get upset. And I don't think it's good.
Like you said, he didn't go park a new BMW in where the fish gallery was supposed to go. He did what he said he would do with it. But, and like that wish list I have, I don't even have that publicized, which if you look at all my descriptions and on my website, I have like my affiliate link and all of that stuff. But I don't have that wish list public anywhere. It's strictly if somebody asks for it, I send them the link and they can do it. I would never come on here and say, hey guys, spend $25 to send me these, please. I really want them for my fish. And I even have it a secret to where if somebody orders something, I don't know it until it shows up. And then I get a little, letter in there that says, hey, this person sent this to you. And I'm like, oh, hey, cool. By the way, guys, check out what, case in point, the Zen Ginger sent me. I appreciate that. And then I don't even use them unless it's on the live stream. And then I'm like, hey, Zen Ginger, do you want me to pop one in the tank back here? So it's, I don't know, something that, especially being younger, I've found interesting coming to terms with. And I did the same thing with the merch. Like you said, Bob, I didn't do it until I had some requests. And then I went to a couple people that I talked to on the phone religiously and was like, I've had the merch made since the beginning. Again, I'm looking at this from a business perspective as well as the hobby and the fun part of it. It's just like my channel name, I picked something that was available on every single platform from TikTok to .com because I wanted like Aquarium Co-op. No matter what platform you go on, that's me. I own it. So I made the Teespring, with like 50 subscribers and just kept it a secret. And then I went to a couple people, was like, hey, people have been asking about shirts. Do you think I should do it? And they're like, yes, I would buy one. Please put that out. And another person's like, why haven't you done it already? We've been asking. And I'm like, okay. But I think, like you said, sometimes haters are going to hate. We'll put it that way. So,
Well, and like Bob said earlier, if you don't like the guy's content or anybody's content, that's fine. But if you don't like him because you're jealous of him, I think that's wrong. And there you go. Somebody asked in there, when are you going to tell us why Joey hates your guts? Never, because it's between me and him.
so I'm going to see if I can remember the correct pronunciation on this. I think it's Mickey M, if I'm not mistaken. Said, at Fish Room Fever, one big thing / task for fish tubers, if they want to, in my opinion, filling the void of poor below water filming plus facts / knowledge the regular media corps provide us. There we go. Yeah, I actually have some underwater content that I didn't put out because I sent it to somebody else for a project, but they didn't use it. So I think I'm going to put it out. I've got some really nice 4K underwater footage of the piranha swarming the lens on the phone. So I agree completely. There's not a whole lot of underwater stuff going on. And the facts and knowledge is a definite, in my opinion. I think a lot of times, sometimes people hesitate, especially, and I'm saying this as a younger creator, younger channel, because we see that, oh, Bob has done 3 videos about this in the past 2 years. You know, John has done 2 videos on this over the past 5 years. Corey's done 6 videos on this from different perspectives. So a lot of times we look at things and go, do I really need to do something with the information that's already out there? I think we do. I just think sometimes, from my perspective, I get wrapped up in, I could shoot this really cool visual video and forget to put the facts and knowledge into it that maybe a lot of us wouldn't watch because we're like, oh, I know about the nitrogen cycle, which is why I love John's twist on it. So I agree with you 100%, and I'm going to shut up and pass it on to the next one because I'm pulling a John here.
How dare you? That was probably the 8th or 9th cycling video I've done.
I haven't done a single one on the cycle. And I still get people that say, can you make a video on the nitrogen cycle?
That's the thing. I mean, yeah, there might be 20 videos or 20,000 videos on the same subject, but they're not from you.
Right.
And
Well, actually, I have very few pet peeves when it comes to like comments and people leaving comments. One of them is when somebody asks a question that's clearly in the video. That's always a pet peeve of mine.
yes,
But the other pet peeve of mine is when, oh, way to copy Corey's video or way to copy this video. And I'm like, okay, this got like 7,000 views. That's, and there's like 500 people have commented, oh, thanks, I didn't know about that. But here you are saying that this video was useless because someone else made it. It's like, I don't make videos for you specifically, dude.
when my arowana perished because of my stupidity, I was accused of copying Joey.
I remember that, yes.
I mean, it was only one guy. Oh, copying Joey now or whatever. It's like, really? I'm killing my fish so that I can do a video like Joey did.
We know you snuck that thing back to the fish store just so you could copy Joey's video. Yeah.
I mean, come
Despite
on.
your
I'm
love
not a
for
smart
arowana.
guy, but come
Yeah.
on now.
So Priscilla MKR says, this community is huge, so of course not everyone likes everyone, but we can tolerate each other if you support someone's decision or not. Absolutely.
And that's the thing. If you don't like somebody, that's fine. You don't need to announce it to the world that you don't like that person. It's like, nobody cares that you don't like that person.
Yeah.
Don't come on my channel and bitch about Bob's channel, which I don't think I've ever had, Bob. But it happens all the time. I've said it 100 times. I've had to restrict the name Joey on my channel because people were complaining about him. I mean, he's the biggest channel, so he's going to be everywhere. But people would be in my videos like complaining about Joey or you're copying Joey. Like, come on. And it was sad too, because in my Aquashella video, there was that baby kangaroo, which in Australia they call Joey's. And a lot of people commented on that and they got deleted because the word Joey's in it. It's a shame. But
Right.
I don't know why so many people feel an obligation to express what they don't like. Who cares?
No, I had, and I won't say who or what or any of that, but I had plans to do a video of a fish unboxing. The shipment didn't work out. We'll put it that way. So as opposed to editing and posting this footage of this fish shipment that didn't work out, there was no point in that. And I even told the guys, like, hey, here's what happened. I'm not going to post this because there's nothing positive to be gained from it, and there's no point in putting crap out about you. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's
Moral of the story is stop with the negativity. Get over it.
There you go. Thank you, Bob.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
really all that needed to be said.
On a positive note, Scott Backer, shameless plug here for myself, says speaking of, my wife loves her sweatshirt, Fish Room Fever, and Precious. I said I would shout you out. Precious did a video of Caleb Aquatics merchandise and mine as well. So thank you for that, Precious, and I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I have a question for y'all.
Yeah.
I think my logo's kind of cool. Is my logo ugly?
I don't think it's ugly. Here's what I would tell you. Because you're KG Tropicals with 140,000 subscribers, you can get away with it. But it kind of violates one of the bigger rules in terms of people knowing what your channel is. In terms of just the two fish, which is kind of where I came and got the picture. Not that people wouldn't have known that you were coming on the stream by seeing your logo. But I went and got the picture to throw it on your fish because it's like Steenfot has Steenfot Aquatics. Mine's got my channel name. Ed has his channel name. Yours is two fish. You can get away with it. You're a big channel. But that's one of the basics I would advise anyone if they're working on branding and logos is to have their name on it. Not that I'm telling you to do that, but
No,
it's
that's
funny
fine.
you asked because I was thinking about it yesterday going, I wish he had his stinking name on his logo.
I used to when I had the website. It used to say kgtropicals.com.
Mm-mm.
But the reason why I ask is because nobody buys my merchandise.
Gotcha.
It makes me sad.
Well, I cheated on my merchandise. I dropped the price out because I figured if people wanted to support me, which is why you'll see hashtag 46 cents sometimes, that's the profit I'm making right now. Because it wasn't about the profit. It was about people wanted to wear it, and I wanted them to be able to wear it as cheap as possible. So that's why I did that.
And you know what? I buy a lot of merch, and I have thought about buying yours, John. Seriously, and Bob was talking about it once too, one of his streams, and I haven't done it. I've decided I want to try to buy the stuff from the people I've met first, just because I've met them. So it's nothing personal towards you. I'm kind of going down a list, but.
Well, I'm going on 3 years from John promising me a T-shirt, and I still haven't got it. So
I don't have quadruple X's.
After the big fish deal, I'll buy one of those shirts.
I'm messing with. I'm not going to have them for sale, but no, I'm messing with you, Bob. I'm sorry.
yeah, a live stream we did in 2017. He said he'd send me one. Just saying.
Well, I mean, I don't have them anymore. I do them through.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
When has the Steenfot Aquatics shirt been sent to Virginia? When's that happened?
When have you asked for one? When?
I shouldn't have to. You're my friend. You
And
expect
I
one
still
from me.
don't have yours after 3 years.
You expect one from me. I should still have one from you. I mean,
I'll send you a two-piece Steenfot bathing suit.
all day long. I
There
will
you
wear that
go.
all day long. Priscilla says, "Make me one, John. I demand it." One what? What am I making, Priscilla?
So Mickey M says, Fish Room Fever, nice pics plus vids almost sells itself if shared. Ask Jimmy. I don't disagree with you at all. I also know I'm nowhere near Jimmy's quality. No matter how hard I try, I would not be able to produce something like that. Not that I couldn't produce nice content, but nothing on the level that Jimmy's doing. But I agree with you 100%.
You know what? I think I am going to have to get a whole bunch of shirts made and bring them. And I'll give one to everyone but Bob.
See,
I would expect nothing less.
I've got my friend's shirt.
Hey, look at that. And see, here's where I feel bad. I wanted to buy some other people's merch this week, but now I have multiple people with my logo, and I still don't have one yet. So I've got to get my shirt and my hoodie. So I
Well,
don't.
James,
feel
I'll
bad.
give you mine. I'm never going to wear it.
Oh well, thanks. I appreciate that.
A Steenfot banana hammock coming this spring.
Hey, there you go. Is it going to have the little fish on it?
Yeah, it'll be right where the banana goes.
Perfect. Yep, there you go. 54 Punchy was asking Steenfot Speedo. Absolutely. I'm going to buy one of those. Yeah, that's going to be great.
I would so look like Bert Kreischer if I put one of those on. Does anybody know who Bert Kreischer is? If you don't, you should.
I would look like Dirk Diggler.
Well, oh, Bob.
At least you know.
Oh yeah, no, I thought you were going for the Bill Goldberg look there, John.
Well, I wish.
I vaguely remember you mentioning that somewhere on a distant stream in the distant past.
More Stone Cold Steve Austin than Bill Goldberg, but it's just bald white guys. People say I look like them. Bruce Willis, I've heard.
Priscilla, we don't all have the talent that you have. Priscilla MK Art said you should hand draw some shirts.
Yeah, we're all artists like her.
Yeah, I might as well just let the kids go ahead and doodle it. At least then I'd have excuse for it not to look professionally done. But Ed, also thank you. I appreciate you you picking that up.
Oh yeah.
I want to tell you all something. I want to have some breaking news on here.
All
How
right.
many people are watching right now? Anybody going to answer me? How many people are watching?
70. Well, no, hold on a second. 81 watching now. 74. Holy crap. That's a record for us here.
81 people are going to have the opportunity to give me some feedback on this because I think it's a great idea. Now, James, you said you're 33. Ed, how old are you?
I am 46.
Okay, we're the same age. Bob, you're 57, right?
Pretty close.
Okay.
I almost got my ARP card.
I know Bob will know this. Ed, I don't know. And of course I know this. James, I don't know if you'll know this. This is what I was thinking of doing to embrace the whole Fred Durst thing. Okay. Lisa's going to be mad that I'm saying this on a live stream. What I was thinking of doing was at one of these events, one of the Aquashellas, because that's where the most people would be, would be gathering as many, don't be weird. This isn't a weird thing. Grab as many female YouTubers. I don't know why I did this because they're either female or they're not. I don't know why I did that. It just happened. Grab as many of the female YouTubers as possible. And I would walk like 4 blocks away from the event and have somebody, I'd have to get somebody, Bob, you're tall, somebody taller that can film from kind of a down angle, film me walking to the event, and like every 30 or 40 steps have one of the female fish tube women come out and enter and start following me down the street. And I would have a black puffy coat on with the hat backwards, and I would totally do the opening to the video Nookie. But I wouldn't be singing, obviously not, because that would be copyrighted.
Right.
I so totally want to reenact that.
Singing, it's not copyrighted. Just saying.
Say what?
Parodies are not copyrighted, and that includes singing.
I'm not going to rap.
parody.
I'm not going to rap. I don't have the talent of Jadron Aquatics. I'm not going to rap, even though I've already kind of thought about the words I would say to redo Nookie. But
Fish nerd.
Tell me how funny that would be if I was able. I even thought about if drones are available in the city, drone footaging it.
Who cares? Just do it anyways.
Oh my God, how funny would that be though? Me walking down the street, and I'd have to have some cool in my walk, you know what I'm saying? And have the big black puffy coat on and totally have all the fish keeping women follow me into the event. You got to admit that would be the best intro to any video ever done.
That would be. And I'll say I am a little young, but Fred Durst actually grew up in my hometown of Jacksonville, Florida. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. The only thing that would make it better would be if I was able to actually like walk up onto a stage, which, I mean, of course there's not going to be one, but to really do the whole Nookie thing. But I think that would be a blast. And I was telling Lisa about it, and I was instantly like, oh, who's going to be there? We got to get all of these females. It would be so much fun. And I'm not going to have them dancing or anything behind me like the girls did in that video, but just walking like they're following me to the event. I think it would be the best way to open one of the Tanks of Our Lives videos. The Tanks of Our Lives Aquashella video.
I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to help you out with that.
Good.
If you need it.
Ed, are you trying to help him grab all these women? That's been asked about a lot in the chat.
I didn't say anything about grabbing women. I didn't say anything about grabbing.
I don't normally grab them; I just knock them down.
Well, yeah, that was the actual phrasing was I'm going to grab all these female fish tubers.
That is exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Lisa said she's the camera person. No, you have to be one of the women following me, silly.
So you're probably going to be the only one after tonight.
No, look how many people are saying do it.
No, I think it would be awesome. I do.
Jess, she said, I don't know that I could do it. Of course you could. What are you, crazy? Of course you could do it. I expect you to do it.
I heard you guys talking about, I think when I was gone, Dallas or Chicago, as far as which ones people are going to. Which ones are you guys going to? I know you said you were going to try to go to both, but what about you, Ed and John?
I'm going to probably go to both. Chicago, I used to go to all the time when I lived in St. Louis, so I know that area really well. And I've got a relative now that lives in Texas, so I got to go visit him anyway.
Yeah, and Chicago is a guarantee for me. Dallas, I hope.
I just hope they change venues in Chicago.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a good chance of that.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I found out where they did it. I mean, there's so many huge areas. I figured you guys would be in Rosemont, at the convention center or something, big place.
Well, and again, my biggest thing, I could buy a plane ticket, but if I can get a ride, and I would literally cover somebody's gas to get out there, because if I take my car, I'm going to spend at least an extra 3 hours getting pulled over no matter where I'm going.
I'll take your gas money.
What are you talking, a Lambo or something?
No, it's got a 5.7 liter that's built out with long tube headers and an open exhaust and 2.5% window tint. So if I leave Tennessee, it's getting ticketed left and right because it's not legal in most states, and it's really annoying.
If Lisa and I drive out there, we'll be renting a car. There's no doubt. And the only reason we would drive is because she has a trouble flying sometimes.
I have to get a credit card to rent a car, and I don't want a credit card. I almost have thought about getting one just to be able to rent a car, but
for emergencies, they're nice.
Yeah.
But I'd like to take my truck, so that way, when I went to the last Aqua experience, not the last, the one before, I wish I didn't drive my truck, and I wish I would have, so I could have put in some of the raffles for some of the big tanks and stuff. And so I'm going to drive my truck this time.
If you were at Aquashella in 18, how did you not meet me and Bob?
I was not at Aquashella. I was at
not Aquashella, but Aquatic Experience.
I met everybody. I thought. I guess I didn't see you.
I don't know.
Well, Bob, let's be honest.
To
You were there for like 2 hours.
I did sleep a lot.
I said hi to Rack. Well, and my name wasn't Chattanooga Ed. I was just Ed, and I was just.
I met Rack at the 2017 one, maybe the 16. Maybe it was 2016.
so
Such a blur.
John, the
Joel
chat
was
has turned
outside the
on
whole
you.
time, worried about his daughter's birth. Yeah, I remember it well, but that's bizarre. I didn't meet you guys. I enjoyed it.
So that they have taken your idea, and now they want Lisa to be doing this with all the male fish tubers, because apparently all the support was from the men only in the chat.
Maybe the women that are in the chat don't understand the concept. This would not be a female exploitation thing. This would simply be you following me in. You wouldn't be wearing sexy clothing. You wouldn't be wearing your hats backwards like they did in the video. You would just be following this dope walking into the event is all it is. But I guess
think it would be a cool parody.
It would be funny for everybody to follow Lisa in too, though, for all the dudes to follow Lisa.
Somebody explain to me how Ryan Tannehill is going to be playing in a championship game.
Did they really beat the Ravens?
They're up 28-12 with 6 minutes to go.
Holy mackerel.
Anyways.
Go Tennessee.
My Caps lost tonight too. How dare they?
As long as my Chiefs win tomorrow, that's all I really care. But I was rooting for Tennessee.
Sickless23 asks if you can swing by and pick him up. Ed, thanks in advance. And there, Priscilla said they turned on you because you said grabbing female YouTubers. We knew what you meant, but
nobody thought I was going to grab them. I mean, I meant get all of the female YouTubers.
Now you're going to get them all?
Bob, you're supposed to be helping me out here.
I didn't read it, but there was a comment regarding please stop waving your T-Rex arms referencing grabbing female YouTubers.
All right.
Yeah, so Lisa, KG Tropical says, yeah, okay, you guys can pretend you're following me since I'll be walking backwards with the camera. So there you go. Gotta love it.
Maybe it's just dudes that liked that video. I don't know. I mean, I thought it was a really cool video. You got to admit, it's a great song.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't remember it.
Oh. You don't know the song Nookie? Really?
I don't remember the video.
Oh.
You know, back when videos played on television.
Right.
Yeah.
Look it up on YouTube.
Right now.
And just watch the first minute of it. And that's exactly what I'm talking about recreating. And I think it would be
that was still back when if there was a hit song, you could set your watch to the time that it was going to play because it was on a 15 minutes or a 45-minute, rotation.
And that's one of the reasons why so many people hate Limp Bizkit, because they were just beaten to death back then.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not a Limp Bizkit fanboy. I just dress up like the guy on Sundays.
Right. John's not a D-bag, but he plays one in real life.
That's right. Come on, Bob. Don't you think that would be funny?
Okay. I'm like 40 seconds in, and he's still grabbing women.
He doesn't grab any. Come on. But you see how he's walking, and then more people keep joining him.
You can't do this without singing, though. There's no way you could do this without singing. What, are you just going to be walking around with no swagger? Like,
no, I'd be walking with the swagger.
And let me just tell you, like, I hate the word swagger, but like you're going to have to walk that way with some music, something.
I'll walk that way with the music, but I'm not going to be singing because I'm not a singer that's going to sing on YouTube.
Just use autotune.
Get out of your comfort zone, John. You've got to expand for your subscribers,
I mean, if I could get enough female YouTubers to commit to it, maybe I would write a rap that would parody Nookie and do it all for the fishy. Right? That's what it have to be.
There you go.
I do it all for the fishy. What else could it be?
Nookie.
Well, you can't do that because then I would get hit.
That's the only reason I'm on YouTube. It's the only reason I do it.
That's the kind of video, going back to what you were talking about very early on in the stream, Bob. That's the kind of, if I was to do something like that, I wouldn't care if I made money on it. It would just be so much fun to do. I wouldn't care if it got hit and they took the money and Fred Durst took the money from me. I wouldn't care because it'd be so much fun to do.
Of it now. So you'll get some of it.
I don't know.
So if it's a 10-minute video and you play 1 minute of his song, he gets 10% of your revenue.
Well, but I wouldn't play his song, though. I would just get a song that sound. Well, I don't know.
That was
like a Weird Al song,
for instance.
Yeah, I mean, I could do the Weird Al route and like contact Fred Durst. How fun would that be? You're
probably famous enough. Just send him a selfie.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, brother.
Just tell him you've got 2 sponsors. He'll reply.
I asked this to Bob. I'm going to do it, Bob. I'm going to talk about what we talked about last night. Do you ever wonder, I don't care how big your channel is, do you ever wonder sometimes if like big time celebrities are watching your videos? I wonder that all the time. Like, my channel has had 18, I'm not trying to brag, it's not even a number to brag about, 18.4 million views total on my channel. There has to be some A-listers in that group. Yeah, there has to be.
Statistically speaking, it's bound to have happened at that point.
You gotta think, like, which A-lister would they actually search YouTube, or would they just tell one of their 18 assistants, say, "Give me a fish tank"?
Well, and here's. Go ahead, John. I saw you start to say something.
I didn't have anything to say. I was just
Gotcha. You were doing the classic lean in, so I thought you did. I will say from talking to Chewy LTD, who is in and was previously in very high up in the music industry, there are a lot of people in that industry that are into the aquarium hobby.
A lot of athletes too.
Well, yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me for older, more seasoned channels such as you all's. I don't ever think about that from my perspective. At 740 whatever subscribers, 748. I don't think that's happening on my channel.
I wonder, but it's more like a man. That would be pretty cool type of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not an ego thing. It's more like watching it. Like, how funny would that be if like Max Scherzer was watching my videos or something? Yeah, I'd be like, what? That'd be cool.
Like I've said this before. The closest thing I've gotten to is Joe Rogan's producer following me on Twitter.
Wow, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how about that? See?
And then I deleted my Twitter.
Well, in mine, everybody's heard it. Mine is Brett Raymer from the show Tanked.
Yeah.
Well, whatever you have to say, whatever. But yeah, that's the
whatever
follow that I know of. But there's got to be more, though.
Wasn't he only following like 6 people when he followed you?
Then he was, yeah. I don't know how. I mean, I haven't.
That's crazy.
I don't even know what my sign-in information is on Twitter, but yeah. And then my brother-in-law met him in Roanoke at a pet expo, and he went up and said, "Hey, I'm John Hudson's brother-in-law," and he was like, "Oh yeah, the guy from with the fish tank," or what? I don't remember what he said, but he said something about me. So he knows who I am. That's kind of weird.
I will put it to you like this. Like a month ago, was it, Bob? The first time you popped into my stream at like 3:30 in the morning. It's probably about a month or so ago. I had that was kind of like my celebrity moment, to put it in perspective. I'm like, holy crap, it's Bob Steenfott. And then John, when you popped in that stream, and then you're like, well, I'll come up. I'm like, holy crap, John's coming on the show. And I even had one earlier. You know, I've never had LR Brett's. Lucas has never been in one before, so I'm like, oh my goodness, LRB's here. I'd probably lose my mind if Corey popped up in a stream of mine one day. So that's still the level I'm at in terms of starstruck. And I know you all don't see yourselves that way, but a lot of us in the following community / the passive sharing, or the NewTubers, I'm going to phrase it that way now, the NewTubers.
I love that. I've never heard that before. I love that.
I just trademark, copyright, patent pending.
You're a genius.
The NewTubers, we still get starstruck, you know, to people like yourselves who don't see yourselves as being of that status. So, yeah, I remember the first time I got I say the first time, the only time I got a response from Dean on Instagram, from Dean's Fish Room. I was like, oh my God, look at this. Dean replied to a message I sent him. You know, that was a celebrity moment for me, if you will.
I mean, I get it. Like I said, with the Nick Nimmin thing, I mean, I've been there, and it's the same thing for me. So I get it. I don't think that it's that we're looked at like celebrities, though, as much as it is we're looked at as...
Speak for yourself, buddy. I'm a huge deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, just ask all the ladies blowing up the pager.
It's like people know you.
It's went off once, let me tell you. That's more than gone off in the last week.
So I have a question, Bob, and bear in mind this is my stream, and I don't give a crap if you respond to this, because I know I was listening to a stream earlier, and it was referencing, you made a comment to John about, well, we're both PhDs. John didn't get it.
You had no idea what I was talking about.
And you're like, I'll tell you after the stream, and I'm pretty sure you were going with pretty blank dudes, pretty hung dudes, or something like that. Because that's one of the PhDs I've heard. But I was like, you're like, I'll tell you after the stream. And I'm like, what was he talking about?
I believe Bob meant pretty huge.
D.
Ah, gosh. Well, same thing. Mine was more friendly, but yeah. So I was curious because I listened to that stream earlier and I was like, hold on a second. Perfect opportunity. You know, I'm not getting demonetized. I'm not monetized.
He's like, yeah, Jason's a PhD. I'm like, oh, I have a PhD as well. He's like, oh, you doing what?
Well, James like wrote that down as a note.
Yeah. So Mickey M says, at Steen Fought, at Fishroom Fever, I can try to get Greta, parentheses, from my town for you, but I doubt she will want to sail once again, or mainly for that. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know who Greta is. I saw it earlier, but I didn't know who Greta was. My apologies. I'm lost. Forgive me. And Pam said she had somebody comment on her art. I forget who it was, in reference to celebrities. Oh, I've missed it. 54 Punchy. I had Alan Rickman comment on one of my paintings. Does that count?
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. I'd say it does.
That's big time there. I mean, there has to be. And the conversation, when I brought it up to Bob last night, it was about Keanu Reeves. We were talking about Keanu Reeves, and that's what made me bring it up to him. I was like, do you ever wonder if like Keanu Reeves is watching your videos?
Yeah.
And of course, his channel's not going to be Keanu Reeves.
Right.
But of course it would be Neo.
I've tried to like bait
Right,
celebrities
Wick.
for responding to me, like on
John
Snap.
Wick, yeah.
Not Snap, but like Instagram. Like I try to like bait them or goat them just to try to get any response, but so far it's never worked.
I did say, I shouted out Fred Durst the other day. And I was like, dude, hey, I'll be in Dallas. Because for some reason, I feel like I heard he lives in Texas now.
Huh.
I don't think he was watching because I haven't heard anything from him yet.
Can we get a Texan to confirm that for us?
I could be completely wrong about that. He probably lives in L.A. I don't know. But
So
for whatever reason.
Frank White says, the first time I met a YouTuber, I complimented them on their work and thanked them for their labor. That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. That's
And that's how it's been every time people have met me. It's more like thank you. Like, thank you for what you've done. You helped me. It's not really like a celebrity thing. It's not, I don't know. Like I was saying before Bob rudely interrupted me, it's like they know you. It's like they're friends. Like people will come up and meet me at events and they're like, I already feel like I know you, because I've spent so much time with you.
right.
So, and that's
I hate when I don't know who they are. Like they know me, but I have no idea who they are. And I always feel bad. And I always act like I know them, but I don't.
Yeah, you're like, oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah, KD Tropical. Mhm. Hey, buddy.
I lost a lot of my, that starstruck stuff. I used to shoot a lot of like special events for the Blues, and so I got to know the players really well. And those guys, I would see them, with the fans, and some fans were great, but some were just completely crazy, and I really felt sorry for those guys. And they were just normal dudes. They invited me to play pool, or I got to play stick hockey with them and stuff. They were just fun guys. But they were just normal. And now it's just, I look at all the people on YouTube as just a bunch of cool guys that are, now John and Bob, I think you guys have elevated your game and you're awesome how you've done great things with your shows. But, there are some awesome people that are just sitting on the other side that I'd love to meet too, that, that just talk in the sides. And I don't know, I think it's just a great community and pretty cool.
I used to be a police officer in Washington, D.C. Everybody knows that. Who knows me? And I was assigned one day to escort Steven Tyler through the building. He had a tour guide, and I was basically there to make sure that nobody messed with the singer from Aerosmith. And he was a super cool guy, super easy to talk to, awesome. And I walked around the building with them for, I don't know, however long it was. And we got to this one spot where it's kind of like a restricted area. Public is not allowed in there. And I got the slightest taste of what it's like to be a celebrity at that level. First of all, everywhere we went, he stood out like a sore thumb. It's Steven Tyler. I mean, everybody knew who he was. And so everywhere we went, people were like, oh my God, I don't want to miss a thing. Everybody was going crazy. We go into this little corridor where there's nobody at. And he just went like this. And I was like, that's the first time this guy's had the opportunity to breathe since he walked into this building, because he had to be Steven Tyler. You know what I mean? He had to be on the whole time. And we get into this area where nobody else was, and he was finally able to take a deep breath. It was crazy to see what somebody like that goes to. I would never want to be at that level ever.
Yeah, no.
Because they can't do anything without people knowing what's going on. I mean, and he's at the pinnacle of the level, but even like a mid-level celebrity, I wouldn't even want to do it.
Yeah, and I think it would be cool to get recognized from time to time, but like I know even Bob, you've mentioned like, no, I like being able to go to the Home Depot and not have to deal with anybody, you know?
Well, I don't know that I would ever like meet anyone there, but yeah, it's weird. It's only happened like a couple times, but it's always awkward, and it's because it's like they just stare at you, and it's like, is that really him? I don't know. Is it him? And then you see them look at their phone, and they're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's like, why is this dude following me around?
Should we talk to him? Should we not? We're going to take a picture and we're going to put it on Instagram instead. So Mickey M came back and said, Greta Thunberg, I hope I pronounced that right, Stockholm, Sweden, LOL. I'm not sure who that is, and I'm sorry.
I know who that is, but I don't get it.
Is that like a...
It's probably not helping that I'm behind in chat either. I'm sure it was relevant the first time back forever ago. So Lisa of KG Tropical says, Jess and Priscilla recognized me at the AE 2018, and I was so shocked they knew who I was. Yeah, because that was back when Lisa wasn't really involved, right?
Yeah, she had done maybe like 7 or 8 videos on the channel. I tried so hard to get her to do more, but it wasn't her thing.
Right.
But it was that aquatic experience that fired her up and made her want to get into it hardcore. So thank you to everyone who recognized her that weekend.
Yeah, that's great.
I felt awkward at that one because Corey gave me a shirt and I was going to take it, and he says, oh, wait, don't you want me to sign it? And I went, oh, yeah. And, I just wasn't thinking. But
that was always really awkward for me because, like, that first year there was so many people, and I was just helping Corey out. Like, we're out of extra large, so I'd run in the back and get him extra large, and people would want his autograph, and they're like, don't you want Bob's autograph? And they're like, who? I'm like, stop asking that, dude. And of course they'd be like, oh yeah, just to be polite, but they didn't know who I was.
Jason from Prime Time was right next to him, and I could not picture who he was. And I think he had grown his full beard because he had a goatee before. And I felt really bad and was like, I know who you are, but I just...
Wait, don't we have Jason on the street?
Oh, well, I know who he is now. So.
You'd be
that's John. Never mind. Sorry, I thought we had Jason this whole time.
You'd be surprised how many people confused us at the events this year or last year. It was.
Now I hope people just do it on purpose.
It was shocking. I mean, it's funny though. I mean, to me, I'd be really upset if I was him, because Jason's a pretty jacked guy. He's pretty built, and I'm just a fat guy, But I'd be pretty pissed if I was Jason. Don't confuse me with that turd. Anyway.
So Barbara Jackson says, Bill Murray said if he had to do it over, he'd take just the rich instead of rich and famous. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I obviously don't have those issues, but, first world issues.
Yeah, but he takes celebrity, like, he does it right.
Yeah.
Like, just surprising people at their weddings, just like, hey, what's going on over here? Walking up and, like, I love when he just walks up to people's table and like steals food off their plates and just walks away without saying anything. That's what I would. That's the kind of stuff I would do if I was a celebrity.
Wow, that's a big BM. Tell me the movie. Come on. And no, it's not Bob Marley. Come on.
What are you talking about?
Come on. Wow, that's a big BM.
You're talking about Zombieland, are you?
Yes.
Okay.
When they pulled up to the Casa
Yeah.
de Murray.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I still have not seen that.
Thinking about that movie when you guys brought him up.
So, Kenny Schindler said, I live in a small town in Michigan, and we have 2 now retired NHL players that live here, and they skate down the river and play hockey with the kids every year. See, that's awesome. Stuff like that.
NHL players are great.
I was just about to say, hockey players are kind of known as being like really good dudes, like across the board almost, except for Sidney Crosby. But, you know, everybody else.
Well, and Craig Janney, he was, I won't say anything else.
Yeah,
I don't know. You guys probably don't even know who Craig Janney is, but he was a jerk. He used to set up Brendan Shanahan for the Blues. But then Brendan Shanahan married his wife, so that kind of got messed up.
Mm.
But he was cranky before that, so.
So, I was going to, well, I lost the comment. It jumped on me. Keeping things flowing, I've met a couple celebrities. One I don't really remember would be Larry Holmes. My parents actually had a marine construction business when I was growing up and ended up doing some dock work for him. And from what I recall, he was not the type of celebrity that we're talking about. But I think the weirdest time I've ever met a celebrity was Ed from the band Live. I ended up.
I was hoping you were going to say me.
Now, ended up taking a leak next to him. What had happened was we were out at this event called Nashville River Stages in Nashville, Tennessee, and managed to sneak back with a group to meet Joe and Phil from Def Leppard. Well, after that, security, this is back where all the tour buses are, security leads us over to where the exit is to go back out to the general public, and then they just walk off. Well, you know, everybody else is just walking back out to the general public. Myself and my uncle and my sister, and I forget who else was there. There was one other person. We kind of look around, and my uncle's like, there's nobody making us leave. So we walk around, and we talk to a couple people, and I don't even remember who, but I've got autographs in the safe somewhere. And I'm like, well, I'm going to use the restroom. And I end up standing there next to Ed, and I'm like, don't want to say anything while we're doing that. But afterwards, I'm like, hey, after we wash hands, you know, can I get an autograph, dude? Yeah. But that is my celebrity stories.
Working at the Capitol and having the job that I did, I met a lot of celebrities. The list is long. I don't want to bore everybody, but it was cool to, and we're talking like big timers too. It was fun. One of the perks for sure.
Yeah, see, that would be awesome. But I don't.
The highlights would have been Steven Tyler, Bono, Nicolas Cage, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And
I've been Bono's bodyguard before.
That's right. You did.
And then I almost said Randy Jackson, Randy Johnson, and Curt Schilling after they won the World Series. I met both of those guys. And Randy Johnson's like 9 feet tall, taller than Bob. Why am I saying his name wrong? It's Randy Johnson, right?
Randy Johnson, big unit.
Yeah, big unit. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it doesn't sound right to me today. Maybe it's because it's 11:30 and I've been streaming for 3.5 hours.
Oh, wow. I have kept you all fairly long.
That's fun.
How time flies when you're having fun. What was I going to say? Reggie White, he was another really cool celebrity. Of course, he's passed, but he used to do, I can't think of what it's called. There was a group down in Florida. It was a charity organization to help kids. And he showed up to a couple events down there. And like the one year he brought one of the Super Bowl balls and autographed it, and they auctioned it off for the charity. And so my dad got to go back and meet him and get the ball autographed and all that type of stuff. He was a good guy.
Nice.
You don't get a whole lot of those. Chat has run away from me again. I'm sure you all are probably Bob. I know that you're not feeling well.
Bob's been asleep for the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, I think we saved him from having to try and run the stream on his gaming channel.
I'll do that later.
It's still early where Bob's at. It's only, 8:30?
Yeah, I normally do it at 9. But I just do it whenever anyway, so it doesn't matter.
He's
not a real channel. It doesn't matter.
That's the fool around channel. Let's see, we've got
Caleb's Aquatics. I didn't do that video today, and he's in the chat. Caleb, can I get that video to you tomorrow? Is that going to be okay? Oh my God.
How dare you?
How dare I? I feel like such a chump. Caleb, please answer me. Tell me I can send it to you tomorrow. I'll send it to you tomorrow, I promise.
Jeez.
I'm sure he'll be fine with that. Yep, there's Bob's Big Steam Gaming channel. Again, as Candy said earlier, it is definitely not child friendly, but it is a good time. So I don't even know where to segue from that. There are so many different places we could go. We got way out there, which is perfectly fine.
We can't exactly go back to talking about YouTube gear again.
I'm scared to. I'm scared. I've got a couple things that I was going to ask you all about, but how? And I actually posed this as a question in a live stream earlier because they were looking for a topic. So obviously, YouTube, the internet, all of that has expanded the hobby. How do you feel we do as a whole overall in terms of trying to spread more good than bad? You know, because it's just as easy to spread disinformation as it is to spread the good information. I mean, I think it's been overall helpful to the hobby, but there definitely have been some things that have hurt along the way.
I don't care if people, spread misinformation as long as they're sincere. You know, if they're doing it on purpose, then that's an issue. But if they really think that they're doing what's best and giving out good information, then I don't, even if they're wrong, I don't really care.
Gotcha. I can agree with that. That is a very good point to that. And I hadn't really even thought of that aspect. There's the kitty. I guess my thing is
what Bob just said. Everybody has a different way of doing everything.
Yeah.
So who's to say one person's is wrong and another person is right? And
right.
I hate it when people start name bashing each other and stuff. You see YouTubers hate each other because of stupid stuff that, just works for one guy and not for the other.
Right. And I agree with that. Let me specify. Let me give you a specific case in point, something that all of us in here can agree is wrong. I've got a set of instructions from an aquarium company, and I'm not going to throw the name out there, but I've got a set of instructions that specifically on the tank setup instructions says, fill the tank, wait 24 hours, go buy your fish.
I think a lot of the Aqueon and the Tetra tanks say that.
Yeah. Things like that. Things like not needing to cycle. Things that are definitely negative impacts on the hobby, more specifically than... Because you're right, there are a lot of different ways to do things, and I think we do a lot of times get hung up on who's right or wrong when there isn't one. It's just, this is what works for me, and this is what works for you. But in terms of the actual bad information, I feel like it, of course, made it easier to spread that as well. And I
think that is an example of, come on, Kat, of bad information. But that's not necessarily what YouTubers are doing.
Right. No.
If you separate it between the industry and YouTube,
right,
I think they're very different. The industry wants you to go buy fish 24 hours later because that's the business of selling more products. I don't think there's such a thing. Here I go again, dropping a bomb. I don't think there's such thing as bad information on YouTube if the person is sharing their experiences. I mean, there's information that might not work for you.
Right.
There are people that would tell you that I am committing blasphemy with this thing.
No,
because I have haps and peacocks together. I mean, so it's like, I guess I shouldn't say there's no such thing as bad information, but if somebody has done something and it works for them and they share that, it's not bad information because it works for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Case in point, we've got a Vieja in with her African cichlids. That's one of those how dare yous. I've got Bichers and angelfish in here together. It's things that shouldn't be done. And I agree 100%. But I have seen some people post videos of, oh, I just set this tank up and I just throw all these fish in, and isn't this awesome? And
let's face it, no YouTubers are putting together a tank and waiting a month and a half for it to cycle before they put fish in it.
right. But a lot of us are using like seeded filter media or things like that.
Sure.
And I think that those are important points that, to be pointed out. Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it goes to a bad level is like Ed was talking about earlier, when you have a lot of this hobby is opinion-based and experience-based. And if my experiences are different than yours, and I do a video bashing you and calling you out by name and ripping parts of your videos and putting them up and showing everybody how horrible of a person you are, that's when it goes to the bad level. But
if you could do that, that'd be great. I could probably pick up a few hundred subscribers with that.
I'd be happy to do that. I was looking for something to do Tuesday. I'll do that for you on Tuesday. I'll talk about how horrible you are.
That'll work. At least all the people that like Bob will come over and join. I'll be like, oh, KG doesn't like him. We're going to go follow him.
That's what's funny about those too, is that why spend the time doing that when all it's going to do is draw additional attention to the person that you're trying to ridicule?
Right.
It's like you're helping them by doing that.
Yeah, man, I've said that
all along.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Conspiracies.
Leave it to Bob to make the conversation weird.
Yeah, I just have a problem with the Florida idiots. I think those are some people that are not doing any favors for the hobby.
Who was that? I didn't catch.
Don't lump in what I was saying earlier about those guys, because that's not information that they're doing. They're putting on a show, and
they're not
using animals. So that is certainly bad information. When I said there's no such thing as bad information, I mean somebody sharing their experiences. But people sending fish down a water slide and stuff like that, no.
And that's really what I kept trying to get to without calling out specifics. But yeah, there's a lot of that shock and awe, clickbaity stuff that is not in this community, but is out there in the aquarium pets portion of YouTube, if you will. I am curious though, Bob, did you ever look through that law, look through the actual law in terms of where they made it a felony for animal cruelty?
I read it, but I've long forgot.
He said, don't ask me at this point. You should have asked me that like months ago and not
even asked me that like 3 hours ago.
Right. Well, it was on the list, but I've tried to avoid the list because I didn't want it to be like a straight up Q&A. Let me read a piece of paper and, ask you this stuff. Because I think that just a flowing conversation is better. But
it's not very defining, and it leaves a lot open for interpretation.
No, they would never do that.
But it's a start. It's something.
Right. It's a step in the right direction. Bending a needle toward the good, as my buddy Rack would say.
I unsubscribed from a channel the other day because they put up a video of fish eating other fish.
Was it mine?
Huh?
Was it my channel?
No, you didn't.
I was going to ask if it was my channel.
No, but if your channel did that, I would unsubscribe.
I did have a piranha eat a cichlid the other day, but I breed my own feeder fish. So there we go. There's a hot button topic for us.
What is it?
Oh,
feeding live fish. Are you even paying attention?
I'm asleep. It's 11:45 here, Bob.
You said that you unsubscribed from a channel, and then I did, in all honesty, point out the fact that I did that on a live stream the other night. I took one of my feeder convict cichlids and dropped it in the piranha tank.
I would not have been a fan of that video. I would have not clicked the like button. And let me explain to you why. It's not. I don't mean to be offensive towards you.
No, you're fine.
Personally, I can't handle that. It's just me. I am a softie. Call me the P word. Call me whatever you want to call me. I can't.
We'll leave that to Bob.
Yeah, he does it all the time. I can't tolerate
though.
So, and I don't. I didn't see that you did that, but I'm assuming you didn't put that on your thumbnail.
Right, and it wasn't even a video. It was during a live stream because it's not something I would make a video of.
Right.
And it wasn't even a real live stream. It
Yeah.
was like they were begging him to go on for an extra 2 hours. So we ended ours, and then we did like a big group type chat where everybody could come on.
I agree. And I've got some people, and we gave everybody fair warning and was like, hey, this is what we're about to do. Because I don't agree with like your feeder goldfish and rosy minnows and the things that are full of parasites and disease ridden and all of that stuff. But I mean, just being candid, piranha do eat other fish, naturally speaking. Do I think that I should be feeding them that all the time? No. But I do think that on occasion, home-raised feeder fish is not necessarily a bad thing.
And I'm not saying that it is a bad thing. What I'm saying is I can't watch it.
Right.
There's a difference there. I mean, we've talked about it on multiple videos before, and then like we're labeled these people that hate people who feed feeder fish. No, that's not what it is. What it is, we can't do it and we can't watch it. If you do that, that doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you do something I can't do.
Right.
I also can't hunt. If you were an avid hunter, I wouldn't think you were a bad person. I'm not that guy.
No, I
just
understand
do it
that.
myself. So
I tried to hunt and I could not do it.
I also couldn't sleep on a mat out in the snow like this idiot below me is doing. No, I mean, I just can't do that kind of stuff. That guy right there,
Yeah, that guy.
moron, sleeping on a mat.
Fun. Get over it.
Wait,
I mean, I think that would be pretty fun.
There's nothing that could possibly be fun about that.
It's an experience.
No,
it's an adventure.
No. Hotel rooms are adventure.
I think it would be fun. I mean, you build a Quincy, you got your little, you build your little shelter, and you're good to go.
No. No, thank you. I'll stay in a hotel room.
Bring your ingredients. You fry a steak. Sounds like fun to me. Get out in nature.
Have a good time.
I do.
I'll be home in the heat, making videos, making fun of you.
What's another Bob made word? What did I say?
The way I am, I don't care what other people do. I just can't, I don't do other things that I have no interest in what Bob's doing. If Bob said, hey, come with me on this trip, it'll be a lot of fun, I'd say nope, because I'm not interested at all. But hey, you go do your thing. That's fine with me. It's not hurting me.
Right.
Yeah, 54 Punchy says staying in a hotel room has way more risk. Yeah. Don't ever use the comforters on your beds, let me tell you.
But it's
Always take the comforters off.
okay, fine. If y'all want to be that way, I'll just stay home and sleep in my bed with
There
my.
you go. Fancy camping. So I have a couple people or one person several times ask about live fish to turtles. I'm assuming it's the same response. What people do is what they do. You just don't want to see it.
That's just not my thing.
Yeah. And
people feed turtles to something? What?
people feed feeder fish to turtles.
Oh, I
Sorry.
thought you were talking about turtles to something. I was like,
Yeah, I fed a turtle to my piranha. No, I would never do that. I just that fit in.
something you don't want to say on streams.
Well, and what's funny is part of the reason I keep the piranha, besides I enjoy them and I'm going to attempt to breed them, is to help dispel the myths that they're boring, scared fish that will kill anything in sight. My 25 piranha live with 2 common plecos in the tank that are perfectly fine and have been perfectly fine. The plecos beat the piranha up, if anything. And I can go over there and put my hand in the tank, even in the midst of a feeding frenzy, and not get bit. So I don't know. I guess where I'm trying to get at is it was kind of a learning experience, if you will. People wanted to see it. And I was like, okay, I'll throw it in there and then I'll stick my hand in the tank and they're not going to bite me, Okay, something about nasty hotels. I think we'll leave that alone. I would rather be in the snow than a nasty hotel. Speaking of which, how are the hotels at these events for those of us that have not gone?
Hotel. I mean, they're all the same. They're all chain hotels.
Yeah, the one for Aquashella last year, at least the one that was attached to Aquashella, in Chicago was really nice. I mean, I was a big fan of that one. I went up. Don't be weird. It's even on video. I went up to Jason Wilson's hotel room at the Big Fish deal last year, and it was super nice. It was probably the nicest hotel room I've ever been in. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it all depends. A lot of them that I've seen, the actual hotel that's attached to the event, if it's one of those, they're always really nice.
Gotcha. I was just curious because I've seen some. I've not personally, but sometimes they put these events in places that the hotels are not the greatest. So I was curious. You get there and it's like, oh yeah, we're going to this event, and then you got the lady on the corner outside the hotel, and they're charging.
No, there are Hiltons and Hamptons, and they're all just the regular chain hotels.
I tell you what, though, the experience this last year, we stayed at the Embassy Suites, which I know you stayed at, Bob, in 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's right across the parking lot or not even across the parking lot.
Oh, it's like the same driveway.
Yeah, it's like right there. You walk
down the steps of the aquatic experience, and you go up the steps of the hotel. It's great.
That hotel was gorgeous. I mean, that was beautiful. And Lisa, after being in that room, she was like, "I'm never staying in anything but an Embassy Suites." I mean, she loved it. So, but then again, the year prior, we booked our tickets real late. Not our tickets, but our hotel. And it was garbage. It was like 3 blocks away from the event, and it was trash. So,
wow.
It was bad. I mean, it's not like there was, at least I didn't see bed bugs or anything, but it was just.
It is way more enjoyable to be at the hotel that the event is in.
Without a doubt.
Having to figure out how to get back and forth. Yeah, so that was the great thing about Jersey versus Chicago.
And you had like 3 hotels right there that were really nice.
Yeah. And there was restaurants, even though everyone there was really rude at all the servers were insanely rude. There were still lots of choices.
Yep. Yeah. Experience was the nicest as far as the hotels because they're right there. At Aquashella in Chicago, the hotel was super nice, but it was like 15 minutes away from the event. So you had to either Uber or get a ride or whatever. But the hotel was really nice. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Nice.
Yeah, I wish in Chicago they'd go to the Rosemont because it has like 5 hotels connected to the convention center.
Oh wow!
And you just like go through hamster tubes to get to them. It's great.
Well, that's how it was when the aquatic experience was there. It was at a huge hotel, but the rooms were like $300. It was ridiculous.
I'm thinking by 2025 we need a Tennessee Southeastern conference going on.
I'd be happy with Atlanta.
Yeah.
Big city, big aquarium.
Hot Atlanta.
Like 6 months ago, I told Lisa, I was like, we should start our own show. I mean, George and Sean did it. We should do it. We should start a show and do it in somewhere on the East Coast, Southern East Coast.
Yeah.
And that idea came and went really fast.
Right.
But
if I ever got like really large, I would do like a meetup, but I wouldn't do like a show. I would do like, hey, let's all go to Vegas this weekend.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, Bob, you're also invited to our Tennessee meetup. You said you wanted to go to Tennessee anyways. You might as well come join us. We're still poking John. He's not agreed to it, but every time it's mentioned, he says it's not that far to drive, which I used to do deliveries for a living. So it's once you're used to doing that and being on the road all the time, it's really not that bad.
When did you say it was?
We have not set a date yet. Last I talked to Rack, it's just springtime is what we're looking at. That way it's decent weather and everybody's not freezing their butts off.
It would probably make it easier for him to commit if he knew the day.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you could bust his balls for not committing if there's no date set.
Well, no, I'm just saying that he hasn't said no. He's entertaining the idea. So we're going to keep planting the seed while we're getting the details. But I'm not going to dare take the reins on it. This was Rack's baby, if you will. So I'm leaving date setting solely at his discretion. But you know how Rack is. He'll be like, hey, when does it work for everybody else?
I would very much like to do that. I completely agree with Bob. Doing meetups, I think, would be I think it'd be a blast. I mean, especially if you get a bunch of YouTubers involved and you just go rent a small place, I don't know, and you just do a meetup. I think that'd be a blast. But when you start getting a bunch of people involved and you start having to coordinate things and stuff like that, it becomes a huge mess.
Well,
that's why if I ever did it, I'd be like, I'm going here. I'll be going here for lunch. I'll be going here for dinner. I'm gonna go check out the aquarium at this time or that at that time. If you're there, you're there. If you're not,
yeah, that's a great way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
And we even had a my LFS. I talked to them. He's like, dude, I would be happy to host you all because he watches the stream from time to time and catches the replays. He's like, I would be happy to host, a meetup if you all do it in this area. So we've got options rolling in.
Backtrack. I'm gonna backtrack just a second. Sorry, Ed.
Oh, sorry.
But, and it's only because it's candy. But I mentioned like when we were talking about snow camping, making a Quincy. She asked what it was, so I just wanted to answer her. So you have an igloo is when you make the blocks, right? That's an igloo. A Quincy is when you just pile up a bunch of snow and hollow out the middle. So it's kind of like an igloo, but it's just built differently. And so just wanted to clarify. It's only because it's Candy that asked. She deserves an answer.
She does.
Not 1 second of sleep would I get because I'd be afraid of that stupid thing caving in on me. Nope. I'll take bed bugs.
You probably have a bad echo in there too. I had to say it.
I'd rather have the bed bugs with echo. Nope.
Somebody asked, there we go. Guppy Guru asked, how old is the Beischer? I honestly do not know. I just got back into the hobby within the last 7 months. So I've had the Beischer less than 4 or 5 months. But I don't know the actual age. I will say that most of them, when I got them, were about that size. If that helps any whatsoever. I'm sorry I don't have a better time frame for you.
That's what I've got swimming back and forth right here. So little Beischer, he's hoping that I'll give him bloodworms pretty soon.
I still have mine, but man, mine are just growing so slow. I don't know if that's normal. These are like...
They're slow.
It's insane. I swear they're not any bigger than when I got them like 8 months ago, and I'm just dropping in so much food.
The Senegals don't seem to be growing that quickly, but I've got some ornates that were right at 3 inches when I got them, and they're bigger than the one that you keep seeing back in here. I mean, the ornates are just growing ridiculously quick.
Yeah, that one that swims behind James is named Buddy, and it's always swimming. And that's what I wanted, was a Beischer that nonstop would swim, and I finally found one, so I was pretty happy.
Yeah, so Guppy Guru, the growth rate on these is not terribly fast. If you are talking about a Senegal or a Senegalis versus an ornate or the other type. If it's an ornate, from my experience, the 3 that I have are growing extremely quickly, and they do get larger than the ones that you're seeing behind me. So I don't see anything in the chat, but I do want to ask you a question. This is jumping back into the convention thing. As a fish tuber, YouTuber, creator, John's favorite word, as an influencer, is there anything that you maybe didn't think of or wouldn't think of that you would tell somebody, hey, be sure you bring this to the event if you're planning on creating content? I mean, I'll think like backup batteries and your cords and that type of stuff. Was there anything that you're like, I wish I had brought this, or something maybe that?
I will tell you my answer.
Go for it.
No. I don't make content when I go to these events because 900 other people are there. They're all making content. 12 people are always live streaming at once. I'm there as a fish nerd, not a content creator.
Good answer.
So I think I've made one video when I went to the very first aquatic experience, and I asked Rob from Flip Aquatics how he came up with his Lup Diesel name, and that's the only reason I even made a video, is because I thought it was interesting. Like, nobody knew.
Right.
That's the first time he ever told that story. So I posted that video. The next year, I didn't make a video. I'm pretty sure I didn't make a video. I think I made a promotion video because we were forced to.
I heard about that.
But yeah, otherwise, I'm just there to have fun. I don't film. I mean, the content is so saturated. I don't know if that makes me sound douchey, but
No, I agree. It was like this
I
year.
would rather not turn it into work and just have a good time and hang out with people.
Well, and my big thought is like some of the really cool stuff that I saw was, YouTubers filming meeting other YouTubers, hanging out with each other, that kind of stuff. But thank you for killing me trying to fill dead air right there. I appreciate that, Bob.
And I hate to keep going back to this, but honestly, like nobody is going to put together a better highlight reel than Jimmy. So just wait for him to put out his video. I don't need to I don't need any part of that.
I think I did a good job with my 2018 Aquashella video.
I didn't even watch it.
My answer to that question is I always, every event I've ever been to, I have my bag packed. I have my camera, my tripods, my microphones, like 3 different microphones, 3 fully charged batteries. I've got all of these adapters, all of this stuff, and I use none of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you were standing around just as much as I was, and we were just standing there like this, like. And I remember, like, I was in one corner of the fish tube booth. You were on the other corner. This is all we were doing, and we brought all this crap.
Yep, but I try to break away multiple times, and it's really good at Aquashella. And I try to just get a ton of B-roll footage of the fit.
He was going to say B-roll.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's really good for. At Aquashella this year, there was a stingray vendor there. I could have filmed their stingrays for hours. I mean, they were just amazing. So that's what I really like doing. But I agree with Bob. The Aquashella, the aquatic experience, the videos promoting those events, everybody does them, and they're all the same. And it's all
I mean, like I'm looking at it right now, and here I just type in aquatic experience. The best tanks at the aquatic experience, the best shrimp, the best this, the best that. Everyone has these same videos. The tanks, the showfish, the best this, the best. It's just all the same.
And you're right. From the consumer end of it, if you will, it really was like the first live stream was like, oh, this is awesome, and then the second one it was like, oh, this is cool, and then the third one it was like, I'm lurking, and then like you said, it was just.
I did enjoy the live stream from the YouTube booth and swapping out other creators and just jumping on there and saying hi. And I thought that was pretty fun. But still, when you're talking about like produced videos, they all show the same thing.
Yeah.
And you can see it in the views that they're I mean, when you look at like channel averages, they're far less watched than any other videos on their channel.
Absolutely. Just Shrimp Granny says Steamfat's promotion video is the only reason I went to AE and got so many rescue bettas in 2018.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I think that's the biggest part of why I want to go is not to make content, but to hang out with influencers. I know John loves that word. To hang out with other creators and just kind of do what we're doing now, but with more people. But I do want to have my gear, which is easy because it's my cell phone. And, well, let's be honest, it's got a battery attached to it already that'll get me through the day. And I'd like to be able to catch some of that type of stuff on video. And in theory, numbers-wise, I should be able to go live mobile at that point. So doing cool stuff like that.
Wait, is there a limit on, like, live stream mobile?
You can't go off your phone until you've got 1,000 subscribers. Let me rephrase that. You can't officially go off your phone until you've got 1,000 subscribers. There's like workaround apps, and like you could host it off of like your laptop, and I could loop myself in. But technically speaking, if I went to YouTube's app right now on my phone and tried to go live, it would tell me I couldn't because I don't have 1,000 subscribers.
I think we're due for another bump up on the numbers. It's been a while since YouTube has increased their, minimum requirements. I wouldn't be surprised to see one in the first quarter of this year.
All right,
I
I'm
don't
going
mean
to
to
go back.
burst anyone's bubbles, but it's been a while since they've increased. And for like a couple years, they were doing it like every 6 to 8 months. They were increasing the requirements.
So Mike at the Fish Tank Barn. First off, I did see his comment about a gimbal. So that is a good thought. If you are going to film, having a gimbal would be a good idea because you're doing so much walking around. But Fish Tank Barn ask them if they think it would be good for a small creator to do those Aquashella AE type videos so that they could, I'm assuming, be discovered by a larger audience looking for those events.
Yes.
Yes and no. So you could make those videos as a small creator and try to get on the suggested page of a larger creator. I think if you're going to those events, I think the better strategy is trying to collab with the larger creators. Because I don't know very many larger creators that would say no. I mean, that's what we do. We're on YouTube. If someone with 100 subscribers came up to me and be like, hey, do you want to be in my video? I'd be like, yeah, absolutely.
Well, that was part of the point of this right here tonight is, A, you all are not unobtainable people. You don't think of yourself as better than us. And B, if you don't ask, you never know. And if you ask, you just might have Steam Fight and KG Tropicals on your stream.
You can't be afraid of the word no, and that's rings true with everything in life.
Yeah.
To add to what Bob was saying, though, this is going to sound really egotistical, and I hope it doesn't come across that way. Don't depend on a name to be the thing that's going to drive views to your channel.
Right.
What I mean by that is, for example, with you, Fish Room Fever, you run into Joey at one of these events. You're like, oh my God, that's Joey. He's a superstar. He's the biggest channel.
Yeah.
If I put him in my thumbnail and I put him in my title and I interview him, I'm going to get 100,000 views.
Yeah, that's not how that works. No, I'd be better to talk crap to him in person and hope he did a diss video, and that would get me more than putting him on my own thumbnail.
What I'm saying is the better strategy would be go ahead and do that interview with him. He'll do it. But don't rely on the fact that he's in it to be the thing that makes people watch it.
Right.
You've got me and Bob on here. Are you getting more viewers than you normally do?
Well, it's kind. We
hit a record. I thought we hit a record.
We did hit a record. We've got 80 thumbs up and 70 watching now. 70 is definitely more than I usually have. I've not ever gotten one to 80, and I got, like earlier when we were at 56, I've gotten above 50 before, but usually it's further along into a stream because I'm not shy about long streams. So I'd not gotten that many likes that quickly in a stream before. So yes, all sorts of records.
The better
I'm time 2 right now. Normally, it's a late show.
Yeah.
The better strategy, and I'm not saying you did anything wrong with this particular stream. I'm saying if you're going to do that video, whether it's with me or with Bob or with Joey or Corey, don't just think, well, because they're in it, I'm going to get the kind of views that their channel does. It doesn't work that way.
No, absolutely not.
Is to have a good topic to discuss with that creator. Like Bob said, when you go up to them, they're not going to tell you no. I don't know any that would tell you no. You don't walk up to that creator and say, what's your favorite fish? When did you start fish keeping? Go up to them with a particular topic and interview them about that topic. And there's the title of your video. That is a better strategy.
I think also collabing is important, but the thing I run to a lot is someone will ask me, hey, do you want to do a collab? Yeah, what do you want to do? I don't know. And then they try, then it's up to me to come up with the idea for the collab. And I'm not going to do that. You came to me.
Right.
I went to Corey and said, hey, let's collab. And he's like, what do you want to do? And I'd be like, I don't know. What do you think? He's not going to collab with me.
Well, and that's why my expectation for this, first of all, I didn't expect it or feel entitled to have either of you all come on my stream. But
let's be real. The only reason I'm here is because you super chatted me. So
yeah. Like I said, we're splitting the super chats between, and that's why I brought that up was the fact that, hey, you guys are here, for free of your own free will. Okay. So I'll deal with that.
Someone got in trouble.
Yeah. Miss Fever's bringing in the mod reinforcement over here because apparently I'm missing stuff.
Uh-oh.
We will deal with this another time. I'll go back through and see exactly what happened. But if I've got Zen telling me to do something, she is Candy in training, and I trust her fully with my chat. So I'm going to follow that. Darn it! Now I've digressed and forgot where I was going with that. But at least we've settled down the chat. I enjoy talking to you all, and kind of on the opposite, yet same of what you mentioned in terms of, having a topic. I don't want to say I know. Well, I will say I know that you two enjoy banter, and you two enjoy having free reign to not be tied down to a subject specifically, and just letting a conversation flow where it may. I can almost guarantee if I had sat down here with a list of 50 questions or however many questions, you all probably still would not be here at this point, because it would have been okay, here's the interview. I answered these questions. I've answered 50 times. I showed up on the live stream. Have a great night. And we would be appreciative of that, and people would enjoy it. But I think it gives you all more enjoyment to kind of have this type of interaction, where it's not tied down. And that's not to say for everybody, but I know with watching you two interact in the past, and the fact that you did do the We Need to Talks, but there was so much negative backlash on your channel that it was like, wow, that's crazy. Here it doesn't matter, people can scream about no fish talk, which is funny. We haven't had much of that in here. And we haven't had the super chats to sidetrack it. And apologies to all of you in the chat whom I've missed your comments, but that was kind of my opening was, hey, you guys can come on here. I think it would be great. I'd love to talk to you, and you get pretty much free reign of my channel to talk about things maybe you wouldn't say on your channel, and your viewers, wouldn't care to listen to sometimes.
Well, I don't want you thinking me or Bob hate talking about fish.
Well, I don't think you do, but I think it's nice to have a safe place.
Well,
I know you hate when people do this, but yeah,
I'm sure Bob feels the same way. I obsess almost 24/7 fish. It's YouTube, it's FishTube, it's taking care of these, and it's all this trying to keep cats out of my tanks. And so to be able to sit down and have a conversation with other adults and it not be 100% focused on, what can I put with this fish and all of that, it's kind of nice. And I don't get that very much. So, but the reason why I stopped doing those videos is not because people were giving me crap for it. That's not it at all.
Right. Well, I know you go on in spite of.
Well, I mean, and really the only time that was ever really an issue was when it was with Bob, and that's not Bob's fault. It's just we didn't talk about fish at all the whole time. And so people kind of got on us for that, but it happens on my normal stream too. I mean, if we go off on something that's not fish keeping related, people are like, are we going to talk about fish now? So it happens. It is what it is.
Well, and that's another thing, like specific to my channel, a large portion of what I do is spend time helping people with their channels and answering questions and answering a lot of the questions I've asked you all specifically because I want to get your input and see if it's the same answers I've been giving people, given that you all have more seasoned channels. So it kind of almost fits into my niche or whatever you want to call it, however you want to say it, to do the off to the side thing. And it's fun,
I know how weird this is going to sound, but I wish more people reached out to me for advice on YouTube. I really do. And I think I know why they don't, because, I took a break and all this kind of stuff. So they're like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But I really do wish. Bob and I have had a lot of conversations about YouTube. I mean, I wish I got that a little bit more, because YouTube is as much a hobby for me as keeping fish is. And I'm right. As passionate about it as I am keeping fish or anything else. So I kind of wish I got more of that, but I guess
people are very afraid to ask you, John.
Yeah. And that was another facet.
I mean, I wish they weren't, because there's nobody more approachable than me.
I mean, I'll chime in here, which is just because I haven't said anything for a while. But I've probably talked to Joey twice, besides in real life, like messages back and forth. And he told me once that people never ask him to collab. And I was like, what? That's crazy. And he's like, I think they just assume I'll say no. So I think that is kind of a stigma with larger channels, is people just assume they'll say no.
I want to relate this to the stereotypical really attractive female with the ugly boyfriend, because none of the other dudes would walk up and ask her out, but this one ugly guy had the courage to do it. So now this really attractive lady is dating the really ugly guy. That's kind of what it amounts to.
Yeah, I've got that in my household. You just described my life.
Hey, at least you got the fish tanks along with it too, right? Yeah.
Very
But
true.
no,
And the
Ed and I had talked about that before, and I've talked about it with a couple other people. I never would have thought that you would have been, and this is not because I thought anything bad of you, but I never would have thought to approach you because it just didn't seem like something that you would have been open to or interested in.
That's what it is. I mean, maybe I come across as somebody that's not approachable. I can't imagine why. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's like Bob says, you're a jerk. People can't understand how Lisa stays with you. I think sometimes it's just the way you're perceived.
Bob really knows me, so he knows that I'm a jerk. But people that don't know me, why do they think I'm a jerk?
Yeah. No, not Nola Jane Fishrich said John comes over kind of bossy, and I get that. People interpret people in different ways, and
That might be what it is. I don't. Maybe I rub people the wrong way. I don't know. I mean, I don't mean to, and if that's how that makes me sad. If that's true,
I don't see it personally. I don't, but everyone has a different point of view.
Yeah, but
you have thicker skin too, Bob. You're not easily offended.
Yeah, no, that was like I talked to Ed and even you all about, is that this kind of shows people that, hey, these guys are right in here with us. They don't think anything, high. They don't think more highly of themselves, than us, and they're open to do this kind of stuff, and which should hopefully open up other people to go, hey, would you care to do a collaboration with me? I saw you on this guy's stream, and so. He's a nobody. I'm a nobody.
The only thing I'll say, and it's only because you made this comment on some live stream, I don't even know where, that like I hide or I avoid your messages, or you made some comment like that. I don't know if it was I don't know where.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
But it wasn't like negative or anything like that. I'm not like mad or anything. But I just want people to know, because people do message me all the time, and I ignore them. I don't ignore them. I have 0 social media notifications turned on my cell phone.
Oh, I don't.
When people message me, it could take hours. Sometimes I don't check Instagram for days. So if people are messaging me, just know that like I have 0 notifications turned on my cell phone, because it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, no. And if I ever portrayed it like that, I apologize. I never felt
not in a negative way. It was a joke.
Yeah.
But I know that like sometimes I haven't responded for you for like a day, and that's why, because I don't go on Instagram or emails.
I know how many notifications I get at my channel level. I can only imagine, plus your business and everything else, plus a beeper, plus a flip phone. Plus,
like, I don't even keep email notifications turned on for my business email. So
yeah.
Like, I'm all about just peace and quiet, and you know what? When it's time to work, it's time to work. If I generally won't answer emails after like 6 o'clock, because, I'm a person, but if I'm up and on my computer, I will. But yeah, so don't think I'm not ignoring anyone, because it comes up quite a bit, but I'm so like, which is crazy because I'm on YouTube, but I'm pretty anti social media.
So, John, I know we hurt your feelings a little bit. Deborah Saunders, or Sanders, however that's pronounced, my apologies.
You big bully.
Summed it up perfectly. John's just blunt. Some don't get that. I do, since I'm similar. Miss Fever calls me the nicest a-hole you will ever meet, because I'm very good at being direct, but putting it in a way that is not overly abrasive. So I get that. I don't necessarily see you as a jerk, but I could understand how people would take that. bearing in mind, I've also been trained to train other people in customer service and how they portray themselves and how they phrase things and the tone of their voice. So that plays into my perception of people too. But mine was really just the fact that you know, numbers wise, you were a more developed channel. I wouldn't have considered it a possibility.
Well, and that's why
You don't have Wi-Fi. Just saying.
you've said it 30 times in this stream.
I'll say it 10 more.
You've said that I don't like to call channels smaller channels, and I don't like to use the word influencers and all that kind of stuff. And I explained this to you on the other stream that I am one of you.
Yep.
I'm not somebody that is bigger. I'm not somebody that's smaller. I'm just one of the. We all do the same thing, and so and I'm not somebody that. I don't like to describe myself. To
Okay,
me,
well then shut up for a second. I will tell you.
you're being rude, man.
John and I, we quibble, we fire shots back and forth. It's all good natured, humor. I mean, I love John. He's a super nice dude, probably one of the nicest dudes you'll ever met. So if he doesn't want to, tell you guys he's the nicest guy ever, I'll tell you he is one of the nicest dudes ever.
Corey
says ever since he became Fred Durst, you stopped answering his tweets.
No,
Hey,
I'm not on Twitter, Corey. So
there's that
there
that
you
getting
go.
star moment.
Struck now.
I just now got to the bottom and saw that.
James, pull out your camera and take a photo.
Yeah,
Corey,
Do it.
This guy's day.
you think I won't? I'm dead serious. Going to Corey from Aquarium Co-op. I appreciate you coming through. This is a a treat for me. I was just talking about earlier how I'd go all giddy as a schoolgirl if you ever popped into one of my live streams. So it is an honor and a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Bob, you messaged him, didn't you?
Nope, I don't have Facebook open.
I'd send you a copy of that to your beeper, Bob, but it doesn't accept pictures, so I'll just have to, spell boobies and numbers for you again.
In our next live stream, I'm going to be very mean to Mr. Zen, just so you know. Unless my Chiefs, make him cry really, really bad. Okay, sorry. Try not to talk.
Candy,
Go ahead.
Say earlier before Bob so rudely interrupted me by complimenting me. I don't even know how to say this. I don't like people who describe themselves as being I'm just blunt. I tell it how it is. I'm just one of those guys. I just don't care if you don't like what I have to say. I think those people who say that are pretty much a fraud. I think they're saying
That's funny, 'cause I just said that on my last live stream.
well,
Almost to a T. I don't care.
and see, I know you, Bob, and I know that's BS. So
How's it BS?
it's a perfect example because I think that there's another guy, and I'm not going to say it because I like this guy a lot and I don't want to start any beef, but there's another guy that I have shocked. I'm just going to say it because I love the guy and he knows it. Him and I are friends. Michael's Fish Room.
Mhm.
Michael's Fish Room is the biggest fraud on YouTube. Yep, I said it. You want to know why?
It's true. Yes.
Michael Skurnick is a really sweet, easygoing, nice guy, and he puts
Absolutely true.
on YouTube like he's this badass. I don't care. I'm a tough guy from Jersey. Screw all of you. That's not him. He's a nice guy, and that's
Right.
what I'm trying to say.
Except when they get his order wrong at a restaurant.
Oh Lord,
I wouldn't.
To be fair, it was Jersey, and they screw up everything.
I wouldn't want to be in that restaurant, but I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. Most people who describe themselves as, oh, I don't care. They're all full of shit. I'm sorry. And even you, Bob.
I never thought I'd get to say this,
I
but
don't
Corey
care
from
if my opinion or if my outlook, if someone disagrees with that or is offended, I don't care. That's what I don't care about.
And yeah, okay. I agree with that. I mean, some people just need
That's what I was talking about on my last live stream when I say I don't care.
And I do remember that your title was "Some Things Need to Be Said," and I texted you and I said, "Uh-oh, are you going to start some stuff tonight?"
YouTube drama.
And
The clickbait worked. I think it got a fair amount of views.
I agree 1,000% with what you said in that, and I don't disagree at all with people saying that, like, hey, this is what I said, and if you're offended by it, I don't care. That's different. But when people describe themselves as tough guys, and Michael Skurnick doesn't describe himself as a tough guy, but he puts out this like, I don't care. Yes, he does. He's a nice guy, and he cares if he hurts people's feelings.
He is a nice guy.
So
we'll see. And I've not met him, but I completely trust what you all are saying. I think that sometimes, especially the nicer people are, it's easier for them to put up a shell or a shield, if you will, being in the public eye, to kind of help deflect people. If people think that you're not going to care that, bad things are being said, they a lot of times won't say them because they're like, well, it's not going to bother him anyway, so I'm not going to make bad statements about him. But Corey from Aquarium Co-op said, LOL, what is this? Fight each other with compliments night?
He's jealous because he's not getting any. He's not here to compliment or receive compliments. But
I'm wearing one of my favorite hats.
Sent to him, and he could be here.
Send him the link. Oh, I don't have. I'm the only one that doesn't have an Aquarium Co-op hat.
I don't, but I have.
I got like 5 of them, dude.
And I have my Co-op sponge filters and my USB air pump here. So
I got my Murph picks.
I can pull a filter out and put it on my head for a hat if I need to.
I got my filter out quicker.
I heard something about a link, but I didn't catch what it was. There was
I was just joking.
But yeah, I don't know. I think it's easier to put up to build a persona if you're going to be in the public eye, because it takes some getting used to. Kind of like I know you mentioned Lisa. It took her time to get into it. Shy Gal Miss Fever, she popped on a live stream for the first time ever the other day. I forget. Oh, we were trying to help somebody get a subscriber goal, one of the Fish Fam. And she said, if you do it, I'll jump on the live stream. And so they did it, and she jumped on there, and she's finally made her first video. But it's one of those things. It's not for everybody, and it takes some easing into. And if you're easily hurt or offended, generally the nicer you are, it can be. How dare both of you? Both of you.
We're having a conversation over here.
It can be easier to make people think that you're a jerk.
Sorry, Bob.
Oh, you two are horrible.
I had to spit in a bottle. I don't want people to know I'm chewing tobacco.
I was flipping boogers at you, and you were spitting on me.
This is horrible. So I just want to say, Ed, you've got the tables turned. Normally you're in the chat and Corey's on the screen. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but assuming he is there anything you'd like to say to him?
Oh, well, not really. Play more games. Take a little bit of time and play some board games or something. I guess he likes the video games.
He acts like he's some hard worker. He plays enough video games. He gets his video games in.
This guy's one of the biggest Co-op fans. I mean, you all probably saw the video where he dressed up as Murphy for Halloween. Gets a chance to be the guy on the video that's talking to Corey in the chat, and it's just like,
now he's like,
thanks.
He's like, oh, Corey, nah, I got nothing to say to you. Yeah.
Corey's an awesome guy. I got to talk to him before, and he was really swell. Bob, you were probably the guy I didn't talk to because you're always trying to find that extra large shirt. Because I wanted a 4X because all they had was the 3Xs, and I had bought the 3X, the black version, and I said, I wish you guys had 4Xs because I like them extra loose. And he says, we got it. And he kept sending somebody go through all the boxes, and every time I'd come around, I'd say,
it was either me or Jimmy. So that was a lot of fun. That was a really fun. Just I got to take my shots at him. Despite them killing all those fish, it was still a really fun time to be around that. Like that time in the Fish Fam will always be very special for me. That's like when it started. That was like the real big kickoff. And I still have my pictures of both aquatic, like both group pictures of the aquatic experiences I went to, and I'll probably cherish those for the rest of my life. That's about as sentimental as I want to get right now.
Yeah,
but I do love you, Corey. Keep doing what you're doing.
The aquatic experience in 2018 was kind of depressing because there was just so few people there. The people that were there were great.
And there was less people in 2019. At least that's what I was told.
New York is a terrible place to do it.
That's what I just said, though. Did I say it wrong? I meant
18, and then I said there was less people on 19 as well.
Well, no, I said it totally wrong. It's 12:30. 2018 was fantastic. I loved it, every minute of it.
But there was still nobody there.
Well, yeah, but
that made it fun.
2019, it was dead. I mean, there was nobody there. The people that were there were fantastic, and it was awesome, and we had a great time. But it was like half of what showed up in 2018. So that was the saddest part about it. I can remember showing up there. We got there on Friday, and the event didn't open until Saturday. But we went in, and I mean, it's not. You just walk right in. I mean, there wasn't any like it's not like we're YouTubers. That's why we got in. And it was like barren. I mean, there was like nothing there. I'm like, this event starts in 12 hours and there's nothing here.
That was one of my biggest pet peeves is like the vendors didn't even take it seriously. I mean, they were in there Saturday during the day still setting up their booths, and it's been open for hours.
That's crazy.
And then it's open on Sunday as well, but they're in there before it opens, like tearing down their booth. Like, why did you just spend all that money for that?
That's ridiculous.
Well, they did the same thing.
No, okay. Sorry, Ed. Sorry.
Okay.
There was a vendor right across the YouTube booth. They were setting up a saltwater tank that had a built-in sump in the back, and they didn't even know how to do it. They were like, there shouldn't be water in the back, even though the pump's in the back and it goes through the bottom, up through the top, just like any built-in sump, you know, it's on the back of a tank.
Yeah.
They were like, there's something wrong. There shouldn't be water in the back. I'm like, how are you guys even selling aquariums? You don't even know how this works. Like, it just blew my mind.
I need to clear something up here. I'm sorry, because Priscilla and Lisa both are saying they definitely misunderstood what I said because I said it wrong. 2018 aquatic experience was amazing. I loved it. It was fantastic. It was 2019 that was not as good. I hope you understand. I misspoke when I first said that. It's very late. I'm very tired. And please don't be offended, Priscilla. It was a wonderful being there, even though Bob was only there for like 2 hours. It was
I wasn't there at all, dude.
But 2019, it was great, but it was nothing like 2018. I hope everybody understood what I just said.
So I think this is only fitting after the moment that I gave Ed the spotlight, and he's like, "No, I'm good." Corey messaged back and said, "I'm in stealth mode, no sound, just chat while I spend time with the pups and wife." So we'll pretend that he had a really sentimental thing to say, and you all can tell Corey it was amazing since he didn't hear it.
So we can say whatever we want about him, and he won't even know what we're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm just kidding.
I hate tacos.
Oh,
Just crunchy tacos. I like soft ones.
You're not going to hear me say anything negative about Corey.
Now, do you think that you would have gotten back into the fish tube had it not been for, I guess you could say, the uprising of the fish fam without the community?
No. That's definitely what brought me back. I was accused by some that I came back for money, which is ridiculous. It was absolutely being part of the community again, because the community was what I wished it was back before I took my break. And right. I saw that and I was like, yes, I want to be in on that. And so, yeah, that's what brought me back.
Yeah. Well, and not to go into your business, but it's nothing you haven't said. You left because of money. You didn't come back to the YouTube because of money. You had things that you had to take care of after the shop and all of that stuff.
Absolutely.
You know, the putting the UPS bill on hold and going, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. You know,
I mean, it was
about money. You would have stayed gone. You know, I mean, that's
the way I describe it is I had to put my big boy pants on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had to go back to the real world and fix what was broken. And then once everything was fixed, it was like, all right, you know, there's a void. I got to fill that void somehow. And I don't even remember what the first video I watched when I went back and started watching fish videos again, but it was like one afternoon of watching videos. I was like, yep, I got to get back in on this. So,
and if I remember correctly, you stayed at the same YouTube paycheck while you were gone, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, I mean, you could have just kept doing what you were doing and not have been here if it was, you know, just taking the free money every month.
and that's what it was at that point. You know, when you haven't made a video in a year and a half and the money has never changed, it's like, oh, it's just free money at that point. And yeah, I mean, it was making my car payment every month. That's, I don't know.
And I think it's also safe to say that without the community, Bob, you probably wouldn't be doing what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I think that, you know,
I wouldn't have quit YouTube. So I mean, when I started YouTube, there wasn't like I started before Fish Fam.
Yeah, well, I mean, like in terms of like the business, if there wasn't the community that we have, and I mean, I'm sure you could probably still do decent business online, but if you didn't have, you know, people like Ginger Graves who were able to easily access your channel and things like that, you know, if you were relying solely upon just random people watching your videos and go, oh, hey, I'm going to order from this guy, it probably wouldn't be the same without the community that we have now. Yeah.
No, I mean, everything that I've been able to accomplish is because of the community. I mean, but the community means the people that watch, the other YouTubers, you know, everyone.
Yeah, probably 90% of this community doesn't comment, doesn't super chat, doesn't click like, doesn't do any of those things. They just watch, and they are just as valuable as anybody else.
Absolutely. And then we have this whole other aspect of the hobby. I won't call it the community, but the hobby specifically, that doesn't even necessarily know that we exist on here. So I'm excited to start. And that's part of what I'm trying to do, is pushing in real life to get these people to go, hey, there's a wonderful community that's full of support and knowledge. And I mean, love, to be a P word, as you said earlier. That, you know, we're here for each other. You know, you don't have to rely on the little handout brochure at the PetSmart or whatever, you know.
I go into 7 to 10 houses a day for my full-time job, and I see aquariums all the time. And sometimes the conversation will come up talking about aquariums, and I'll say, you know, do you ever go on YouTube and people are like, no, I've never watched a video on YouTube about fish, and they have beautiful aquariums, you know. Yeah. So it's, yeah, there is a lot of people that don't even know we're here.
Yeah. So I'm just, I think if we can start getting some of those people, that'll help expand our little portion, our little corner of YouTube, if you will. You know, because like you've said before, the fish section in terms of the overall YouTube is relatively small, you know, what we do versus, you know, gaming channels, except Bob's, because his is, you know, crap. But I'm just kidding, Bob. I love your gaming channel.
No, it's true though.
You know, gaming channels and all the celeb stuff, we're a small portion of everything that goes into YouTube. So
I've said it a million times. I can remember like it was yesterday when Joey had 11,000 subscribers. I mean, I can remember it. I can vividly remember seeing it on my screen, 11,000 subscribers. The biggest channel at the time, I believe, was a guy called LA Fish Guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even think he's making videos anymore.
I remember that name.
Yeah. And I remember when Joey passed him. I remember when Joey got 100,000 subscribers. And I mean, you think about that now, and it's like, well, he's 1.5 million. Like, that must have been forever ago. No, it really wasn't that long ago that he was at 100,000. He was where I am now. And I mean, that was just a few years ago. So the community has exploded. If you just look at his numbers, the community's exploded in the last 4 years. And look at Corey's numbers. I mean,
well, let's just say, I remember listening to a live stream where you were talking to Corey, and he was like, you had mentioned how he had passed you, and that you we're glad that that was one of his goals and would have kind of felt off if it hadn't been one of his goals to pass you. And he's like, well, I had to do the math. And I'm like, do I have the numbers yet? No, it's going to take this much longer. And then look at where he is now. It's just amazing. And I think another part of that is just
never looked back. Just
how Corey is. You know, he's an awesome dude, and he cares about not just the environment, but he knows how to run a business and to do it not only sustainably, but from a customer service oriented perspective, which I absolutely love. I think you all would be courteous enough to hang out for a fair bit longer, but I'm going to say we go ahead and kill it here in 7 minutes because I have taken more than advantage of you gentlemen tonight, and I appreciate that. I think you've enjoyed yourselves, and I hope you have. But I'm going to kill it at 12:45 our time. That way I can give you back to Lisa. I'm sorry. She's going to ban you from ever coming on my stream again. Like, nope, he won't ever give you up.
When are you going to do another live stream, John, of We Need to Talk or whatever it's called?
Why you want to do it?
Yeah.
Next Saturday.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't going to, but if you want to do it.
Were you done with that series already? Or
I mean, it's like, it just wasn't really working. And, but I had a lot of fun with you on there. So if you want to do it, I'll do it. Or we can do it on your channel. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make me any difference.
Now I got to look.
We can ruin your channel.
There you go.
It's pretty hard to go any further south than mine.
At some point, I'll snag you back on here because I actually want to talk to you about working in people's houses. Because doing appliance delivery years ago, I understand some of the pains you go through with having to deal with people in their own homes. So that's a subject I'd love to talk to you about at another time.
Oh boy, you don't want to open that can of worms.
Oh, that's why I didn't open it tonight, because I think we could have talked about that for the majority of it, and Bob would have been like, "Why am I here?"
I've done it too.
We'll see. There you go. So maybe we can set one up down the road at some point, to be determined.
I mean, it seems like your We Need to Talk gets as many, if not more, than your other live streams as far as views.
So,
or is it just the comments of what are you talking about fish?
The comments don't bother me. I had this weird thing, like as soon as I started doing those, all of a sudden, like my views went down, my new subscribers went down, everything went down on my channel. And I was like, uh-oh. And I spoke to somebody else. His name rhymes with Shmori Schmackelroy.
Oh, that guy.
And he was like, maybe it's too much. Maybe it's overexposure. And so then he put that in my brain and I couldn't get it out. And so I was like, well, maybe that is true. So I did the one with Candy because everybody had to see that. Duh. And I was like, all right, that's going to be it. But what I said to myself, I never announced this, was I will do them randomly. Like Corey's going to do it with me. That sounded weird, and it wasn't meant to sound that way. Corey is
get into the rap song.
Corey is going to come on, but it's not till like mid-February. So I was planning like, okay, that's when I'll do the next one. But if you want to do one, Bob, we'll do it. It was a lot of fun.
I think that would be awesome. I would enjoy that. Obviously, I've kept you all on here for.
I almost have the worst one. Zenzo's going to pass me, and then I'll be the worst live stream on your channel.
Oh, wow. Hitting them records, Bob.
And you think the second's going to help?
That's the bar low, man. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Part two.
Lots of room for improvement when you have me on.
Bob's like, look, if I've got to be at the bottom, I want rock bottom, okay? And poor Lisa's over here, bless her heart. She says, no, I need the break. Keep him.
She don't mind. She's up there laying in bed.
No, you got a birthday party next Saturday, it looks like.
Yep.
Yes, that is true. And they will be moving out. So yeah, next Saturday might not be good for me.
I think I'm doing something. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be at my local animal shelter for most of the day. I think that's Saturday.
Well, we'll figure it out. We got all these people excited now. We got to make sure we do it at some point.
So, Bob, best as I recall, don't you? I know that you work with the shelters. Obviously, you just mentioned that, but in terms of like your super chats or something like that? Don't you? I thought you did some kind of financial support for shelters that you don't often mention, but you help.
Oh, you're a member, so you probably saw that member video. I do like donations. Last year, I did the whole entire month. I donated to the animal shelter. Obviously, I had a job then. This year, I did not have a job, so I couldn't really afford to do that. And then I've done like various like super chats, like where all this live stream, all super chats are donated, things like that. But it's not like 15% of all my revenue goes to this. But yeah,
The point is, you're a nice guy and you don't promote it very often.
I do volunteer at my local animal shelter, so I don't know if that was your question or not, but yeah.
So I know that Bob does not like to wrap things up because he's not the host. It's not his job. So did you have anything else you wanted to say, Bob, before I kick it on to the next person here?
Spay and neuter your pets.
There you go. Thank you, Bob Barker.
I was just about to say, this is The Price is Right.
Ed, do you want to throw anything out there, my friend?
Yeah, I want to thank both these two guys for being so cool and awesome tonight. Appreciate it a lot. It's a lot of fun to just chat about different crap, and maybe I'll talk more baseball with you sometime, John.
Bring it on.
And yep, I really appreciate you guys.
I just want to say thank you to both of you all, as well as the chat. 92 likes and 70 people watching right now at 12:45 in the morning Eastern time. That is
on a
amazing.
5-hour live stream.
Yes, yeah.
Pretty good.
Thank you all very, very much. It's been really fun, and I look forward to doing it again in the future. But, John, I know you like to throw it to your guests for the outro, so I'm going to toss it to you, my friend.
Snap.
Oh, karma is a you-know-what. No, well, you're thanking me. I want to thank you. This was fun. If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't have been on for 5 hours. So it was a good time. I appreciate you asking me to do it. It was nice meeting you, Ed, for the first time, even though we've seen each other in chats before. But yeah, this was a good time. I appreciate it very much. And let me know when you want to do it again.
All right. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
And the button. There we go.